Get the drop. wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Level low.
From Swiss stage all the way till now, we are here at the VCT Game Changers Asia Pacific Series 2023. And this is Tashbunny alongside a Tayrawr.
Yeah.
Sorry, this is Raf.
No.
But anyways.
No, it's not.
Tayrawr.
How are you so sure I'm Raf and not Tayrawr, or vice versa?
That's the problem. Yeah, that's the problem. They look so similar. Are they the same person? Is it a collective clone? We will never know. But speaking about what we do know, though, that is today is the grand finals for the VCT Game Changers Asia Pacific 2023. And this is super exciting because these girls has went from the Swiss stage all the way up to playoffs, and then we're here on the last day, and it is now down to two teams. Team SMG losing only one map in the entire run, and then FULLSENSE Sapphire, the champions, and the girls went all the way to Berlin last year.
And to think about it, right, just to put things in perspective, down to the last two, as you mentioned, from 70 plus participants in the Swiss stage going into the grand finals. And again, just many stories, you know. SMG, you were talking about them, everybody has been talking about them. 5 controllers, why not? 4 controllers, why not? 4 initiators, 1 controller, why not? But we have yet to really see them size up someone, and that is, or rather somebody size them up. FULLSENSE has been the first team to do that. I think you mentioned them snapping that 37 map streak, so you know, we're hoping to see more of that type of success moving forward today.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at SMG, it's all about confidence. It's all about firepower. They just signed up one of the best duelists here in Asia Pacific, Aneri, coming into the roster, as we all know. And on top of that, they brought in Shirazi as well as Camille. So it is definitely a powerhouse for that particular team. Now, coming down into this to today, we also have FULLSENSE Sapphire, previously known as X10 Sapphire, and now they are now picked up by a new organization, and they want to bring the girls once again champions. But before we move on to that, this is the series format where we are now on stage 1, the opens, whereas $10,000 prize pool per tournament, and 6 teams from stage 1 will qualify to elite.
And that is a huge chunk of change. As I mentioned before, you can find that type of money lying around in Tasha's apartment. It's right there, folks. And again, just to reel this back a little bit, that is a huge chunk of change. But again, guys, the biggest goal is for our global presentation here. Again, we have so much talent to give here in APAC, Tash. And obviously, with you on the desk, it's very evident. You know what I mean?
Aww.
And again, you talked about the open, which is where everybody gets the chance to elevate themselves. And of course, if you miss the open, don't forget there's still the LCQ. You talked about the last 2 teams standing, but let us not celebrate everybody who took their shot for Game Changers, which is right on your screen.
Yeah, these are all the registered teams. Now, talking with, the TO, and they said that every year we started off, I think the first tournament, they only start off with what, 16 teams, 20 teams, and every year, every single round, it seems to be growing and growing and growing. Which just shows that I would say the interest for the ladies and non-binaries here on the desk, or even in Asia Pacific, is definitely there to compete. But we are now to the last 2. But it is very interesting though when we come into this particular tournament, because for all these tournaments that made it here, or these teams who made it here during the Open 2, some of them had all brand new rosters. There was a team who is completely brand new. We had a team that had a brand new player with no prior experience for competition.
That's crazy, right? Especially with the newer names coming up against the juggernauts of the scene, especially with the likes of SMG just around the corner. Could you imagine the first day of playoffs? You're like, oh yeah, this is gonna be my time to shine. I am going to show the world what I'm capable of. The only thing, or the only team that's going to stop me is SMG. And, well, that's what happened to Point of Authority Blossom. And I have to mention, they had a really, really good run still. Very, very new names for the most part, yet really showing their fangs. And just a quick gander at really how the prize pool is going to be distributed, alongside, of course, the glory that comes with first place.
I think for a lot of these teams here, like it's just bonus for the prize pool because honestly, eyes on the prize is to go further, and I think that comes in the territory of competition. You want to go further. You want more than just playing on the Asia Pacific stage. You want to go global, and when you're used to playing with the best of the best, you will also be one of the
That's
best.
true.
Is what I like to say. Now coming back into seeing these new players come through, you can see the brackets happening right in front of us. Now we had a very interesting run in my opinion because for a long time, I think last year, Alter Ego Celeste, the team that was previously home to some of the members of RRQ Kaguya, as well as Aneri from SMG, was the powerhouse. It was the team to beat. But then we had teams who came so close from like Sapphire, X10 Sapphire previously, FULLSENSE Sapphire now. We had a team that came so close in the form of Orangutan. Now coming into this year, SMG has been the team to beat, and it really shows in terms of how they play. And I think that through the beginning of the stages, we saw SMG playing so many different comps, so many different style play styles in a way that shows that they were not afraid to experiment and just try fun ways to approach the game. But I saw that they were a little bit more serious once they approached FULLSENSE.
That's true. That was the first time we ever saw, well, quote unquote, proper compositions on the side of SMG, especially in this playoffs. They just looked so dominant. So that map win by FULLSENSE on Haven was a big surprise, considering that we do have quite a few Filipinos on the side of Team SMG. And I have said this in the past, if you have Filipinos on your team, your Haven is bound to be good. That's legitimately the map of our region. And just to kind of remind everybody the journey of SMG, I remember in Open 1 where everybody still had a bit of a round table on the potential of SMG. And, because I remember they started 6-0 and everybody's like, oh, I wonder what type of heights they can really go. They were, quote unquote, the sleeper usurpers of the throne. But then the first time we saw them in the playoffs, it was very clear that nobody should ever sleep on this squad.
I think it's really exciting as well because they were already pretty much a very strong team to begin with. I mean, Kohaibi and Alexi have been very, very strong on the team. Bringing in Camille as well has just been such a game changer for them. And I think together with their coach Fal, they've brought a very different dynamic coming into the team. And I think, when I visited the girls, they did say that they do rely on their coach a lot. There's a lot of conversation happening on how exactly they should play, what kind of comps they should do. And a lot of them are okay to accept what Coach Fal says, which is really, I would say, exciting for a team because there are some situations where you have the IGLs themselves would have their own ideas, the players themselves will have their own ideas, but they are okay to listen and execute. And because of how well I think individualistically these players are just so talented and just so good. I mean, I rarely see that they actually lose their aim jewels because they are that talented. Fal can just basically move them around like chess pieces.
I'm glad that you talked about Coach Fal because I feel like coaching staff just does not get the credit they deserve for the most part because coaching can be an incredibly beneficial thing or a dangerous thing, right? Because not only does the coach introduce the more strategic side of the game, it's also the more intangible parts like the philosophy on how to approach the game, ideas that could potentially be, well, game-changing and meta-defining. And so for Coach Fal to have that much faith in his players and to confidently swap them around to their strengths is just really a testament on how good and how great he understands not only his faculty but the game itself. Because again, that's a lot of processes you kind of have to go through to solidify that this has to be this way or that way.
Yeah, but I think we talk a lot about SMG. I really want to talk about FULLSENSE Sapphire, the team that made it all the way to Berlin last year. But what is really exciting, but for now we're just going to be seeing the highlights first, but as we talk about it, I think it's really exciting to see more about FULLSENSE.
Oh yeah. Again, like
I thought we were going to highlights. My bad. Sorry about that. But coming
okay.
back to FULLSENSE, I really wanted to say that for the girls, I think that coming into the game, we saw them. I think they're a team that really improves every single round, and it's very obvious to see. You can see that some games are very, very close, and quickly they learn, quickly they adapt to the point that they are the only team who can really take them down.
That is.
But what do you think, Ross?
Well, everything that you mentioned, and I feel like
Stay down.
I guess some of our viewers don't know about Full Sense is that this is a roster of champions as well. And, I'm glad that we also get a bit of a look at Orangutan here, because I feel like that's a team that really plays with a lot of grit, a lot of heart. They don't give up, as well as, of course, Global Esports, who had a really wonderful run and a growth spurt, really, this time around. Because, again, comparing the performance to last Open, this is a completely different look. And this is also true for teams like Big Scythe, just to refocus the lens on those things. What I really like about them is that they have a lot of firepower. It's a group comprised of a lot of champions, but they're still so disciplined and take a lot of respect.
Yeah, I mean, when we talked about them this morning, about FULLSENSE Sapphire, when we look at, I mean, like, we kind of like step back a bit, look at the bigger picture, look at both FSS as well as, I would say, SMG, pure fire, raw aim, aggressive. But then you have FSS, who is deciphering and learning every single round. They're not the fastest in terms of taking the lead, but you can see that they're definitely a slow cooker. But a slow cooker that makes the perfect meal when it comes online. Especially when you see Muffin really feeling herself. She goes in for those moments. It's one of the most impactful duelists I have seen so far in this tournament. And then you have Ginny, who I feel is just a person who really does this really great calls and just moves around the map, giving information and also providing these very insane clutches.
Oh yeah, and talk about Muffin, and maybe a little off topic. I can actually put a Muffin in a slow cooker. It's something that I'll have to figure out myself, the experimentation. But talk about Muffin, we've always highlighted how she's not just a great duelist, not just a great entry, but also a really, really good officer. And I feel like that was a really big problem on the side of SMG, because SMG, I feel like they're not used to teams being able to challenge them equally when it comes to firepower. Because again, we talked about SMG, they're very confident, so if they don't feel like they have to use their tactical part of the tactical shooter genre, then they're not going to. But FS, as you mentioned, is the complete opposite. They have to use their, or not have to, but they prefer to use the tactical over the shooter
very
part.
300 IQ, right?
Yeah. I'm glad that you highlighted it. Very, very good observation.
Thank you. But I mean, we had this conversation in the pre-show about how they have a set play coming through, a textbook on their per se coming into the want to go into, and then finally these adaptations come through as they go through those rounds. Could you elaborate a little bit more on that, Raf?
So yeah, FULLSENSE, a very execute-heavy team. I feel like this stylistically is a little problematic against SMG, because SMG, another thing that they're very good at that I feel like isn't brought up enough, is that because they're so individually talented, they can reliably send one player to skirmish without, again, investing too many resources. Maybe just a long-range Astra stun or a flash from across the map or just info. And then you can destroy the staging area where FULLSENSE could potentially, again, springboard their attack from. But if FULLSENSE gets wind of that, then they may just create an advantage for themselves. So that I think that's what we're super excited for, right? It's really the clash of philosophies, how one team is pretty much the antithesis of the other, at least in some aspects.
Yep, but for now, thank you so much, Raf, for the explanation, because we're gonna go for a quick break. When we come back, the Battle of the Giants. Don't go anywhere. Sorry, let's just take it back. Forgot to unmute, and let's do it again. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the VCT Game Changers APAC Series 2023. Tash here alongside Raf. We are analysts for today, and this is going to be really exciting. These are the Battle of the Giants happening today, and I'm really excited. Team SNG, undefeated bar one map, and it is against this team they're meeting up against, FULLSENSE Sapphire. The winners went all the way to championships last year. Now, let's talk a bit about set plays for both these teams here. Starting off with I think the highlight for SMG was a Neri joined team. There was a lot of chatter, a lot of talk about how the best jewel is coming into the game here. Let's talk about her impact in the game, because personally, for Kohai needed a bigger impact moving into the Sentinel role.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, it's kind of crazy to think that them losing one map is quote-unquote underperforming. But you talked about the impact of, again, very many names here, Kohai and the Sentinel role. Maybe sometimes, or at least in that one particular map, maybe needing a little bit more from her to really uplift the entire team. Neri, you've talked about too, and how she's been just a fire starter for this team. I feel like the way SMG operates is that since any of these players can get really red hot at any moment, it's so incredibly contagious, which leads me to my next point on, in comparison to FULLSENSE Sapphire, which is a team that's very adamant on, once again, finding a point of interest and planting their feet there, and just kind of maybe foregoing a bit more map control, at least in some other aspects, whereas SMG is the type of team that will use the clock a lot. And I think it's crazy because people think SMG can be really fast, but if you really notice their first 30 seconds, it's all about kind of punishing any overextensions from the opposing team if they ever cross that imaginary safety line at the center of the map, and then they start defaulting. Whereas, once again, going back to FULLSENSE, they really like to get to their point of interest first and just kind of turtle up for a little bit and use that as a conditioning tool, as really something to add mental stack to the opposition.
Yeah, and I think, in my opinion, when you look at SMG, they are a very aggressive team. And I think FULLSENSE Sapphire in the beginning felt like they were very overwhelmed by how fast and how quickly SMG would take up space. But I really love the readjustment coming in from FULLSENSE Sapphire. They are very quick to allow them to take up that space and punish them for it. Regardless, we are going to be looking at these maps today: Lotus, Ascent, Split, Bind, and Pearl. And with this ban for SMG, are you surprised?
Oh, absolutely not, especially considering that's their only map loss. The Fracture ban is pretty much a standard here in Game Changers, as it's been a pretty rocky map for a majority of our teams here. But I kind of want to put Lotus really as the, well, aside from it being the starting point, it can really be the tempo setter, just because it's such a snowbally map. You know, sometimes when that attacker side gets going, you really get that allowance to somewhat fumble a little bit in the defensive end, but still pick it up. Because we've seen teams come back from this 12-1, make it 14-12, even 11-2, and all that type of score lines. But talking about FULLSENSE and picking this map, I think they can get a lot of leverage on Muffin's operator here if we see Muffin on that Jet. Me personally, I would love to see her on Chamber. I think Chamber has a lot of applications on this map, especially considering that the Chamber update is live. I could be mistaken.
Not this one.
Not this
They're
one.
not playing on the Chamber patch. Yep. Yeah, it's a bit, really wanted to see Chamber on this one, but it's going to be exciting because coming into Lotus, this is one of my favorite maps to watch. It's all about taking up space, timing your lurks very, very great. Now, I think for SMG, playing defense might be really good for them. They play aggressive. I think those early B, I would say peek outs, getting a pick early and then moving back into B, taking up space on Mount or even a route is definitely something I can see SMG doing. But what about FULLSENSE Sapphire? This was the map that SMG struggled against them. Even though SMG won, FULLSENSE gave them a run for their money.
Definitely took the distance here. Going double controller with the Sky, it's really giving me the impression that FULLSENSE kind of want to really hang back, let the utility do the talking first, and then get a confirm with Ginny. Again, Sky not the heaviest when it comes to safer long-range scans, but in closer proximity brawls where Muffin can really shine on the rays is, you know, going to be detrimental to SMG's success. But knowing that SMG have Neon also, they can very much stagger their pressure very, very well. Again, the thing that I like to talk about when it comes to Neon is that it's pretty much Jet, but a lot. It's kind of like a comparison between a rifle and an op, right?
Yeah, I know. It's gonna be really exciting to see the Neon versus the Raze and Team Raze, but let's see what you guys think. But we're gonna pass it over to our panel, Raf2 as well as Zach.
Me? Raf2? I am Phantom V1, guys. Welcome to the multiverse, and we are finally here, Zach. It is gonna be the grand finals for today. We are in for a banger of a match.
I really think so as well. You know, talking about like what our analyst desk was saying. What do you think? Neon versus Jet. Who would you bet on?
I would actually think that Neon versus Jet, especially here in a Lotus map, I would still go and trust the Neon, honestly. I know there is the dash in coming in from the Jet, but the explosiveness you can bring to the table, especially when you have a Neon on your team as well, is also a huge part or a huge role. But anyway, it's Team SMG versus FULLSENSE. It's like watching a deja vu match from what we casted from the recent days a while ago, Zach here in Game Changers. But I feel like a 5-pool map anyway, especially for a grand final setup like this. When it comes to predictions, you asked me about the agent selection, but I would like to ask you about how the games are gonna go. Are we gonna be seeing a 5-map kind of scenario here, Zach?
If there's any team that can take it that far, it is Sapphire against SMG. You know, before this, I would have said it's before their, you know, them being able to take away a map in that previous semifinal that we saw, I would have said, nah, it's just going to be SMG with another 3-0. But honestly, Sapphire, they've proven to be extremely resilient, and I think that we might indeed get that match. But now we're still on map number 1. Oh my god, Neri already getting aggressive towards the C-long area, pushing forward off the back of the Sky Flash. It's going to be Kohaibi and Kamiyu cleaning house here, and now it's all down to Polly. This is what our analyst was talking about, I believe, in that first 30 seconds. They are ready for the punishment. Oh my god, what do you even do? Just 3 players waiting for Polly to come out, and that's going to be the pistol for SMG.
Flawless round even. No, that's what we
10 seconds.
exactly have here. 10 seconds to take on the round. And Eri, especially with those stabs to the head, you just cannot deny the firepower that they can bring to the table. And if they start off like this, especially towards the side of Eneri as well, we are looking to see a lot of engagements coming in from the teams. Good kills as well and good taps to the head. Because if you can remember as well, Zach, the previous times we were looking at SMG in the 3-map selection against FULLSENSE, and Eri wasn't popping off crazily yet.
Yeah, it was a bit of a slow start for her. To be fair, Eri, like she's the newest addition to the team. It takes time to synergize and stuff, but she definitely looks much more confident today. And you know, the more games she's been playing, the more fantastic she's been looking. That's the simplest way to say it. Oh, baby TZ with the frenzy, one of the few buys on this particular team, and it's just gonna be everyone else running a farming simulator. Muffin finally with the Sheriff able to find 2 picks. It's gonna be a weapon they can retrieve, but Alexi only needs the Sheriff to clean them up. Princess Lexi doesn't even take a single hit in the process, and that is going to be the anti-eco for SMG.
Princess Alexi is mad right now. 2-0 immediately in the hands of SMG, like you said here, Zach. But not other than that, some of the players didn't upgrade at all here. And honestly, after a few more rounds, we might be seeing an operator. I'm quite surprised they didn't go for an operator here on the 3rd round yet. But honestly, the more rounds we are looking at, and at the same time for SMG, you can see how they try to diverse the finances here towards their side. Alexi is still holding on to a Sheriff right now, Zach.
I mean, we saw those kind of headshots she was hitting in that previous round, so maybe all she really needs is just a Sheriff. But right now, it's going to be a very aggressive, quick C-execute coming in from the side of Sapphire. One player does get spotted out. Ooh, Kamiyu pushes the smoke, is actually able to find Muffin here, but Margot is able to find a 2-for-1 trade. Really good work coming out of her as finally the spike planted.
Spike planted for the side of FULLSENSE, and now they have to do this post-plant. It's a 4v3 scenario. Alexi, yet again, still has a Sheriff here. So when it comes to the gun advantage, it's definitely in the hands here of FULLSENSE. Plus, this is their first buy round as well. They want to make it clean as much as they can. And Eri goes for the up-out. Holly, not aware. And there goes the kill from Margot as well to trade it off. 2v1. Alexi has a gun now. She goes for a stun, but caught in the act by Margot. 4 kills for her, 2-1.
A bit of an expensive round for the side of Sapphire, but still they managed to get it in their pocket. And that's the thing, SMG so far, looking at the statistics, they have a almost 90% win rate of taking that bonus round away. So the fact that that was denied this time around, it's going to be a little bit of a buff for the side of Sapphire. They are going to be able to buy back up, albeit with light armor across multiple players. On the other side, Kohabi, having invested in that previous round, will be forced to play with nothing but a Sheriff. The ultimate economy as well. You see the overdrive almost there in Aries' hands. Showstopper as well, only 2 away from coming into play. So I think we might even see the spike being rotated if Margot gets a kill or 2.
They do have the Seekers as well that they can utilize, but look at this positioning. Very aggressive coming in from Ineri. But in the end, Polly spots her first. The flash settles in, but there's a wall coming in from the Viper. Cannot even see anyone right now. Kohabi, on the other hand, she still wants to go for this aggressiveness. Using up the Seekers here. Not quite sure if the correct decision, but honestly right now, it's a take for C site, and they know it's quite open, and the spike is bound to follow.
Yeah, they have the side basically for free, as you mentioned. Now 4v5 retake scenario. Kohabi is able to pick up Inari's gun, so at least that's gonna be something you can pick up. Oh my god, Shirazi finding that opening is huge. Margot taken down. Somewhere from the shadows to the reposition, but Baby TZ and Muffin between them are able to find a couple more. It's all down to Kohabi right now. We've seen her be incredibly clutch in the past, but the position being held by these players on the side of FULLSENSE is just a little bit too much for her to contend with. Ginny having repositioned into that corner will be able to clean her up, and Sapphire take another round.
Again, importance of repositioning here coming in from both two teams as well, Zach. You saw that they weren't able to take on the trade, especially with the wall from a Viper coming up like that. They really can't go any more aggressive after the kill towards Ineri. Quite shocked that after that smoke, Ineri was actually seen by the players of FULLSENSE. Again, because of no trades coming or happening from A main as well, it became a domino effect for the rest of the team. But it's a brand new round we're looking at. It's an eco disadvantage though for SMG.
Yeah, not much to work with. The Shirazi with the Marshall can be an absolute demon. And of course, Sheriffs, you can never underestimate a team like SMG, even with these Sheriffs. I think that even though it's an eco round, you might see some kind of ultimates being invested by FULLSENSE if necessary here. They do have that showstopper ready to go. Already gotta be going down. Finds a kill as well with it. Although Alexi is able to trade out. Fighting 2 before finally being shut down. That is not legal. That overdrive coming into play as well. Inari on the hunt, on the prowl. Checks the corner, pre-fires the ult, and is able to get it down. Now a 2v3 scenario on the retake. They know where Polly is, not aware of the positioning of that second player. It's gonna have to be very precise coming out from Sapphire here. Camille and Inari though, between them, they're able to clean things up, and what a round out of SMG.
When you have intel, why not, right? And again, having the overdrive here, Zach, in the hands of Inari, to say the least, you knew how she played, and aside from that, she also knew exactly where the enemy lines might be. Again, playing around information, very, very essential. You get good angle isolation. Not only that, but you can proactively already estimate where the enemies might be coming from, and Inari just did exactly that, precise even. 3-2 here in the hands of SMG. A thrifty round that we just saw actually as well. It's a little rough on the hands of FSS now when it comes to economy side. They're running on 3 Vandals here and 2 pistols.
Yeah, a bit of a broken buy to say the least, but they have so many ultimates to work with. That might be the difference maker. Right now, already a very aggressive push onto B site here. Already, Muffin kind of just breaking open that door to be able to give herself an escape route, and SMG, they are gonna be able to just reposition there. Sorry, they're gonna be going towards this A site instead. You see Camille getting a little bit too aggressive, and Ginny will be able to punish for that. Hyperspit gonna be invested right now, as the spike itself will be planted on the site.
Good investment, I would say, especially in an economy shattered like this gives them good positioning in the hands of FSS. They go for a kill towards Muffin right now. SMG still in play when it comes to the retake, but they have to deal also with Ginny all the way from A main. Shirazi, on the other hand, just good in the pre-fires here, coming in from Ineri. Baby TZ shuts down one, but goes for another. It's all up to Baby TZ now to defend the site. And again, SMG, they try to go one by one for the pick-offs here, Zach, and they did it amazingly.
That was such devastating spam coming in from the sheriffs and the rifles there from SMG. Like, I saw 2 of the 3 players in that Viper's pit being tagged up to below half of their HP. Just SMG are so aware of where the likely positioning of these players in that Viper's pit could be, and they managed to do so much damage before even going in. Again, the awareness from Ineri, right? To know that even though there's a Viper's pit on site and time is ticking out, there's probably someone still playing main. She just waits for Ginny to try and peek out again and gets that final kill. SMG, you know, they might have lost a couple of rounds in the middle, but finally it does seem like they have found their footing on this defensive side, and it seems like Sapphire, off the back of that, will be taking a timeout.
A timeout is what they need anyway, especially after investing so much on that round as well. And as you can see, a little bit of a lopside or a downside towards that economy yet again. But they do have a lockdown here that they can use for the next rounds. They stick to half shields anyway. And other teams use that as a meta at some point. So it doesn't really, I don't really mind right now, especially they're holding onto Vandals and Phantoms in the hands of SMG. They just have to make the shot or every shot count here, because it seems like SMG, whenever they see an enemy in sight here, even Alexi just having sheriffs, she really goes for the headshots.
Alexi is just on fire today. She has been hitting the most nasty shots, especially in that anti-pro round, being able to get those headshots in with that sheriff. But now it's going to be a very aggressive push once again towards A main. They managed to get control of it as well, and this time Ineri has backup to boot, so it's going to be the possibility of a very good trade here. But Ineri doesn't need trades. Ineri is just able to find that first kill, and just like that, once again, it's going to be a very early advantage that SMG take without too much trouble.
In any case, if they fight off Ineri, the trade-off would come from Alexi. And in the end, they have good positionings there. But still, at the end of the day, Ineri taking the first shot in and getting the kill as well makes a little bit of a turnaround towards FULLSENSE. They go for a TP in on the side. No follow-up from the rest of the players here until too late. Baby TZ, on the other hand, from rotating doors, will also die off in the hands of Shirazi. Very clean-cut round coming in from SMG.
Now, though, it is FULLSENSE's chance to like kind of jump back into this. They have that lockdown to try and take side control with. Shirazi doesn't have the counter quite yet. She's one off of it, so if she gets a kill or an orb, maybe that would be there. But for now, they have a pretty good chance of being able to go for a pretty simple execute and get that spike down. They're going to have those rifles as well. However, Ineri is again just one away from that overdrive. We saw that kind of coming into the play the last time around, and the damage that it could do. Ivy getting aggressive this time. It's like they're taking turns, and that one way is enough for them to punish FULLSENSE here. Shirazi and Kohibi between them, shredding them apart. It's all down to just Ginny. She runs out of bullets, but they know exactly where she is. A counter flush coming up as well, and that's going to be a flawless take for SMG here. All right, Kohibi.
She's still alive. She's still kicking right there. It was a huge, what do you call this? Firing squad waiting for them here from C Mound. And again, in that one-way smoke as well, they had the advantage, and not other than that, they had the flashes ready up, especially coming in from Kohibi here. Exactly knew where she would pop it. Not only that, but with the help of Shirazi as well, getting those initial pick-offs, it was easy to just help out and add more firepower into that, and especially here in Silong. They might be going in for it yet again as Kohibi playing aggressively around Mound here alongside Shirazi. Not a lot of movement for the side of FULLSENSE. They want to go for a very default setup here, trying to play for the pickoffs. But Baby TZ slowly crawling towards B side.
You know, just the awareness of this lockdown, the fact that it's usually invested towards the C site, it's why it's happening. Once again, Inari just peeks out towards the main, finds Wally on the lurk here, and is able to confirm that kill. Now, despite being caught with their gun just coming in hand, Camille is already able to find another drop angle from Margot. Will be finally traded out though, as Muffin finds 2 of her own. Really nice shooting coming out of the Sapphire squad. And now a 2v3 scenario. This is still a doable round here. They're going to be able to take a spike towards that C side. 2v2 as I say that. Now, Alexi and Inari, 1-for-1 trade so far. It's going to be Alexi facing off against the IGL herself. Ginny manages to find the timing, and Ginny will finally get a much needed round for the Sapphire squad. That was a 2v5 we just saw.
Yeah, that was a 2v5 that we just saw and witnessed right there, Zach. Not only that, but FULLSENSE. Again, it's more of a play around the rotations and more on the positionings as well, and being hyperactive around the map, knowing exactly where the enemies might be. But they were able to take C quite clear here. Not only that, Muffin is really the only player that they saw on side planting as well in that final moments. To say the least, Alexi was good for the trade, but in the end, she didn't know the positioning of the last remaining player. Bound for another round here, as we look into a full buy coming across the table, across the boards. Not only that, a showstopper might be in play in the hands of Muffin as well. This can be big, especially for FULLSENSE side. They want to take a side here completely.
Paranoia does connect with Inari. They are not able to get that kill off of it, although Alexi, trying to protect her teammate, perhaps will go down. Inari finds that trade though and will be able to get killed back up. Ginny though, Inari tries to go for the re-swing here, but Ginny is more than ready for it this time around. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. That seems to be the policy for this FULLSENSE squad today. And while in the beginning they were kind of being mowed down, it seems like they are quick to learn from their mistakes and adapt here and really do wonders. Now looking towards that B side, it is going to be a 3v4 advantage in the favor of Sapphire here, and they still have that lockdown.
True that. They still do have the lockdown in case they want to play for that retake or even delay. But they go for the alarm bot already being queued up. That says that they're going to go onto the side. But this showstopper following towards Shirazi. She tries to go for the fight and tries to go for the kill, but doesn't connect at all. It's a 4v2 situation. As of this moment, post plant has been set from the side of FULLSENSE. And Camus just throwing or going around here in upper, as Kohaibi is patiently waiting as well. They would go maybe for a double swing here and really trade off from each other.
I like how Shirazi was just like running for her life, like please leave me alone. But yeah, it's going to be a 2v4. Muffin holding the corner does get checked, but Kohaibi can't quite react quick enough to be able to shut her down. Now it's all down to just the Omen. Camille able to find at least one, but Muffin with a massive 3k on the round will convert it for Sapphire. And just I really want to see a replay of this moment. Okay, you don't get it, but she hunts her down. She hears her running and she's like, where are you trying to go? You're not going anywhere. That's my kill. And that I think Muffin is so far has been perfectly successful on the showstopper kill. She hasn't missed one yet.
Nowhere to run can be removed from Sova already. Put it to Muffin, because there's literally nowhere to run when that showstopper comes out in their hands. But anyway, that was the purpose. That was the purpose. It was to scare off the enemies. Not only that, if it connects, then good for them, right? FULLSENSE. Again, good on the micro adjustments here as well, Zach. So far, they've been understanding how SMG wants to play out. At the first few rounds we saw a while ago, it seemed like SMG had full control of how the map is going. But it seems like right now, FULLSENSE instead, they try to understand, they try to absorb, and adjust to all what SMG is doing.
Now the lockdown gonna be put into play on towards this B site here. It's just a ruse though. It does seem like instead Sapphire, they're heading for the C take, where there are already two SMG players kind of just lying in wait. Muffin satcheling and beautiful Paranoia comes out, and Eri caught in the open here. Still though, managing to shut things down. Kohaibi and Eri and Alexi, it's an entire firing squad that have rotated over on the site here, and they shut down almost every single player. Baby TZ on the alert, trying to find something, anything, but Alexi denies that.
Last
And that
round
will be the
before the
7th
switch.
round for SMG here. One more left in the half right now, and SMG, they have almost every single ultimate just stacked up.
It wasn't even planted yet, to say the least. They were going for the retake and it wasn't planted yet. They were all over C site here. Again, really fast rotations coming in from SMG because as soon as they try to hear full sense or they know it is an entry or a satchel in play coming in from Muffin, it's already a hit on the side. So why not hyper rotate onto that? And they were able to man slide or manpower the side of FSS. But look at this again. Go Ivy. She tries to save the day. Together with Alexi here, they go for the Rolling Thunder and now the classic shot to the face. 8-4, Zach.
That was a very quick half, and both teams played well to SMG. Some of these rounds, they just absolutely plowed through their opposition. But, you know, that's why we have a panel to break it down. Let's toss it to Tash and Raph so they can just explain what happened.
A quick half is exactly what we're gonna get. Thank you very much, Zach and Phantom versus. But regardless, coming back into the game, this is going to be really exciting because we saw what exactly that, I mean, like, this is something that I have to say that SMG really learned from their last match against FULLSENSE Sapphire, where it felt like it was a back and forth between the two teams just a few days ago. Now it seems like it's just so very overwhelmingly heavy in the favor of SMG. What do you think, Raph?
There's actually so many things I want to talk about, but for me to compress all of this is I have to start with a 2-1-2 split, which normally I am not a fan of the 2-1-2 split, as I mentioned, because it can be very easy to snowball. But with the way SMG is set up, they have all these subunits. For example, on A-Long, where it does have a lot more space, so the Breach plus the Neon double stun and flash combo is going to outshine really most of any attackers. And on the C side, it's better equipped for the more claustrophobic fights with both the Sky and KJ kits. Now, with all that being said, you'd think the obvious assignment would be trying to leverage mid, but if you think about it, Margot is there. Margot's one paranoia is going to encompass majority of the site, and if she has to disengage, her shadow step is just so good for that. And you talked about how SMG is so overwhelming at the moment against FULLSENSE is because I feel like FULLSENSE, their knack to use their ultimates as a supplement to a weaker buy or to snowball around was definitely scouted by SMG here. And again, 2-1-2, usually unreliable, but since SMG is so mechanically strong, it's working out for them.
Yeah, it looks so very good in their favor, and the way they take up space is also something that I really want to highlight later. But let's see how it's going to go. Second half right at you, passing it back to Phantom 2.0.
Phantom 2.0. Thank you so much, Tash and Phantom V1. Welcome.
It's Reaver Phantom 2.0.
Reaver,
the respect.
Reaver V2, Reaver V1. We are finally back here. Second half is what we have in store. Quite fast, actually, right? If you think about it, the first half just went by smoothly. Not other than that, not too far off of a half, I would say. 8-4, not too bad, especially if you take the pistol rounds and the next after that.
Yeah, Sapphire, if they can get this pistol round, suddenly this round disadvantage doesn't look so dire. But so far, SMG, I think that over this entire tournament, they've had a very nice record when it comes to pistol rounds. They've lost like 2 or 3, I think, in total, maybe even less than that. So now you see Aneri going for a quick B-side execute here. They take the time, manage to bait out some utility here, but Ginny is able to find that first kill onto Alexi. Huge work, and now with that revolving door opening up as well, it is going to slow down SMG just a little bit. Finally, Spike is going to make its way out the side, but they haven't covered this angle. Maybe TC is able to get one for absolutely free here. Muffin finding the second as well as Aneri overextends. There are no trades for this SMG side, and now it is a 1-5 for Ivy. Finds that first one at least, knows the position of where Polly is, but it's going to be time. It's going to be coming around here, and it might be very, very difficult. Spike dropped onto side as well. She can't quite rotate either. Does have full HP and a ghost to play with though.
Oh, she sees the head. Oh, Polly goes down, but Margot, again, good for the trade here. 8-5 is what we're looking at. FULLSENSE, like I said, and like I mentioned a while ago here, Zach, if they take the pistol round and move forward as well, they can take it to an 8-6 quite fast. And Kohaibi, she was good for some of those skills, but yet again, it was a 1v5. And we mentioned already, the spike has been dropped in the middle of the map.
Yeah, it's a really rough situation for poor Kohaibi there. What do you do? You're in a 1v5, you don't have the spike. Sure, you have a ghost, but there's only so much you can do. And just like that, Sapphire, they are well on track for catching up. And on a map like Lotus, I feel especially like it's a little bit easier for the attacker side to really do some damage, and that is going to be the case here. Now, SMG, they look for the A side push instead. It does seem like Sapphire, they're going for kind of like a retake setup, but Ginny with the spray down. We're on the round already. Pushes the ghost. Again, the ace is stolen away. Every single time, Taylor. Every single time.
It's a curse. Zach, it's a curse. You just never, you can never get an ace. Not yet, guys. So for everyone who's watching right now, so far, these two teams have met already. We casted the game, same game as well, in a best of 3. No one got an ace. No one was able to take away the ace yet. Because it's a curse. Once you try to go for the ace, you immediately die off. So let's see if that's gonna be happening still up until today. But we're looking at an 8-6 right now. And FSS, they have Spectres here in their hands. They also have one Sheriff for Poly. And if you think about it, they're finally making use and really utilizing the double control setup that they have here. It seems like SMG obviously having a hard time to try and go in on the side because of the amount of smoke as well.
Yeah, there's just so much delaying utility that Sapphire have in their arsenal. The smokes, of course, like you mentioned, but Ginny as well, you have to give her kudos here. Her flashes have been impeccable across this map when she gets a chance to use them. Sometimes, you know, SMG go for these mow down rounds where like everybody dies in 15 seconds. But if she does have a chance, she's been very good at setting up the rest of her team and also just delaying. Again, you are going to see this A-side kind of being left for a retake setup. Finally, though, the rotation does come in. They hear the doors, and that's the truth. The flood onto site here. They really want to try and fight up close and personal. And Neri, the first point of contact, Camille and her are able to clean up kills on the site. And just like that, one is going to be... I was going to say a 2v5, but make that a 1v5. Just Margot left alone here, trying to find whatever damage she can. Does take an Aries with one rifle that's offline at least. Maybe she can get a second. Does find it, but Alexi will finally shut her down. SMG 9-6, and they win thereby.
This is what I'm talking about. Why I liked having the Neon compared to the Jet, for example, or a Raze to say the least. I actually like the Raze better here on this map, but having Ineri on this Neon as well and seeing how she plays, you can see the shock factor that she can bring to the table, the X factor that this player does, especially entering a site here. Taken by surprise, it's gonna be FULLSENSE during those rounds, immediately being able to slide, and not only that, run across the map and rotate fast is very essential for Ineri. And the movement that she does here has been exceptional, but so far 9-6 is the score, and Camus, their only controller, is out of the equation.
Again, that one way on C site, you have to be really, really careful when you're trying to peek out of that corner. And Camus pays the price. It's the same thing we saw on the opposite side, but this time it's SMG making that particular mistake. You do see Shirazi being able to get that reach frag though, as she finds Muffin. That's going to be the Raze utility offline. And now that they've gotten a pick towards that C long, they're deciding to go towards A instead, where once again, there's just Viper utility delaying, trying to delay, but no players on site.
They go for Guiding Light even to try and check and see maybe who will be there, but Polly was the one seen here by Ineri yet again. Kohaibi planting the spike, successfully doing that. Shirazi, on the other hand, cuts off rotations as well from the flank. This is going to be Baby TZ yet again going down as well. All up to Ginny now in a 3v1 scenario. She can have the Guiding Light, or two of them, in just 2 seconds. Ginny already spotted out here by Alexi. Preparation is key for the side of SMG.
They're just holding as patiently as they can. Flash does come out. Ginny trying to find whatever she can here, but in a 1v3 with the clock having ticked down so much, I don't think she really has a chance at this point. She could just try to save the gun or get a couple of picks. Ooh, does find 2 kills though, but unfortunately the timer is not going to be in her favor and she will be forced to save. SMG, they get to 10 here, but talking about that particular round, Taylor, if you look at SMG. Even though they lost their controller early on, they were still able to play patiently. Shirazi in particular was huge on this particular round. That's why she finds that trade, and more than that, she's just able to set her up awareness on the flank here and denying Margot any kind of value on that flank play.
Like you said, deny is what SMG is doing right now. Denying the trade-offs coming in from FULLSENSE. Not only that, but again, like you mentioned, they lost that controller agent at that point already, but they were still able to take control of choke points anyway around the map. And in the end, if you can't, or being caught off guard, for example, in the hands of Ineri right here, because of how fast she can try to go in on a site, you just couldn't estimate on your head how fast the rotation can be. Not only that, again, it's a Lotus map anyway, and we've seen time and time again that the teams that we have, FSS does this too as well. From the first half we saw quick rotation if it doesn't work out, if they get stuck. But the problem is they don't get stuck. They actually get a pick off here and open up the site completely, again with the help of Ineri and Alexi.
I think the entire SMG squad today is playing at like a much more synergized level, so as to speak. Like, of course, so throughout the course of this tournament, every single individual player has been a star in their own right. But today they are here and they're here to play together. Now SMG, they have 3 ultimates in their pockets. This is gonna be the last chance that Sapphire really have to buy up here. The economy looking very, very weak, so they're under a lot of pressure to be able to convert this round. They do have a Seekers of their own, and Baby TZ's only one off of that lockdown. This is a round that they have to win, Taylor.
Yeah, they do. They really have to win this one. Very important round for them. I do like that a judge is in the hands of Polly here, but I don't think it's in favor of her, because it seems like it's going to be a B take yet again. Good punish for Ineri's side. This judge wouldn't work out in their favor. Alexi shuts down one more player. There's going to be someone on A-Link. 4v2 situation. Go IB shuts another. And here we go as the last woman remains. It's going to be Muffin fighting for her life in a 1v4 scenario, Zach.
Oh, again, the flash connects here, and now Muffin, I don't know what she can really do here. It's just too much for her to handle, and SMG, they're gonna be able to win this round, only losing Camille in the process here. Just the fact that the aggression coming out of Ineri, I personally like the way Neon, that SMG is running that Neon. They know that they're a team that likes to get in their opponent's faces. If you give a player like Ineri with the capabilities that she has, an agent like Neon, you know for a fact that it's just gonna be, the timings are not gonna be in Sapphire's favor. They just can't predict where she's gonna be coming. So it's like 5 seconds into the round and suddenly you have a Neon in your face.
Yeah.
What do you even do?
It's such an into-your-face kind of strategy that we're looking at here, especially when the fault line connects. You saw that exactly happen in A-Link. They really take advantage immediately of space that was created. Not only that, but the stuns, actually. There's always that follow-up. Very essential for Team SMG. But for FSS right now as well, trying to adjust every single round, especially if I'm not mistaken that this is the map pick or map chosen by FSS, actually. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a map chosen by them. Comfortability is definitely here, but Ineri just doesn't make it comfortable. They go for a stun yet again. Overdrive connects perfectly here. Not good for the second, and that was obviously you're gonna get killed after that TP out.
Baby TZ, though, with that lockdown, will be putting it down. So the spike hasn't been planted, though. So this is a very early decision, I feel like, here. It will deny the plant, and it's just going to be a rotation towards the other parts of the map, or at least a little bit of time being bought here. Now, instead of falling back, it does seem like with 30 seconds left, SMG, they want to try to re-hit the C site.
30 seconds left.
Flash doesn't quite see anything, although they finally have the Q here. 2 players still gonna be on site. 24 seconds, and the clock is not in SMG's favor, and they have a lot of work to do. Now trying to isolate this fight, does manage to find one, but the trades are gonna be immaculate from Sapphire, and they finally find another round here, 11-7.
They didn't expect that guiding light to come out after that lockdown. Like you said, they were waiting for the re-hit towards C anyway. And because of that guiding light, this gave intel towards FULLSENSE that there is still someone from C long. And a few seconds left, 30 seconds or maybe even less. You have no choice but to make an entry happen. Like you said, they tried to go for the angle isolation here, but the manpower was just not enough for SMG to take on the site. 11-7. It's gonna be the score line here. We are looking at a showstopper ready, available, and Margot also from the shadows, very much available as well. Muffin. Oh, Cameo is lucky she was an omen there.
Yeah, just barely able to get away with her life. Now they are completely focused on getting into this A site, or so it seems like, because in the past when they've gone for this kind of heavy util dump, it's been a very quick aggressive push. So they're hoping probably that this A site is going to see some rotation coming out of the Sapphire squad, but they haven't taken the bait here. The C side, which is what SMG actually wants to hit. It's still going to be a heavy presence coming out of Sapphire here, even because I think it's because of the fact that the lockdown is in Shirazi's hands. So it does seem like the C side is the best option for them. Muffin with the showstopper, not quite able to find anything. Finally missing one. I feel like you jinxed her there too.
Yeah, you jinxed her, definitely, Zach. But look at this. Rolling Thunder has been used onto the side. They're ready to take on the action. Shirazi for the first kill here. Good on that. 5v4. They set an alarm as well towards City. But this doesn't stop Ineri from pushing in. This is going to be SMG mowing down yet again, FULLSENSE. 2v1 situation. The baby TC left alone. She goes for the quick kill here on the side, but it's now a 1v1. Cameo still takes it over, and it's now into a match point, Zach. 12-7.
Like you mentioned, this is Sapphire's map, and honestly, this is the team that has taken the most rounds and a map off of SMG. They're not doing too badly here. It's just that they still seemed unprepared for the speed and the aggression that SMG have kind of made their trademark over the course of this particular open. Like even in that advantageous situation, right? It's a 5v4 for SMG. You'd think that they get the spike down, they go for a post plant on side, they hold those crossfires. No, it's just 3 players pushing into spawn and completely unprepared. That's the problem there.
In the end, even no matter how much preparation you actually did against Team SMG here, if Ineri can just slide down and pop heads left and right, it's also still a problem, right? With how quick she can get the kill while sliding as well, that takes so much practice, that takes so much mechanical skill. Ineri has that right now. I mean, that's why she's one of the faces of Game Changers anyway. She's just showing it off right now. But look at this. Viper's Pit has been used towards A side already. Baby TZ, she wants to go for a kill, but surprise, it was 3 players outside.
Lockdown gonna be put down as well, which means that this Viper's Pit, it's gonna be shut down. Polly tries to sneak out, find a kill maybe, but not gonna be happening. Alexi going to spawn on an adventure of her own. Now it's just Ginny and Margot in a 2v3 situation. This is still doable, but if Ginny is one off of the Seekers, if she can find a kill, that will be a very crucial ultimate that is available. He doesn't quite get checked here, and Camille finds yet another player. Now it's all down to the captain, the IGL herself, Ginny, caught with a flash in her hands, though. It's going to be Ineri to shut her down, and SMG, they take map number 1. Yes, Princess Alexi, we love you!
That's what we like. That's what I asked for, and we're finally getting it. Thank you so much, Princess Alexi. She gave it to us. I asked for it, and she gave it. I will receive, happily receive. SMG takes game number 1 here in the grand finals in a map chosen by FULLSENSE. What happened right there, Zach? To say the least, before we pass it on to the panel here, it was really Ineri stomping everyone here in FULLSENSE side. I just cannot with the mechanical skills she has.
You asked the question, right? What happened here? Ineri happened. That's it. Ineri happened. And I think, well, the rest of the team as well, they were able to get those trades. They were able to, like, fully support her. Ineri was just a demon. I really want to go and look at the stats here and see how many first kills she has. But for that, we're going to toss it to our panelists. Take it away.
Reaver Phantom 2.0 as well, Zach. Thank you very much. With me, I have Reaver Phantom.
Reaver Vandal.
Revo Vandal. Oh my god, I can't do this anymore, guys. I cannot do this. But anyways, welcome back to the panelist desk. Now let's talk a little bit about that game where I thought that Lotus was a very interesting map here. Again, reminding everyone that just a few days ago, the map played by these two teams were very, very close. A tug of war, in fact, but this time around, it feels overwhelmingly toward SMG's side. There are a few things that I really want to highlight here in terms of this game. Number one, set plays are a lot more better, well executed and done to impact or help Aneri create impact. And number two, that's taking up space. Now, we saw in, I think, the first few rounds, we saw that a lot of space was taken up by Team SMG on defense. And how exactly they decided to utilize this was to enable Aneri by having Kohaibi walk with her throughout her flash, the guiding lights, and they immediately took up space and got those multi-frags. But what do you think, Raf?
Well, aside from the very, very valid points that you brought up, Tash, and again, very, very astute observation, I honestly thought FSS responded very well to the initial barrage of utility coming from SMG, and they reassessed very, very well. They found a little bit of openings here and there, especially on those very front-facing duels. But here's the thing, right? When SMG is going into those sites, they completely just ignore the double controller setup, which is forcing FSS to also go for those super heavy brawls, which again, very, very counterintuitive. And it really plays into the double initiator setup that SMG brought. And, you know, if we really go back to why SMG dropped that Haven map, I really feel like that a lot of unwarranted lurks, and that's how Muffin got a lot of punishing plays from her operator purchase. And now suddenly with this Lotus map, we don't really see that anymore. We don't see the death ball really break up on the side of SMG, and they just kind of snowballed. The conversion rate on those fights were insane. And again, just to look at this at a macro perspective, double controller just does not have the active utility to safely take those head-on duels that, again, SMG thrive on.
Yeah, and we were just talking about Aneri. I think this morning, the first thing that we talked about was Aneri's impact. Well, we felt like it wasn't really there in the previous match that she played against FSS, but today it was definitely done. And I think that they had done a lot of homework as to what was needed to be done in order to help Aneri take up space, play as aggressively as she can. You can see how Aneri runs with Kohaibi, or Aneri running with Alexi, and you saw the multi-frags that she was able to pick up alongside her teammates. Now let's look at the other side of the coin here for our FULLSENSE Sapphire. I think in a lot of situations for FULLSENSE Sapphire, they had a right idea in terms of playstyle. They had their textbook play, and then it was all about adjustments. We saw them really change momentum coming into, I think, the second half of the game, where they decided to play a little bit more less aggressive, play more toward holes, and I think that they had really good defense, and it shows in their post plant as well. But for now, I think that in anything, it's really hard for FSS to really overcome that. I would say this very aggressive and just basically a punch in the face kind of team like SMG. I'm really hoping they can really figure it out as we go into map number 2 later, but don't go anywhere because we're going to go for a quick break. Coming right at you will be VCT Game Changers APAC after this.
Spike planted.
Ultimate is ready. Here.
Spike down, B. Spike down, C.
Blinded.
30 seconds left. Spike down.
Buried.
One enemy. Spike down, A.
Let it go. Back up. Too slow.
One enemy remains.
Here we go. Down.
Get the drop.
The War of the Giants still go on as Lotus falls into SMG's hands. Still 4 maps to go. Tashbunny here alongside Reaver Vandal 1.0. It's so hard for me to say here at your service as we are here on the panel desk. Now, coming into a map number 2, this is going to be really interesting because for Lotus, there was a lot to talk about in terms of play. I think that for SMG, it was a lot more coordinated. It felt like they were learning not only just a lot from their previous game, but also as you brought forward to Asraf, they were learning a lot for Haven as well. Now, coming into second map here, this is going to be SMG's pick for Ascent. What do you think is going to be happening?
I'm a little worried, honestly, on the side of FULLSENSE here because, once again, it is SMG's pick, and SMG, they've already showcased why they're so good. Not just in a mechanical standpoint, but on a macro scale, and just agent placement when it comes to their subunit play. I really like it. I really love the prep work that this team does. Not only are they dominant, but they're also not showing any signs of complacency despite how playful they are. And again, that is just such a scary mix to have, Tosh, to be honest with you. And again, they're the defending champs. They deserve that type of title. FSS, though, they still have a lot to say. This is still a very long series. If FSS can somewhat reassess what they've been doing, because I talked about this backstage with, again, the casters and you, that Double Controller is very susceptible to playing at one speed. If they just kind of play around having more forward smokes and trying to discombobulate that offense before it can even begin, then maybe, just maybe, they're gonna have a better chance at maybe taking the lead away from SMG.
I think there's a lot to talk about Ascent in general as a map. It is very defender-sided as number 1. Number 2, a lot of I would say the map is opened up if you kind of break down the mid-side here into multiple sections. It's not like Split where you have one mid-side and it opens up the entire thing. But mid-side here is more toward pizza, market. It is toward catwalk, even tree. Because it is disjointed like puzzle pieces, so it's definitely, I would say, a tug of war if you want to take the space in that area. Now, I think it has already been displayed that SMG is very good at taking up space. I think that comes to the benefit of having that double duelist. But coming into this particular map, what would you like to see from SMG and how do you think FSS could take it back? I mean, I do like Hay on this map. I would say the disabling gives so much value. Just disabling I would say the Killjoy, and I think that is honestly the biggest problem, right? You want to make sure that the Killjoy cannot drop her ultimate. You want to make sure that her bots are just just taken out of the way as they move into sight, especially on B, which is just really annoying when you're trying to go into lane. Regardless, it is going to be the battle. I think a lot of people are going to have their eyes here on their Jets, because I think for a long time Muffin and Jet hailed as some of the best duelists here. We want to see the raw power that comes through. But the thing about these Jets are, the better support they get for their teammates, the better they are going to be, I would say, playing. And I think that we've seen a lot of support, how much support that has come in from Muffin, at least the last time they played here in the upper bracket. Let's see how exactly SMG will come around to provide that support for Neri.
Plus, quick review of what I said. If anybody didn't hear it, I was very excited to see that double controller on Ascent and the knack of SMG to aggressively take space, whether it be piling on the utility or just really taking those gunfights. But obviously, I just a little confused with those. Again, they just go for the standard picks. Again, there's a lot of flexibility. But again, maybe we're just going to see more of that. Who's going to take mid? Who's going to win the operator duels? Pretty much, Tash.
I think that when we come into the game here, I think on they're going to be seeing very strong plays from both teams. It's attack that I'm really curious to see how these set plays are going to go. Regardless, I think that the game is pretty much ready and prepped. So we're going to pass it over to Reaver Phantom 2.0 and Zach. I got it right.
Well done, Tash. Finally managed to get it without butchering it too much here. Yes, I agree
I'm
there
copying
completely.
Alexi. This is a cosplay for Alexi right now. Because she was doing this a while ago. So I'm copying it back. You know, like, because shout outs to you guys. But anyway, like you said, Zach, like you mentioned in the panel as well, this is game number 2, Zach. It is a map pick by Team SMG this time around as well. Ascent.
I am very interested as to the fact that they've picked Ascent. Of course, I like that they I think their new perma ban is gonna be like Haven instead of Fracture, at least when it comes to this particular team after their defeat. But this time around on Ascent, you know, we talked a little bit about those Asian comps. It's pretty much meta for this particular map. It's going to be a mirror comp as well. And personally, I'm very happy to see Astra kind of coming back into the meta, because for the longest time, you know, it was just Omen running havoc on this map just because of how useful his one-ways are. But Astra, she's back, and Kwaibi on the Astra in particular is something that I really enjoy watching, because, you know, she has the most clean aim that I've really seen. And on an agent like Astra, which is basically you expect her to be playing like an RTS half the map because of how the agent works, that's going to be the case. But it's going to be a very aggressive push towards mid right now. Camus already able to find the first blood. Shirazi with the second kill as well. They're just chasing these players down, and it's just going to be left to Polly here, who finds 2 of her own. Really clean headshots coming out of her. Finally, though, the punish is going to be there. The trade
enemy remaining.
SMG, they're left with the advantage until Baby TZ says, hold up there, Killjoy's up. Now
Spike
a 1v1. Both players super low here, Taylor.
It's not yet over. They still have a turret here in play for Baby TZ. And as you can see, Aneri is already halfway off the HP, but angle diff is what we're looking at. Aneri saw her first. It's gonna be a clean, not a clean one, the cleanest one all we've seen from SMG's side. It was an engagement, especially towards market. Good answers coming in from FULLSENSE, but in the end, again, it's all about playing around the rotations as well. And Aneri, after planting that spike, she moved away, and it's time for her. 1-0 in a technical pause podcast. It is what we have right here, Zach.
Yeah, like...
Is it really APAC? Yeah.
Yeah, it's never APAC if there isn't one tech pause, but honestly, Taylor, like, we don't have the what do you call it, the tech pause magic, because we only get like one every series or day of casting, but there is a duo on the APAC caster desk that gets a tech pause every single game. Like,
Spill.
yeah, Tash and Quack, like literally the first day that they were casting, in about, what was it, 5 maps or 6 maps, they had like 10 tech pauses, or 8 tech pauses if you want to be more precise, but I just like to round up. So they get a tech pause every single time they cast together for almost every single map. It's just really hilarious to me. And look, our tech pauses are very quick as well. It was like what, 10 seconds.
Because Quack is missing, you know? It's only Tash today, so it's only half of the buff that we're looking at. But anyway, we are seeing the second round here. Again, pistols in the hands of FULLSENSE right now. And for SMG, full stacked when it comes to the power of the guns. Aneri charging the lead here. They go for a knife. Even the recon itself, they're taking care of those angles, especially in a shotgun kind of scenario here. Baby TZ, on the other hand, the double swing doesn't help out. And that's going to be a kill towards SMG's side.
First blood taken away by them once again here, and Spike will go down. gonna be a very awkward retake for these players on Sapphire. All of them funneling in through the CT. The door hasn't even been broken yet. So if Alexi puts down some of those shock darts, it's gonna be a couple of free kills possibly, looking at how low some of these players are. But it's gonna be a Neri instead finding one. Muffin does well with that frenzy to be able to at least take down Alexi here. But overall, it's gonna be a round that SMG are very happy with because they didn't even lose a gun there. Shirazi only came in with the ghost, and she's gonna be able to pick that bulldog back up.
I mean, for SMG's side, they're really good in maximizing the potential of the economy that they have. You can definitely see them going into round twos, even with just sheriffs. You know, they stick to what they have. They know they can connect the shots as well anyway. So far, again, SMG had the upper hand here, but FULLSENSE, I think we haven't seen them yet go on full throttle here as well. Zach, from the previous game we saw against SMG where they took a map away from them, it seemed like Muffin was really on point. Not only that, but the rest of the team as well. But let's see as she shuts down one already. Very impactful one as Alexi is out of the equation, taking one innie away. But in return, they take Polly.
Yeah, you really don't want to play very aggressively on defense if you are a controller player. I mean, at least with an Omen, you have those one-ways you can work with. You have the flash, paranoia to try and find some damage, and you can TP away, so you have that escape route as well. But unfortunately, Polly being shut down there is going to make things much, much harder here for Sapphire. They don't have any smokes to really deny pushes into the site here. And off the back of that 1-for-1 trade, it does look like B side is the area of interest for SMG right now. An area already having taken up space towards that market area. We'll be just holding down the fort here in case anyone is going to be pushing her. Oh, that's a dry pick that Margot had no business taking. Dashing into market now. It's just going to be Baby TC trying to hold the fort down towards his backside. Spike is going to be dropped. With 30 seconds left, it's going to be the site finally taken here. Oh no, Muffin really needed to get that kill. Enemy goes tucked away into the corner, doesn't go checked, and while they're looking for where she is able to just swing out and clean house. That was the most patient, measured play I have seen. I guess that's why she is the IGL as FULLSENSE final round.
They sat so she could run, you know? And that's exactly what happened. I mean, at the end of the day, they didn't know that the Sova was there. It was her, into her discretion anyway, that Kohibi wouldn't be able to come into the site, but she was able to pass through already in the hands of Ginny. And in the end, she still managed to pull off those double kill without being seen yet again from SMG's side. I told you already, Zach, it comes when it comes to the outplaying each other, it's more of that rotation that they can gain really big advantage towards SMG. Because when it's just raw firepower going throughout the map, it seems like SMG had better control over that.
Yeah. I think that talking about control in particular, SMG this time around they're not going for really blind rushes. They are taking their time, and more than that, they're able to just take control across the map. Once again, you see Neri breaking that alarm bot in mid, and that's gonna trigger someone to check here. And off the back of that, the readiness from you to be able to get that kill is huge. Now though, Muffin and Margot, they're trying to get pincered, but they're the one doing the pinching here as they find concurrent kills. Now Alexi alone outside in the smoke. It's gonna be a flash from Margot to work with, but it will let Muffin to get that kill. It's gonna be a 2v3 scenario. Camille, despite being low HP, is able to find a huge kill though. 3 on the round already, and with the spike in hand, they're just gonna be booking it towards the B side. They know both of these players are towards A main. Shirazi still holding down this angle, trying to find a kill or a little bit of damage, but not gonna be happening. Instead, it's gonna be the B side where the spike is going.
Couldn't let go of A main there, especially Alexi was just around the corner as well. To say the least, they were still alive. Good for the rotations as well. It's still a retake in play here, but Camille, ace? First ace? Come on, is it a curse or it's not? That's gonna be the ace
Almost.
we finally see, and even Camille posing for the camera. 3-1 is the score. Again, well executed round here for SMG, despite being stuck here on A main. To say the least, the two players for FSS survived anyway, Zach.
Yeah, they and the thing is, Kamiyu was so low as well. Like after she got those first 2 kills, she was left at like 40 HP, and she was still able to get the other frags off the back of that. But just SMG played that round incredibly well. They were really able to trade each other out towards that A main and the short area. And once they had the information that both players were towards A main, they were like, "Yeah, we have 30 seconds. We don't want to fight you guys. Have a nice time. We're just gonna go to the B side." And Shirazi with the angle and putting down the alarm bot to buy time for her teammate to get down the spike. Just really well coordinated plays. Now the economy for Sapphire completely busted, and with just pistols in hand, they are gonna have to somehow try to make this work.
They're waiting patiently for someone to hop out here, playing cross when it comes to B main. And really, SMG, they can kind of sense it here. The spider sense are tingling right now, especially with that jump peek coming in from Shirazi. This just confirms the initial thought for the side of FULLSENSE. But yet again, this Recon doesn't see anyone. Shirazi, good for the taking here on that double.
Ooh, knives versus knives here. Bladestorm versus Bladestorm. And Eri takes a lot of damage, but the kill not quite coming through. However, Margot with the Sheriff is able to find the one here. That's going to be the spike dropped at a very awkward angle. Shirazi does retrieve it and will be able to get it down. And Eri still has her knives. Not going to be given a chance to find anything except for just Polly here. Polly with the Sheriff is able to find 2 kills. And SMG, they lose 3 players, but still, that's going to be another win for them. For Sapphire, at least they have that Cosmic Divide available for the retake. They're going to take a timeout as well to try and just slow things down here, cut off that momentum for SMG and figure out what exactly they can do.
They were also heavily gauging on the knives. Obviously, it was an eco disadvantage for them, but it really didn't connect much towards Eneri to actually gain that kill advantage for FULLSENSE. So they're going for a timeout right now, maybe going back to the drawing board, initializing, internalizing what's happening in this match that we are looking at as well. But as you can see, economy-wise, they're going to be able to buy off for the next round that we are going to have. Not only that, the Cosmic Divide is going to be available quite soon. Not only that as well, Zach, you have Baby TZ just 1 orb away from a lockdown here. And if you can see, for SMG anyway, they don't have that Hunter's Fury yet to cancel that lockdown, but they do have other abilities here that can completely cancel all utilities, which is Kamiyu, obviously, with the null command.
Yeah, they have so many ultimates here. SMG, they are only 1 away from the Hunter's Fury as well if they want to like set up that pulse plant or counter Baby TZ's lockdown if it comes online. But Sapphire as well, they're very close to their ults. I think their biggest problem at this point is they just don't seem prepared for SMG's strategy here, which is like to play the map, deny information for a little bit, break that alarm bot and the rest of the utility here, and then play off the back of that. Now you see Sapphire finally getting a little bit aggressive here, breaks the turret, which means that SMG might be forced to play Shirazi on a little bit of a lurk rotate role to watch for a push. The spike itself, though, it's going to be rotating towards the opposite side of the map. While Shirazi forays alone into the site, not quite getting hyper aggressive. Make sure that nobody has pushed up too much and will be falling back.
They still try to get intel here for the side of FULLSENSE as they go and pull out that drone coming in from the Sova. But in the end, not a lot of movements towards SMG until they hit, and it's gonna be a side this time. Baby TZ to stop them on their toes here. With the help of Kamiyu, though, they go for a quick trade. Again, they still have a lockdown they can use here. With just the Cosmic Divide, at least this separates the world a little bit further. Margot and the rest of the team here waiting patiently for that retake scenario. Once this wall comes up as well from the Cosmic Divide on the other side, we might be seeing them do the retake. But it's a 2-to-1 trade. 3v2 situation here, Zach. They want to clear out the angle, especially Hell, but Alexi still waiting patiently. 1v1. Margot needs to dive in and needs to jump in. She goes for the grenade here and gets the kill with 5 HP remaining. FULLSENSE finally takes a round.
Yeah, Alexi, it seemed like she was going to be able to take it out, but super well played by Margot there to be able to find the position, throw down that fragment to deny Alexi from repositioning or pushing out, and in the process it does so much damage to her. You saw when she tried to tank it and come out, and just the damage from that was enough for Margot to be able to powerhouse. Really good round. And I think after that timeout as well, you see a change in their setup. So far, they were playing Killjoy towards that B and mid area, but Inari was just denying value from that utility. Instead, they're going to be like, yeah, you anchor A side, get 1 or 2, do your best, and we'll be able to clean up after that. And they do exactly.
Good position on the nade though anyway. This forced out to come, or rather this forced out SMG to really hop out there in that moment. And good initial 2 pickoffs as well from FULLSENSE. They need this right now, specifically for this round anyway. And SMG, half buy it is for them anyway. 3v5 situation still in play. You see FULLSENSE really just making sure all angles covered here, setting up crossfires from A site up until mid, and really just Margot holding down for B main.
Ivy is the only one with the weapon here, so with the Phantom, though, Camille does have a Guardian as well, but the heavy lifting is going to most likely fall on these players' shoulders. If they can get a pick, and Alexi can invest the Hunter's Fury as well to maybe find a second one, this round might still be doable for SMG, but so far, it does seem like Sapphire, they hold all the cards. Huge information gained by Margot there off the back of that 0 points. They know that all 3 of these players are going to be towards B main. And it's just going to be a waiting game here. The smoke comes up as well. You really don't want to push that Nebula. And just like that, it's just
30 seconds
play.
left.
Patience it is. They still have a knife in play here when Camille decides to. And Muffin, quite low on HP. Like you said, it starts off with a recon right now, but a quick nade to really delay it out. Margot in position to really jump into the fight. That's going to be the cross answering them instead. SMG 4-3, but FULLSENSE right now, it seems like they're coming back to the senses, and especially here on the game, the adjustment has been so far really great for them.
Yeah, that timeout was exactly what they needed. They were able to kind of slow down, and they made 2 big changes. Number 1, the Killjoy that we already talked about. But more than that, you see this aggression coming out towards B main. So far, Muffin and Margot have been playing kind of passive, just setting themselves up for like retakes and trades. But these last 2 rounds, they have been just pushing B main. The first one, they were able to decide that Killjoy utility. The second one, they were just able to find 2 kills. Now, SMG, they have a buy again. They still have that lockdown on Shirazi. We might see that coming into play, but Ginny has the counter for it. I think at this point, it's kind of like, those games you used to play, like kind of like a dare thing. You go first, no, you go first, no, you go first, because Shirazi and Alexi, Baby TZ and Ginny, they're in that position. If whoever uses that lockdown Hunter's Fury combo first, it might be just immediately traded out by the opposite team. So they're just holding on to it. What's it called? Chicken. Yeah, that's the game. They're playing chicken.
They want to take mid control here as well, Zach. And to say the least, they back off a little bit. And FULLSENSE, you can see that the Jet, or Muffin specifically, together with Polly, rotating around the map. They might be even seeing Alexi here. And exactly like that, caught off guard here. It's going to be Alexi. They pop the ult, especially coming in from that Killjoy. Another lockdown has been set here for the defenders and attackers as well. And Eri clears out the backside. They clear out the lockdown as well. This opens up everything for them to plant the spike.
They get it down. 3v3 scenario. SMG's players, Inari is half HP, Kohaibi quite tagged up here. And it's gonna have to be them trying to just play the time. The lockdown has bought them a little bit. Main has been cleared out as well, but with the help of the turret, Inari is able to find that crucial first kill. Flash comes through. She's able to dodge it. Does a little bit of damage here, but still Margot able to find Shirazi in that backside area. Now Inari and Kohaibi versus Sapphire. They're just buying time here, doing the best they can. Polly gets taken down by Inari. Margot, though, makes it a 1v1, and now it's just Kohaibi versus Margot. Margot finds the kill to boot, and there is going to be enough time to be able to get that diffuse, I think. That's going to be a round for Sapphire. No, I don't know, actually. It's so close.
Oh, no!
I thought there was enough!
Does it show how many seconds left? That would have been, okay, maybe
No,
like
that's
a
just-
0.8 probably.
0.5. It was so close.
I don't know,
thought she
but
had it because
yeah.
I thought she got half the defuse by the time that circled Suchers. Like, that's how you can tell. But it looked so closer. Oh my god. That is so unlucky for Sapphire. But SMG, they bought so much time. You could just see it already jiggling.
True that. And in the end, the round's still going towards SMG here. Margot, though, on the other hand, has been a lifeline here for FULLSENSE, really. Especially when they try or they want to go onto B side. she's really quick on delaying or multiple delaying factors that she can throw to the table, like the flashes and even the nades. But look at this crossfire yet again, set by Muffin together with Margot. With the help of that, a bait and switch happening even. Cameo needs to back away, respect this. Aside from that, also a Hunter's Fury is being used.
Canary already being shut down. That means that it's going to be a little bit more difficult for SMG to take space here, though Margot is quite heavily tagged up. Camille is only one off of that null command, so we might see that coming into play if she can get it online. Kohibi though finds Polly once again, huge kill, not even taking any damage in the process. So they are looking to just get into the side. Two players detected by that 0.2 boot, and off the back of that, they're able to just kind of walk in for free. Oh, that spam could have gotten a kill there, but it's not going to be the case. Instead, Margot with an ult command will be looking to push to a very quick and heavy retake coming in, but Kohibi more than ready for it, able to find one. One enemy still firmly in favor of these SMG players, and they will make it another round for themselves. Just that post-ban setup, you know, usually teams aren't ready when you have like, when you get that spike down and there's an immediate retake attempt, but SMG, they position themselves so impeccably.
Yeah, they know exactly where to look. Again, well-researched team, I would say. Well-prepared, especially for this matchup, so to say. You can definitely see that when it comes to the pre-fires, even on other maps as well, that these two are very much familiar with each other. Not only that, like you mentioned a while ago, they could have went for the pre-fire. It would have connected perfectly towards the spike planter, but they didn't want to really give out that positioning. But look at this, though. As Muffin shuts down one, an immediate trade-off coming in from Shirazi right there. But this eliminates actually Ineri. And this is the entry that they need right now, to say the least. But they using up that Cosmic Divide, dividing or having that diversion may help them in the future, though. Still up to FSS. They go for a rotation or they really wait patient.
They are very slow this time around. I say slow, but it's just a comparative thing, right? Cosmic Divide comes out from Kohibi. It does run out, but Alexi is still able to find that first kill with the Guardian. Ginny kind of caught off guard. They're not able to do too much with the Sheriff. And now, once again, it's going to be Sapphire in that unenviable retake situation here. No ultimates either to work with, and they're just going to have to kind of power through and do what damage they can. Ollie finds a really nice shot onto Alexi, but again, Shirazi is just available for that swing. No command invested by Kamiyu to close this round out at SMG. They find 7. I'm surprised they used that ult there.
Yeah, they used up the ult as well, but not other than that, Margot was already using the ult from 2 rounds ago as well. So, to say the least, we're closing off the rounds anyway, and we are just a few more rounds before that halftime is basically done. In the end, you want to maximize the utilities here, and if they can keep getting kills rather, they can still grab that orb back, that ultimate's back yet again in their favor. But look at this again, Zach. They have an operator in play. In the hands of Muffin, very aggressive positioning even. And with the gravity well, this might push her away. But in the end, she still managed to get 1 kill away here in the hands of SMG. That's towards Kohibi, but then a good trade-off from mid. And that's going to be Ineri trying to push in on the side. And clearing out Margot here. 1 problem down, but this operator is still in play, Zach.
Yeah, still being a menace here on Muffin. Let's see how this goes right now. 3v4 situation, but 2 players on the side of SMG are quite low here. Muffin does again get spotted out. I'm waiting for the wall megaton to come in, but that's not going to be the case. Switches out to a Vandal right now. And Polly, if she can get a kill, that's going to be the Cosmic Divide available for her. Oh, that's a really, really nice shot coming. The stun coming out, and that will enable the kill for Muffin, but it's going to be an instant trade out of Alexi. Now the remaining players, they're going to be too low to really make anything happen, and once again SMG, they're able to make it work. I don't, Scoreline doesn't say it, but some of these rounds, it just comes down to the wire here, Taylor, like on who makes that first play correctly. 30 HP left. It's just the minutes say that SMG are so good at on this particular map, and what they really changed from how they played on Haven the last time 2 of these teams faced off.
They do have a lot of, if you think about it, a lot of the times here, FULLSENSE actually takes the first shot in. They actually get the initial pick off But SMG really shines through when it comes to the trade itself. It may not be directly trading off, but you can see they put pressure points onto B. They are not going to get the kill for SMG, but towards mid, you have another player taking control. So in that sense, it's still a tie-up of the score lines. Not only that, but it creates another diversion for SMG to really take on a site or pick a site even. Because that mid control is very essential, especially in a map like this. Margot shut down immediately by Yaneri there. Polly might be the second, and that's going to be Kamiyu taking the shots yet again. Hunter's Fury being used. Stop Kamiyu for the double. 5v2 situation here. Zahk lockdown in play.
Yeah, this looks like another round that unless something miraculous happens, it's pretty much over right now. They're forced to respect this lockdown. At least Baby TZ does running for her life, and now it's just gonna be her left in a 1v5. I feel like we've seen this story before. It does not seem like it's gonna end well for Sapphire here. Baby TZ only a bulldog and Hananeri on the hunt as well. Goes for it and will get a 3K on the round. A flawless round for SMG here. But you know, with like the score being as in their favor as it is, it seems like Sapphire, they're gonna have a very difficult time. But before we head into that second half, let's hear from our panel and see what they had to say about this particular one.
Thank you very much, Reaver Phantom 2.0. And with me, I have Reaver Vandal 1.0, Tashbunny here alongside Raf, your Atlas, and it's going to be really exciting because when we saw that map just now for Ascent, we were all in, I think we all agree that it's a very steel map and it was already a set play. It was already a map that's very defender-sided, but SMG made it look really good with the way they play on attack, and it was a very dominating lead for attack as well. Raf, can you break down how exactly they made this work?
Well, to be fair, and again, this is for both teams, I kind of want to highlight Muffin first because we see Muffin taking a lot more committed positions. We see that she's very, very comfortable this time, especially on that jet. Again, the agent mastery is so apparent, right? But the thing that we've noticed on the side of SMG is, well, again, they're pretty much the best when it comes to reactionary play and forcing a reaction out of FULLSENSE. Another thing to highlight is I feel like Polly has been a bit of an unsung hero in these last two maps. Yes, maybe not the highest when it comes to volume fragging, but her ability to just maximize her global presence as an Astra this time around has just been such a big help on the side of SMG. Other than, you know, letting Inari and everybody kind of run loose and take their gunfights the way they do, Polly's been kind of blocking up the holes if ever there was a quick rotation to happen on the side of FULLSENSE. Nope, Polly smoke is going to be there. Nope, there's going to be gravity well. Nope, there's going to be a Nova Pulse. And again, Ascent, it's just really how you supplement the weak side really on the defending end. But SMG, they're just so oppressive at the moment.
Yeah, SMG is very oppressive. It's really hard as well. We saw so many times where an area you just push out the smoke and just dry swing and just take them out of the way. Let's see if this is going to be changing on defense, because we all know that on defense it might be a whole different story. So we're going to prep it back for Zahk as well as Tay. Take it away, ladies. I want to see little bro.
Damn, the requests are coming in. Tash already requesting to see the little bro. Later, I'm gonna show you. He's quite busy right now, Tash. A little tired from the other day's matches. But anyway, second half is finally in play here. Almost on the double digit. It's gonna be SMG and FULLSENSE. Can they come back to what just happened here? Especially, we're looking at a swap of the sides as well, Zahk.
Indeed, it's going to be the case. 9-3. It's looking a bit dire for Sapphire. Not gonna lie, they're gonna have to really win this pistol. I mean, they could still come back after that. We've seen teams do it before, especially on this particular map, but that's usually when they switch to defense. Now they're looking to head from a mid to B push. The B main control, it's gonna be a 1-for-1 straight. Ginny gets taken down as well, so Gohaimi has control of the spike. So even if they're on site, it isn't gonna matter for much. Alexi, again, making things expensive, and Gohaimi, over the course of this entire round, just that positioning, that early B main control that SMG were able to pick up, it's gonna win them that pistol. Once again, a round in 15 seconds gone.
So far in this circuit, to say the least, that one thing I've been really looking after or looking forward to really seeing is this pistol rounds coming in from SMG. They look very crisp, to say the least. You see how great of an importance they put into practice when it comes to this pistol rounds. Because not only that, even if they are on thrifties or they are on eco disadvantages, you can still see them tapping heads and it still goes in their favor. Really, really strong team we're looking at right now. FULLSENSE is the same. They just have to really win the engagement in duels. Exactly what I was mentioning as they try to hop out. Again, one by one, it's going to be a firing squad throughout from SMG, even a flawless round.
Another flawless for SMG, and on this map at least it looks like they can basically do no wrong. We do see like them trying to get a little bit of damage with Shirazi and Bohaibi together. They're just able to like hold down the fort, and I gotta say some of the shots that these girls are hitting with the Sheriff on both these teams, but especially for SMG, it is just absolutely nasty work coming out. Now finally, this is the last chance for FULLSENSE to really swing back into this particular game. They do have a full buy, half armor, but still they should be able to make it work if they play their cards right. They're getting aggressive early on here with both Muffin as well as Margot just pushing up towards a short area. 0 point though, perfectly timed, will give away their presence here as they look to go forward. Camille gets spotted out by the door. They know exactly where she is, but Ineri with that Marshall is going to be able to find that first one. Well-timed flash from Camille is able to find 2 kills for herself as well. Oh my god, Ineri with the Marshall is just illegal, and it's just Muffin a 1v3. Doesn't know Ineri's position either. Does finally spot her out though. It's going to be a Jet versus Jet duel. Ineri only has a couple of bullets in the chamber. Muffin though on track to ace it out. Unless Shirazi has anything to say about it. And every time it's a 4K, but this one it's going to be a heartbreaker for Sapphire because Muffin did so much, but just at the end she falls.
Match point it is for the side of SMG here. Really great showing with Zahk. To say the least, we saw an anime battle when it comes to the Jets there. Muffin versus obviously Ineri on the movements, on the mechanical skills. In the end, Muffin grew tall or grew stronger in that engagement. She won that, but in the end, the answer towards SMG again. Really good on the trades, and that's what they're really gauging on, especially here on the defense. Ineri hot on the trigger as she gets the kill, and that completely dismisses the Blade Storm popped out.
Spike down mid.
This is just falling apart right now for Sapphire. Camille finds a second as well, and now the 3 remaining players. What do you really do here? You can try to get into this B side. Shirazi gets detected by the alarm button, tries to push forward, and off the back of that is able to get the spam, but Baby TZ only has 1 HP left. At least with Shirazi going down, Timmy the Turret is no longer player 6, because Timmy the Turret versus a 1 HP player, it is not a pretty sight. Now Baby TZ has taken up quite a bit of space here. However, look at where SMG players are towards mid here. They're just able to kind of like hold it down. They expect the play from Baby TZ as well. Polly trying to do as much as she can, but now it's just down to the captain, the IGL herself, Ginny. 1v3, finds the first with that Bulldog, has the recon utility to try and play with here. Gets the second player, spots the second player as well, aware of most likely where the third is, if not towards mid, at least towards the bottom of this box, and is able to pick up an upgrade. But with 30 seconds left, it's going to be so difficult for her to do, especially with how carefully, passively SMG is playing. Oh my god, the shot darts from Alexi doing quite a bit of damage as well. And just like that, Camille was able to get the final kill on the round. Yes, Princess Alexi, we see you. I can't quite read that, but I'll leave it to you, Taylor.
Princess
okay,
Alexi!
yeah.
Say Pilipinas lang sa kalam. In the end, they take game number 2 here. And I also have this is what we call a fan sign in Philippines. Don't know if it happens in other regions, but it is what it is. Like you said here, game number 2, it was a map chosen by SMG anyway. So we were expecting the comfortability of the players, especially here in this map. But not other than that, you can definitely see the power they can bring to the table when it comes to trade-offs, when it comes to pistol rounds specifically, which sets the momentum and pacing of every team. They are able to do that completely. But I think it's finally time to pass it on to my twin, the English version of me. And I'm also speaking English, but also to Tash. Please do take it away. Are we going to be seeing map number 3 or rather another map here for taking for SMG, or is it going to be a comeback? What do you think, guys?
Thank you very much. Wow. Taylor, you teleported beside me. I'm shocked. Anyways, welcome back here to the panel. And let's talk a little bit more about Ascent. Now, we had so much conversation about how it's such a, I would say, defense-heavy map. We can only start to see a lot of teams really spike up on defense instead of attack. And now we also saw an insane battle of the Jets there on A main. Raf, what are your thoughts?
Oh man, this is the type of play where SMG makes it very difficult for an analyst because really what they do is hinge off that huge round lead from, again, the first half, and just them having one of the highest, if not the absolute highest pistol win rate on Game Changers. I'm trying to remember here at the top of my head. Just allows that type of snowball to happen, plus their conversion rates on those anti-ecos, and honestly high chance of denying the bonus round on their end too. Just really takes a toll. Now on the side of FSS, I feel like this is where they kind of have to take a bit of a step back and, you know, remember that they're also great players. They deserve to be in the grand finals. You cannot let a map loss like this rattle your mental, especially this late in the tournament.
Yeah, I think that in a lot of situations that Muffin has been particularly insane. I feel like for Muffin, I think the more that she feels she needs to step up, it really translates in her game. I'm not sure about the rest of FSS here because their set plays doesn't seem to be working out so well. You did mention about Poly earlier, about how Poly smokes have been such a game changer for them. But the problem with these situations is that I feel like SMG has read them so very well. They understood that a smoke doesn't really mean that it's going to be someone holding on to their side. They're not afraid to challenge these smokes, and I think that for FSS, they need to find different ways to approach these utility usages because they're getting out counter-stratted by SMG.
And again, that's a problem that they had even in the first map. It's the rhythm. FSS, yes, what they're doing is very sound, but like you mentioned, it does become predictable at a point, especially when it's the only type of play you run. Maybe small adjustments, once again, as you mentioned, to be a little more aggressive around the smoke, have maybe your initiator pop a flash every now and then, because SMG, they've just been super, super confident in just defying the logic. They just go through the smoke, they take their duels, they already know how FSS are going to react, and it's very telling. The score has been very telling. But once again, we have to give props, and where credit is due, in Ineri, well, to nobody's surprise, is MVP yet again.
Let's talk a little bit about Ineri and her impact in this. How do you think she has been getting these frags? Is it just pure raw aim? Is there support coming in from her teammates, and how exactly has she been enabled here?
Well, the thing about Ineri is she needs very, very little to actually just go online. But the fact that SMG is using so many resources to make her fights that much cleaner, to give her the space that she's really, again, not necessarily requiring, but the huge help that she's getting is, once again, boosting her up times 10. The smokes that, I believe it was it? I keep getting the names mixed up. My goodness, everybody on SMG is like, who really is the duelist? Who really is playing the main rifler?
Yes.
Because once again, it's so interchangeable. But once again, on the macro scale, all the utilities have been on point for SMG, and they capitalize on their timing so well. They never let a smoke linger for too long. They never miss a beat when they need to swing on the flashes. And as I mentioned, Camille is so good on that controller.
That's right, but for now, let's go for a quick break after this split coming at you. Whether or not it's going to a map 4 will be determined after this.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
I was built for this.
My double's dead. Variable.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Carrier is killed.
Spike down.
Yikes.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Suppress it. One suppressed. to death last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares hit your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you.
Get money. Let's get the get money. Let's get the get the drop. Let's get the drop. Get money. Let's get the money.
We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
two maps have been taken away by Team SMG, both by a dominating defeat by Team, taken away by FSS. Tashbunny here alongside Rav, or rather, Reaver Vandal 1.0 coming at you. Now, coming into the third map is going to be Split, and Split is definitely going to be a very interesting map in my opinion, because again, a very defender-sided map, but has seen a lot of changes. The choke's definitely not as choky, and again, if you see how it's been played here throughout so many different regions, it's all about that mid control or mid take. Now, I'm curious to see the iteration of what SMG can bring to the table. Raf, can you break it down for me?
I actually feel this is a map that once again lends itself to the flexibility of SMG, because Split has seen a lot of competitions that really forego the Sentinel role. Again, we used to see so much Cypher on this map just because that towards a ramp was, again, one of the strongest defaults in the game. You really had to, respect whatever team was come up and get that cleaner take. But now we see a lot of double controller, double aiming on this map, provided that out of Split. Honestly, there's times where just you can let them on the site and play retake, and the heaven positions here be tower and A heaven. That rather have been important. So as teams don't lose that area of the map, then I think they're gold most part.
Right, and it's really interesting how exactly some teams bring this to the table. I've seen people bring in maybe Harbor. I've seen, obviously we've seen Vipers, as well as Geckos. In fact, while we haven't really seen the most Geckos coming up today, I'm really curious to see if that is going to be happening. Gecko can bring a lot of value if you think about it, because of, I would say, the diversity that his utility can bring. Now, I think for a lot of people at home, or at least rather in solo queue, what they do with the Lil Bro is to have him plant. But I've seen so many, I think, pro players who decide against using the Lil Bro to plant, but instead using it to take up space. And I personally prefer that, because when you combine it with maybe the Raze Roomba, it can take up and clear out so many spaces, angles, or even in smokes.
Well, since I have the Lil Bro with me, you know, what does he say? Interesting. I agree with that. And he has a lot of words to say to you. You know, I like the Gecko pick just because of that potential, but the risk of running the Gecko is really just that lag time between your utility when you throw it and get info, so you can't have to pick it up. And the thing about Split is there's a lot of core. There's a lot of very claustrophobic spaces that can be lethal, so if you don't have the of your teammates' attention to, then it could be a problem. But as long as you condition the opposing team. If Alexi picks Sova here, she's a troll. I think she's a troll if she picks, but don't do it.
Let's see how it's gonna go here. For FULLSENSE Sapphire, I think they have an idea on how to approach this map. They are one of the strongest teams on this map. They understand how to play attack as well. Baby TZ has been one of the most phenomenal, I would say, sentinels we've seen on here. But I heard that, oh my god, what are you thinking, Raf?
Because Alexi was just hot Sova. I was like, don't do it. That's BM.
Yes, I agree with you.
BM.
I still prefer the Sky, I mean, even to a point Fade, because the clear is just so good. But what the Sky brings to the table is that extra top up in case you get chip damage. And I think on this map is just so susceptible to be chipped in a lot of situations.
That's true. I'm surprised there's no Viper on both these, on
Exactly.
Because like
Yeah, I was
Viper has
expecting
seen so much prominence. Yeah.
Okay, I really want to talk about Sentinels. Kohaibi on the Killjoy as well as Baby TZ on the Cypher. What can we expect from these two agents?
Well, on the side of Kohaibi, they're gonna have a lot more initiation and a little more advanced warning when it comes to the utility. Whereas Baby TZ is gonna have that lurk potential. I'm not necessarily a big fan of lurks on this map, particularly because again, the routes are so limited. You know, you go for both heavens, you still end up being front facing towards the defense anyway. If you go for a deep lurk, then you kind of get funneled.
Okay, so let's see how it's gonna go. As we know, FSS one of the strongest teams on this map. Whether or not SMG has prepared for this, ready or not, let's pass it over to the Reaver Phantom 2.0 and Zahk. Goodbye, little bro.
We are finally back, and it's time for either the last map or the comeback map of FSS. But before we start, of course, I want to do our biggest shout outs to all the viewers out there. Not quite sure if you can see it. All my shout outs right there. Princess Alexi, Let Ineri Sleep, hashtag FSS Win, your resident non-biased caster right here, and Let Ineri Sleep. I prepared everything, Zach. I'm sorry to say. I just cosplaying Ineri.
I think, I mean, after a game like that, I can completely understand the whole chill sleep thing. I would be tired if I like that, but I feel like Enery just doesn't run out of energy in game. She like uses everything, and after the game is done, she's just like, yeah, I'm gonna sleep, relax time. But anyway, for the, like you mentioned, it is a chance to really serious try and make a comeback happen. It's gonna be their map pick as well, so it's not really all bad for them. Although they're 2 maps down, that's gotta take a buff on, like a debuff on the map.
It do be like that though, but they have to come back. They don't have a choice. But at the same, to say the least here, Zach, the map right now picked again by FSS. So again, comfortability is there, and none other than that. So far, Margot has been performing really well on that lap just saw. Potential is definitely there. They have a double sentinel setup here in FSS side as well, so we can heavily gauge upon that too.
The problem is that the last teams faced off, they've already did that disengagement. It was a close game. It was 13-10, I think, the last open. But despite that, it's just a very aggressive push coming out already. Kohaimi being shot. That's going to be huge. Pain Show's doing quite up to Ginny, and that's going to be a rare whiff from Ineri. She's going to get shut down by Baby TZ.
And they would take control of it, little mistakes, little miss. Obviously, FULLSENSE will take advantage of what we have right now. 4v3 setup. Razi knows exactly there's gonna be that Sage in the corner. And Margot seems to be unstoppable as she takes in B side to plant the spike.
Bit of a change in the agent comp as well, expecting that double duelist again coming out of the side of SMG, but that's not going to be the case. You do see Reyna pick not coming into play this time around, and like you mentioned, 2v4 retake. 2 of the players on quite low, but Margot will be able to easy up, so it is effectively in 1 HP. They have so much utility to work with as well. They didn't even have to peek anything until the camera gets broken. You will be trying to push out of the smoke. It does work with, but the dodge is going to be impeccable. The fault line as well doing so much damage here. You see Alexi finding 1 kill, but 1 kill is all that she will get. I think today's have better should take, and they do instantly to boot.
Definitely true. Not other than that, this is exactly what FSS needs anyway, Zach. Those pistol rounds, we talked about it already. In the hands of SMG, a really strong pistol round we're looking at. And if they can take advantage of those little mishaps, especially the flashes as well coming in, not only that, but really checking out each and every corner here in a map like Split. Really big chance for now it all boils down to this second pistol that we currently have. SMG holding on to shorties here, 3 of them to be specific, and they're stacking up.
This here, if you don't check this, it's going to be very difficult. How to clear it, and Muffin is able to find that. He's still jumping with that shorty, finds a trade, but it's nevertheless an advantage is still in the favor of now Ginny with that Spectre towards farming up kills here. Kohaimi B4 scenario. I think that there is possibly a gun that she towards mid, but that's gonna probably be washed now with just a classic and heading back to try and make it out. Muffin and Ginny are quite low, so damage is possible here. But overall, it just seems like a rough round. Try to make work.
Yeah, they have a good post-plan scenario here set and ready for FULLSENSE. And again, Kohaimi needs to take this down 1 by 1. No movements, no aggression from FULLSENSE. They really want to make sure that the second round will also go in their favor as well as they can. They need up the points that they want to get here. And you see, FULLSENSE just moves away. They know it's not going to be more action on towards the site, and SMG, or rather Kohaimi to say the least, will die off from this spike detonating as well.
Well, at least she doesn't give them any extra ult points, so that's something that SM did well in this particular round. Now with their buy coming and they have to be a bit more careful because although the weapons are inherently more powerful, they have more range. Where there are a lot of these really close corners, tight angles, the Spectre and Bulldog can really shine. In the Spectre in particular, it's such a menace if you play your fight. Looking at the ultimates, it does seem like Ginny will have her Rolling Thunder online by that next round. Margot as well have their that win. And for the side of Crescent, seeing that they've managed to get so few kills, they're not going to have any ults really coming through. Although Alexi might find her Seekers pretty soon.
Maybe, but not really right on this round yet, to say the least. She has a guiding light in play. She moves away as well. Good timing when it comes to that, because muffing in towards Vent. She knew there was someone there, and SMG seems like doesn't want to fight this. They really want to give control towards Vents, not a problem, and maybe hand it down to the retake potential that they currently have. Again, multiple orbs coming in can stop them to their toes and maybe slow them down. Goes to he's really doing great, especially on the heaven take.
She manages to pick up. She didn't pick it up. Never mind. She doesn't pick up it up. As well from Baby TZ, just being an absolute menace here. Gonna have to devote time and resources to make sure that she's not gonna be flanking around a bit late. 2v4 scenario SMG to make this retake somehow work out already. You can see the position top of Raph given away either, so they don't know about Muffin. They're gonna be checking this or not. YB swings in the open, and that's gonna be coming in. The stun as well from Ginny, absolutely impeccable. And just like that, it's gonna be the bonus swinging in favor of Sapphire here. And like you mentioned, Taylor, this is their map pick. They look much more at home here. SMG, they look just a little bit lost, especially towards that B heaven area. An area has gone down so many times, and they're gonna have to kind of switch things around here.
They're playing around split the map itself, but not only that, the split of the players as well coming in from FULLSENSE is definitely there. They were able to push out Alexi from mid vents here. Not only that, again, she was caught off guard while trying to rotate. Taking space here for FULLSENSE and gaining control towards the site, very essential for them. Not only that, but to hold it as well. It is very important, as this kill that's gonna come from Baby TZ. Kohaibi quick on the trade though. It's still a 4v4, but Kohaibi, she was able to pick up that gun.
So at least something that went in the favor of SMG. Kohaibi though gonna be tagged up quite low, and with Alexi going down, that's gonna mean that she's not gonna get healed up either in this particular round. Now though, SMG, they're kind of like looking to take mid. They make sure they clear it out. There's already gonna be a fast flank coming in from the breach here. However, the spike itself on B side, it is gonna go down without too much trouble. And SMG, they're gonna find it very rough, especially with Camille going down like that.
They might have lost Baby TZ for the flank, but Polly really knows what exactly or what choke point she should hold here. Especially, it's still a 4-man setup from that post-plant position. Margot, yet again, good for the kill here on the initial. She knows there's going to be another one, and that's going to be Shirazi going down as well. It's all up to Ineri with a pistol and a 24 HP and a satchel to go away. But in the end, Margot stands tall, gets the triple, and cleans up the round.
Really clean work coming out there from Margot. It's just holding down the angle. Every single shot was a headshot, I think. And of course, who needs a tripler when you have Polly, right? It's even better. Polly shoots back. Either way, though, that was an eco for SMG. Now they're going to be having their buy again. They are very close to some major ults here. They don't have anything online quite yet, but both Alexi and Kohaibi can just pick up an orb and get theirs online. On the opposite side, Ginny 2 away from that Rolling Thunder that we talked about. The res available for Margot as well. They have just a bit more cards to play with, I think. And now it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade towards mid. Alexi gets the Seekers, but the res will come into play. And just like that, it's a 5v4 once again.
Not even of a level playing field here for SMG's side. They lose quite a big player here, which is Ineri already. And still, it's a 5v4 like you mentioned. They still have a Seekers that Alexi can use if she wants to, if they need to get that intel as well. But I'm quite sure the guiding light is coming up as well. This gives intel information they have to hit already. FULLSENSE Again, trying to dismiss the traps away here. Alexi, good again on the kill. Again, the repositionings coming in from FULLSENSE is definitely there. It's still a 4v4. Trailblazer out. Seekers connecting completely. Is there going to be a follow-up on the kills, as there is a resmoke as well?
Why be able to find a kill through that gap in the wall? Although Baby TZ finds the trade here. Numbers firmly in favor of SMG as Shirazi finds not one, not two, but all 3 kills by the end of it. They're going to be able to get their first round on the board. And just heroics coming out from the entire team here. Alexi, of course, finding that first kill towards mid and the second onto site. And after that, Shirazi at the end just going huge. Either way, that's going to be a round where only the Seekers were used. Kohabi will have her lockdown since she found that kill. So I think SMG, they might be able to play for a retake. But I think the biggest pain point here, Taylor, is this B heaven. Because so far, almost every single round, I think every single round so far, in fact, Ineri has just not been able to hold it by herself. She's being shut down consistently. And that might be something that, oh my god, they need to really change. Poly takes quite a bit of a dink here. And they did change it. Look at Ineri's pushing.
They're still waiting around the smokes as well. It's more of, this is the map that we actually see SMG take it a little bit slower. Not much of aggressiveness. If they do, Ineri is immediately caught off guard. But look at this, 2 people trying to go down from vents. Even Muffin left with 13 HP. 2-to-1 trade is definitely there. But again, Muffin goes for another pick off here. I guess that wasn't a kill really on Muffin. It was just more of a really big tag towards her.
Yeah, that's gonna give FSS the advantage in the numbers situation. Now Baby TZ has to try and win this fight. However, Kamiyu strikes back. Once again, it's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade, leaving the situation in a 2v2. However, Lexi just ready for these fights, finds the timing onto Ginny as she puts down the Rolling Thunder, and Muffin with 30 HP has so much work to do here, knows the position of these players, but Kamiyu is just gonna swing out and find that kill. SMG, they seem to have it re-synergized here.
Kamiyu pushing away Alexi. It is gonna be my defuse. It is gonna be my orb. She's just one orb away anyway for that ult yet again. 4-2 is gonna be the scoreline here. FULLSENSE, again, they have a better positioning when it comes to the post plan. It just so happened that they weren't able to think that Alexi is gonna come by as well from behind. And to think about it, FULLSENSE, the post plans we're looking at, especially here in Split, it seems to be stronger compared to those rounds or those games we saw from a while ago. And I feel like we might be even seeing them have an upper hand here against SMG, really. Muffin, again, a showstopper here in the side. No one really to find. Good analysis from SMG so far, because they just want to run away from that, give the space.
They expected the showstopper.
Yeah.
I think that's why they're playing it so slowly now. Ineri pushing up towards Ram, trying to isolate these fights. Finds the first, gets the second as well. That's the Ineri we know and love. Has a showstopper of her own right now. Finds Margot off the back of that, finally shut down by that Angels from Muffin. But it's just going to be Muffin left alone in that 1v4. Does find that first pickup, but Shirazi is there for the trade. Reliable as always. And that will be SMG finding their 3rd round on the board here on this defensive side. You know, talking about that particular round, like you mentioned, the read from SMG, right? They expected that showstopper from Muffin. They were like, you can have the site, we'll play retake, it's okay. They have the lockdown from Kohabi as well. They didn't even need it though, because Ineri just went into full fire mode. I know like the hashtag was let Ineri sleep, but she is definitely not sleeping now. That's all I gotta say. She woke up, her eyes are open, her gun is popping.
Yeah, woke up to play Valorant, sleep, Valorant. Probably in her dreams, she's still playing Valorant up until this point. But Muffin, you have to give her credits on that round. She did so much. Not only that, the paint shells perfectly connecting towards Ineri to stop her, really. To say the least, she was able to get 1 kill away from that showstopper in the end. But it's nice to see, to put a stop onto that kind of scenario. But again, if you have only Muffin really left compared to a 1v3 scenario, it's gonna be difficult. Strength by numbers is what SMG is playing at. FSS, they have utilities here to play around for intel, but they have to get a kill rather.
Oh, that's gonna be the Rolling Thunder. And Neri tries to swing out and capitalize, but Muffin just able to bonk her in the head there. Now the Neural Theft coming out for FSS. They're gonna know where these remaining players are. Kamiyu dodging the stun. They're gonna know where the Omen is as well. But Shirazi, despite not connecting the Paranoia, still being an absolute menace on site. Finally, Ginny able to shut her down. 3v2 situation. Baby TZ on the lurk as always. Once again, just demonstrating the value that she has on the Cypher. Kamiyu and Alexi now in a 2v3 situation. Baby TZ having lurked all the way through A will give the call to rotate instead, and they are going to do exactly that. Now Alexi and Kamiyu together have to try and clear out so much space because you saw where Baby TZ was when she got that kill. They're gonna have to be very careful and slow about how they do this. Do check Heaven as well, but everybody is just gonna be on and around site.
This can be trouble. These two players really like playing alongside or beside each other and really quick on the trades. They have to be really careful as Baby TC is already low. But Ginny, good on the initial shot here. Good trade-off coming in from Kamiyu. But in the end, it's a 3v1 situation. 5-3 and FULLSENSE takes a round yet again against SMG here. A little scary for SMG's side. You can see the uncomfortability, a slight uncomfortability in the plays that we're looking at. It seems like they're reacting more with how FULLSENSE is playing rather than controlling what's happening.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, they're being very patient and methodical about this. However, that last round, I'm sorry, I have to make a correction. Muffin was on that lurk through mid. There wasn't everybody on site. My bad, guys. But either way, SMG, once again, their economy, it's going to be on its last legs. In fact, Kohibi only has a Sheriff to work with. I mean, I say only a Sheriff, but Kohibi is like a Sheriff demon, so it makes sense.
True.
You do see the little bit of shuffling around of players once again. This time Alexi, instead of towards mid, will be positioned towards that A side to give Kohibi a nice helping hand. They're expecting this lurk from Baby TZ, I think, and off the back of that, it's just going to be B main control. Taking an area with a beautiful crest headshot. Kohibi as well says, this time you're not getting in my spawn, Mr. Cypher. Boom, goes the Sheriff, and that's going to be a gun and a kill.
Headshot with an ADS even. The flash, really good. Again, with a Paranoia, this pushes out players from FSS to move and back off. B, is it going to be a taking for them as Muffin shuts down too? This can open up the side for them to take, but I think it's going to be a rotation. Kohibi patiently waiting already. She has a Vandal in her hand as well. This can be deadly if not played correctly. They know it's going to be the drop, and that's going to be Kohibi shutting completely or shutting FSS completely down.
Yeah, Inari getting that opener was huge, but just Kohibi denying that lurk, picking up that rifle and holding down the fort here. Impeccable work, and this is the adaptation that we wanted to see from SMG, right? After the 4 rounds where they were playing Inari towards Heaven, it wasn't working out for them. They put, I believe, Kamiyu on that part of the map instead, and along with the utility from Shirazi on the Omen, it's just so much stalling power that is available towards that mid area of the map, and that adaptation has served them really, really well over the course of this round. In fact, Kohibi, you know, she's had that lockdown for like 5 rounds now. She hasn't even needed to use it, but Muffin, having gotten her showstopper online once again, will be going for that A side, and once again, SMG, they've just left it open. Like, take it, guys, it's okay. Have a nice life.
They're aware. They're hyper aware of all the utilities being played out here. And instead, the answer is going to be a lockdown. Someone's shooting towards Kamiyu, but Shirazi is there to the rescue. Kamiyu goes still for a quick stuns here. Quick flashes coming in. Shirazi good for the kill yet again. And Muffin detained. Not going to be a Tondo Gaming for the time being, but it's still a 2v1 situation. Baby TZ goes for another with a triple already. Kohibi is defusing. Halfway there. She sticks, but she still gets the kill!
Kohibi does not miss in these situations. That was actually insane. She sticks half, tries to go for it all the way, and Baby TZ swings out of the smoke, but not able to finish that kill. 30 HP left, 1 bullet away from her demise, and Kohibi will be able to clinch that round. I'm very sad we didn't see a Tondo there, Taylor. I'm very sad. It was right there!
It was... Too much is happening, you know? Like, too much was happening. There are still some people alive in the end. They didn't know where Baby TZ yet was.
They had three Filipino players. Where's the Tondo? Where's the Tondo?
You gotta play it safe. You know they're taking this game seriously, definitely, because you don't see it. But I'll revoke the Filipino card later on. Let's see what happens in the next following rounds. A little scary in the hands of SMG now as the adjustments are really doing quite well.
Yeah, the power of Adobo not quite kicking in yet, I guess. Instead, it's gonna be FULLSENSE Sapphire kind of going in for a mid play. Again, the revamp coming out of SMG. This time around, it is going to be the Killjoy utility along with the fault line to try and buy some time. Nobody really swinging off the back of it, although Baby TZ once again on the slurk play, able to find not one but two kills. Okay, Baby TZ, that's gonna open up the B site, and off the back of that, it's gonna leave SMG in a very, very rough spot. They do have the From the Shadows to work with, but with that neural theft coming into play, Baby TZ putting it down, they're gonna know exactly where these remaining players are. And once again, Muffin just playing this absolutely cringe angle, doing so much damage to Shirazi here. 15 HP left.
He has been doing that for multiple
my God, a
times. That's
satchel kill.
why they wanted to hop out and actually kill Muffin already. But then there was a satchel, there was utility play in action there. FULLSENSE, they use up their abilities here to get that upper hand. Not only that, even the fault line that was thrown by Kamiyu as well didn't really hit the timing when it comes to the spike being planted. So it really didn't delay the hands, or it really didn't get the favor in the hands of SMG throughout that map. The neural theft was also used, gives out every intel possible to know exactly where they're gonna be. FULLSENSE, they might be, or we might be looking at 7-5 or 6-6 here, Zach. An eco disadvantage for SMG, to say the least.
Last round, not much to work with, so it is gonna be Muffin satcheling in once again, gets a pristine headshot onto Shirazi, although Kamiyu with the Sheriff swings back. Now this Judge comes into play. It's gonna make things very dangerous, and Eri with only a Judge to work with, trying to do her best to find these kills, but this time around, it's gonna be Polly finding that damage instead. Now 3 players left for SMG, one of them with just a Sheriff, the Resurrection as well, and it's gonna come down to YB and Polly, who between them find so much, and that was a 2v4 that we just saw there, Tayrawr. It wasn't on screen, but it was in that kill feed. What an insane play coming out of SMG. They were 0-4 down, but they end the half at 6-6, and now they're gonna be the ones on attack here. But before that, let's see what our panelists have to say.
Thanks very much, ladies. And now we're back here to the halftime. This is so good. Now, we talked about how for FSS, this map is basically their bread and butter. Their map is where they play. This is their turf. But they are having such a hard time taking away from SMG. Well, it looked like in the first, I believe, in the first 5 rounds, it was heavily skewed toward FSS's side. I had a lot of questions here on how exactly FSS took those attack moments in the first 5 rounds.
Well, for starters, I've mentioned this many times in the past, and I'm sure a lot of people will agree, and Split really is the map of Thailand. Like, it's just undeniable. It's been proven time and time again. And just to go on your question, Tash, the way that they've been using mid once again as a conditioning tool to pull so much attention, we've seen those latter rounds really have SMG to go on retake mode. They have, I believe there's 1 player ropes, 2 players male, and they just kind of have to go for the safe rotate, hoping that their anchor towards A Heaven will hold strong and avoid the verticality and the presence of FULLSENSE. And another thing FULLSENSE has been doing, so now they know that SMG has been hyper reactive to any pressure towards mid. They've been taking those choke fights with so much confidence. You see Baby TZ swing out of B main for absolutely no reason, hits those shots, open up the side for the rest of her team, while Muffin is also, doing Muffin things. And I think 6-6 at the half is a very, very good scoreline, especially starting off on attack.
Yeah, and now we're going to the more, I would say, heavily favored situation, which is on defense. Now, we all know that in terms of defense, FSS has better hold in terms of how they play their utility, how they move, and how they rotate. Let's see how exactly Team SMG will be taking this away, or whether or not FSS will be taking it to Comeback City. So gonna toss it over back to our fellow casters here, Zach and Tay. Go ahead.
First half is definitely done. 6-6 is the score, and maybe Raph is actually right. It's a map, you know, we had the Filipino map a while ago. Now we have a map that is for Thailand. You know, they're really good in this map, to be fair, even in a normal VCT circuit.
Yeah, I think we should start assigning maps by nationality, but I think that this is just a paper Rex map in my opinion. But that's just me. Either way, though, SMG now on the attack here. We saw how aggressive they got on some of those rounds on defense. Let's see how they do when they're on the opposite side. You do see a bit of a split play coming in. It is split, of course. That's what you want to really see here. 3 players towards mid, just probably waiting for the wall to break or for Margot to just peek her head out. Instead, though, it's gonna be the camera just watching all of these angles. Baby TZ ready to go, and having not spotted any players, I think she'll be able to give the information that all of this was just kind of like a fake play. They did rotate in, but they're very quick to rotate back to that B side to give Polly the much needed backup here, especially with that wall about to break. It finally does, and that's the cue for SMG to charge on and strike. They're taking heaven right now. Margot kind of isolated here. 3 players, too much for her to contend with. The paranoia, though, from Polly is impeccable. The flash, however, balances it from Mew, and it's just the kills going in favor of this SMG squad. Kuhaibi mows them down, and it's just Neri left to find that final kill. SMG back to winning their pistol rounds in style here, and they get the plant as well, so that's a little bit of extra money in the bank.
Too fast, too furious. That's how we know SMG anyway. They play quite fast, and they've shown it again here on the attack. The fault line might not be or didn't connect completely towards that Sage in the corner or towards Margot, but in the end, they were able to take on the kills here, knowing that FULLSENSE as well. They were gauging on utility coverage compared to the gun coverage, and having that goes again in the hands of players like Kuhaibi, Shirazi, and Neri, Alexi, and Cameo as well. Quite deadly. Here on the second pistol round, though, Kuhaibi already with an upgrade. It's gonna be a crossfire, but immediately shut down yet again from the side of SMG as they take on mid control. They want to clear out hell, and that exactly they do. They even have a sustain coming in here from the sky.
Remaining.
Yeah, like they even need it at this point. It's just every single player popping off across the board. It's gonna be a flawless for the side of SMG here as they now take the lead. They started off this map at such a disadvantage, but they were quick to bounce back, and I don't think they even took a timeout. And now off the back of that, they're gonna have Kuhaibi with that rifle in this particular round with the buy that she went for. Also only 1 away from that lockdown, so that's gonna be a major ult that SMG might be able to have online, and that's an 8-point ult right now, Taylor. The fact that she has it in 2 rounds basically is absolutely insane to me.
She got majority of the
20 and
kills.
8.
All right.
20 and 8. What?
Kuhaibi, this is my as they call it, Kuhaibi my idol, is what they're gonna say. But look at this, Kuhaibi. Is she gonna get one? Only 1 is all she gets here as she was bombarded by players coming in from FULLSENSE side. 1-to-1 trade, though, as Polly is already away as well. They don't have that Omen smokes or any smoke at all, to say the least, on the defense here. That's gonna be quite difficult for the delaying factor, but not a problem, as Margot would say. She shuts down an area here quick on their feet. It's still a 4v3.
Numbers advantage finally in the favor of Sapphire. Alexi able to pick up a Guardian, but while going for that upgrade, Muffin is able to find the timing and compartmentalize and get the kill. Now only 2 players remain for the side of SMG. It's not any of them with a rifle either. I see a Guardian and a Spectre in their hands. If they can do a little bit of damage, that would be nice, but a 2v4, sorry. Honestly, SMG could probably do it if they play their cards right. They just have to get into the right positions. They look to go into heaven right now. Muffin, paint shell's ready in hand. It's gonna toss it down. Isn't gonna really connect with Shirazi. The Camille takes quite a chunk of damage. Tripwire as well. And the aftershock to boot will isolate Camille in that fight, and she will be shut down. Now a 1v4 for Shirazi here. Spike drops. 10 seconds left on the clock. It might be better to just try and find some damage here, but that's gonna be a round for Sapphire.
Yeah, that's gonna be a good round coming in from Sapphire, despite them really not having that big of a round, to say the least. they still pulled it off quite efficiently as well. Really just holding on the choke points here. Not other than that, Margot connecting her shots. This just allows them to remove Ineri out of the equation. Not only that, there was no follow-up coming in from SMG's side as well to really make a trade happen here. 8-7, just a 1-point lead for SMG's side. They have a lockdown now in the hands of Kohaibi, who's doing amazing right now. But to say the least, Muffin as well is also getting their shots in. Margot is firing up as well. And let's see if she managed to pick off one on the corner. That's going to be the first initial pickoff, and Mamba out it is.
That is a huge one as well. With Shirazi being shut down, they're going to have no more smokes for the rest of the round. They're just going to be forced to play with whatever utility that they have remains. They do have the lockdown available on Kohaibi, so that might definitely be a factor in this. But now, in the first 10 seconds of the round, once again, losing your controller is never a good sign here. SMG playing quite split up. You do have Kohaibi on the lurk as always, now calling for a rotation. Only 2 players on this A side, but Pauly just standing ready with the paranoia might throw such a damper into the plans. The moment they hear a bit of sound on the side, it is just gonna be the paranoia hitting all 3 of them squarely in the face if they're not careful. 45 seconds left. Margot finding the kill on the crossfire. Paranoia coming out, spawning out multiple players, and that might trigger a rotation from the rest of the squad.
You can see SMG plays a lot of hide and seek. They're really quick on hiding after that paranoia as well. Still a 5v3 in favor of FSS here. If they only just relax a little bit as well, they can still have full control of the map. But it seems like top or heaven is actually given away as they shut down one. Again, they want to clear out all the angles here, and they only have a few seconds to do so. 8 seconds to plant a spike, not going to be enough to really clear out and get those kills in. FULLSENSE, they're pacing the game right now. They're deciding what pace we are playing.
They really are, and the fact is that they have so much utility that really lets them get free information across the map here. Apart from that, they're just exploring and getting kills themselves, but even otherwise, like for example on that A side, they have that Sage wall to kind of deny it. They're not really playing a very heavy presence towards mid, apart from that one round where 3 players kind of push through. But aside from that, it is just going to be them chilling, for lack of a better phrase, on their respective sides. You have the Cypher trips, the Sage walls, the flashes for intro from their sky, the flashes and stun from their breach coming into play, and of course Pauly with the perfect paranoias that's going to be there. So just a lot of utility that they're using pretty well. On the opposite side though, it does seem like SMG, they're going to be calling a timeout here, going to be forced to play into an eco. They do have that lockdown once again. They haven't used it. I think we only saw it being used once in the previous half as well, despite Kohaibi getting it quite early. And I feel like Ineri is just not having the best time on this game on that Raze role. She was popping off on Neon and Jet, but on Raze, maybe she's just out of practice. I don't know. It just seems like a very tough game for her.
If you think about it as well, for FULLSENSE in this defense anyway, you mentioned it already. The utility is also a little bit too much in the hands of SMG. The double sentinel isn't helping at all when it comes to this defense as well. But this shots coming in from Shirazi will definitely help out SMG in making things a little bit more favorable for them. Successfully going away, but at what cost? Majority of them quite low, or rather 2 players quite low on the HP. They have Alexi for the sustain anyway, but they are gonna need to rotate, and it might be an A hit anytime soon.
Baby TZ gonna be alone on sites, does have the Cypher utility to work with the smoke as well to buy even more time in case the team wants to rotate over. And the problem is that despite that gun being taken away from Sapphire, there was no way for them to really pick up. Now the push comes onto the side here, being stunned out by that Trailblazer is huge. And Eri finds the Vandal off the back of that, and now that they have 2x to 2 players advantage, they're gonna be investing the lockdown as well to buy even more time, and it will be respected. It is forced to get respected by these players on Sapphire.
Look at this post plan. They're ready to throw any utility they can think of, but this showstopper, it can hurt in the end though. A quick shutdown from Ineri, very impactful, even if she's not getting majority of the kills here, but the important ones That's what they get.
flawless-
A thrifty even in
A
this
flawless
specific
thrifty?
round. It's a thrifty.
A flawless thrifty in this economy. All right, that timeout definitely did SMG some favors here. And you see much more coordination and utility coming up. This was just a nasty shot from the Neri. The expectation of that showstopper maybe on that angle. No gun, just the ult in hand. Couldn't quite see a Neri either. The wall took most of the damage, and SMG, they're suddenly right back into this, swinging hard. Gotta give them a little bit of a buffer on that economy as well, since they kept all of their players and were mostly able to pick up upgrades. Now, heavy A presence here from them. It's a bit of a default, but they instantly break that wall, so that's gonna force two of these players to play on side. And once again, Kohaibi just be an absolute menace towards mid. Last time she had 3 players, it was just 1 kill coming in for her. This time it's about 1.5, although I think Muffin can get a heal from Margot.
Yeah, definitely she can take a heal here, but at the same time, Pauly, very typical paranoia play here on ramps as well. They go for a re-smoke. And coming in, if you think about it, the take that SMG is doing here, especially if you stay on site, they can clear it out quite fast. Paranoia plus the Trailblazer is already a problem. But look at this. Because of that re-smoke, it helped a lot in the hands of FULLSENSE. Smoke dissipates and the kill comes in as Muffin shuts down the last player in SMG's side.
Once again, just that towards that A main area, right? If you break it down, it just seemed like there was no coordination coming out of the SMG side, unfortunately. Of course, that re-smoke as well, like you mentioned, pushing out of it, dry pushing out of it is going to make things very rough. Alexi did use the flash before that, so she probably thought it was clear, but on that A side, Pauly and Margot, they have been such a menace with the amount of utility they have between them. The wall, the slow orbs, the paranoia, the re-smokes. It's just so difficult for SMG to find any kind of purchase on one of these sites unless they find that kill immediately off the bat. Talking about off the bat, though, it's going to be a Neri trying to satchel over the wall, maybe deny it from going down, but instead it's going to be Pauly swinging out and finding the free kill. And once again, 10 seconds into the round, it's going to be SMG at a disadvantage.
It's like watching a replay. They go for a re-smoke again towards ramps. Are they gonna fight it or rotate this time? And it seems to be more of a rotation side. They learn from their mistakes apparently, but Baby TZ not yet done and over with. A Shirazi good for the trade yet again. 3v4 situation. Paranoia being set up already. We might be seeing a B hit here, but it's a triple stack towards B in the hands of FSS. This might be difficult, especially they have a Rolling Thunder as well.
They have the rest on Margot. I think you could see her considering if she wanted to get it or not. And because of that factor, SMG are probably looking to get onto this particular site instead. They want to deny that ultimate coming through, making a bad situation even worse. I think they're looking to just bait the kill at the very least. They've cut the noise, and if they swing out, they might be able to just run into a firing squad. SMG have the read, and they make the play. Muffin trying her best to staunch the bleeding here, but Alexi will keep her from getting more than one. And suddenly, what was a 3v5 situation for the side of FSS just completely turns into a 1v2. This is still doable from Pauly's side, but it's gonna make very, very difficult for her. Knows the position of Alexi at the very least from that Trailblazer, but she's repositioned once again towards this spike side, and Pauly just doesn't check the corner. Alexi will find that kill, and that's gonna be a round once again coming in for SMG.
I've got your trail.
Not only that, but it was all about the patience game and getting those trade-offs. Once you know that this rest was a bait anyway, there was no re-smokes any longer, there was no wall that can be used at that point. They really went for that dry respawn or rest coming in from the stage as well. And obviously, SMG would fight. It just so happens they won the fight out there. The bait just didn't work out in the favor of FSS. They managed to, move the first chess piece compared to SMG, and they just reacted. 10-9, I would say not too bad for FULLSENSE, especially after that round. But again, they had the Rolling Thunder prepared in case there was an entry that's gonna happen or if that's bound to happen. Didn't get to utilize the flashes as well. So it's more of like they got shooked from the paranoia and reacted to that thinking that they are already inside the site, but it wasn't like that as well. It was more of just outplaying psychologically each other out.
they cut the noise. So I feel like, you know, from Margot's side at least, it just seemed like there was a rotation. She expected the rotation to come in, maybe like a lurker or two waiting for the res. But either way, all the gunfights just went in favor of SMG, even if they expected it. So dry fight versus dry fight, not a take that you really want to do. Now it's going to be the judge coming into play here. Muffin doing quite...
And also because at the same time, since she was far off here as well, Zach, to think about it, they just go back away from that paranoia, from the blind coming in. This is gonna be a showstopper, settling in on the side though, caught on the trap. It's gonna be a Neri. Now with the neural death, this gives away every info, every intel you could ever think of. Margot to take advantage of that, already with a triple kill here. It's gonna be a manslaughter towards B main, as the only remaining player is gonna be Alexi in this 1v4 situation. She has to wait, she has to reload as well. And the spike dropped in front in B. Going in for the flash. Alexi knows there's gonna be someone, and that is very, very common anyway, and usual, as the spike is already on the site. It's more of just playing around the time that we have here. Ginny didn't use that ult as well.
Left.
And Alexi, again, it's angle isolation. It's a firing squad. Full sense takes the round, making things 10 to 10.
We fight once again.
Looking at this replay as well, knowing that the traps were set, especially coming in from the Cypher, this was the perfect setup for them to take. They weren't able to clear out the angles first. Not only that, it was a satchel in play anyway. And up until the very end, patience is key, and good stronghold positions is what FULLSENSE has. We still have a Rolling Thunder in play in Ginny's hands. We still have the Form of the Shadows and Shirazi's as well, who's, by the way, doing really, really great when it comes to the kills. And now, it's still a quiet round. Very patient coming in from both teams, waiting for that wall to completely be broken down. And maybe an X factor, a surprise factor comes into the table here as we wait. Little bit of a peek, little bit of a jump peek. It's more of really just waiting for this wall to be broken down right now for the side of FULLSENSE. They are prepared to take on the battle though, if it so happens. Slow orb, just perfect timing, and this Patience might hurt a lot. That's gonna be completely deciphered by FULLSENSE. The play completely read. A flawless round indeed for FULLSENSE. Sapphire here. Good on the rounds so far, especially on the economy-wise of SMG side. It's a little bit difficult now as they swing back and forth with an eco disadvantage and then another buy and then going for an eco yet again. But anyway, FULLSENSE, stick with me guys, as Zach is still coming back. But don't worry, I got you. I got every one of you. No worries. Biggest shoutouts to you anyway. And to Japeeps, who's also watching right now. 10-11 is the score. Go Hy-Vee! So you just want to take control of mid as usual. Margot, on the other hand, same positioning here onto A main as we've seen from the previous rounds as well. She was able to capitalize on that positioning a lot of times. But it's more of a patience game. They try to spot someone on the smoke and maybe even a bit of aggressive positioning. But honestly, at this point of the game, no one wants to aggress. No one wants to get into an aggressive position. They still wait for the smoke. It's either a smoke or it's either the wall off the stage. Polly prepared for that paranoia. Seeker's out for the time being for SMG. This takes Polly and she has to move away. Respect what FSS is doing right now, and even SMG as Shirazi open up to the side here. Polly goes for the trade 2-1, but Alexi is already in as she takes the trade off back. Rolling Thunder has been used. There's still a showstopper about to play in the future. If they gonna use it, that's the question. As 2v1 situation, Alexi or Princess Alexi wouldn't be able to take it this time. Match point it is for the side of FULLSENSE. Sapphire here. Just one round away and we're gonna see another map. Welcome to my podcast. Welcome to my stream.
Yep, and Tash is here to
Tash, you're
replace
here?
Zach for a little while. I'm
Why?
excited. I'm excited.
I want to
so
do it
apparently-
alone. What do
you wanna do
you
it
mean?
alone?
What?
Regardless, I'm really excited. I've been watching the entire thing, and I really want to break this down. Coming into this game, I think it's really exciting that FULLSENSE Sapphire has pretty much an idea on how exactly to approach this defensive side, taking so many rounds away from SMG.
Definitely true. Aside from that, they weren't able to still use up the showstopper here as well, Tash. So they still have that in their favor. They do have the rest as well in the hands of Margot. So far, FULLSENSE Sapphire is doing really, really, really well, especially here on the defense. And that double sentinel might have helped a lot.
Yeah, and on top of that, a change in pace comes through from these two teams. We have seen a lot of holes here beside the box over on mid. It does provide a nice crossfire, but in a lot of situations, we see them push out very, very slowly but surely. Either a dry peek, but utils will be used out. The Roomba will not be finding anyone, but Lexi clears it out at the very least. A flash, no follow-up quite yet, just to give some information, but look at this quick initiation into the site. But despite all these utils, no follow-up quite yet.
An immediate TP out is the answer, though. And Eri, the showstopper connected there, but in the end, just big
30
damage
seconds left.
towards her side. Not guaranteed the kill, but Margot can still heal herself up. No more slow orbs here to really deny the push coming in from SMG. What a kill coming in from Hybe as well.
down,
SMG, they want to open up a side here, but again, the
remaining.
disadvantage when it comes to the guns, it really does take a toll. Alexi yet again left alone. 9 seconds to make a clutch happen. Princess Alexi, is she gonna do it? 2v1. 3 seconds left.
found.
And from behind, that's gonna be Ginny. FULLSENSE Sapphire takes a map yet again away from SMG.
Too close, despite the fact that we would have seen that it was supposed to be a heavily sided map here to FULLSENSE Sapphire. Team SMG still manages to break it down, but however, it's not enough to take it away. The full control FULLSENSE have on this map is a little bit too much, but Zahk is now here throwing it back.
Wow. Whoa. Were you thrown in the void?
Online. But anyways, so that was a very, very exciting map to say the least. I was still watching on my phone with the delay on YouTube, so all good. But either way, that was a map being taken away from SMG's side. It was a close one. Last time SMG 13-10, but this time it's going to be Sapphire taking it instead, and they did it super well. Honestly, I'm kind of glad that because that means we get more Valorant from these girls.
That's true. We're still in for another map here at Game Changers. It's not yet over as we look into it. It's a best of 5 series, and it's currently a 2-1 scoreline when it comes to that series as well. But to break down what happened exactly here on map number 3, which is Split, I'll throw in to Mike, Twin, and Tash as well to talk about what happened on that map. Tash and Raph, how is it going there?
Definitely very exciting, given the fact that I had to do panel and cast for a little while. Thank you for that, Zach. Had a good time on there. But let's talk a little bit about this particular map. Now, I was really hoping, or just thinking, that FULLSENSE Sapphire would just take it away entirely when it came to the second half. But we didn't see that until I think toward the middle side. We start to see a back and forth here. But what exactly did FULLSENSE do to control the rhythm and tempo and put SMG in a situation where they're not able to enter the site?
Well, there you go, rhythm and tempo, and they've been pretty much shuffling where they want to fight. Again, there was a lot of presence towards the chokes if they really wanted to go for that, but there were also times where, since they knew they were freezing SMG already, they were just gonna wait inside, burn out the clock. Actually, I feel like Split, at least in this series, has come down to so many times where the round timer is on its last 30 seconds, and FSS, they've really shown their mastery of the map. I love how there were very, very rare overextensions from them. And as we mentioned, right, we talked about all the problems that FSS were dealing with in the first 2 maps, but those were all alleviated coming into Split.
I think what's more interesting was the fact that I think throughout these 3 maps played, Muffin has been I would say heavy hitter for FULLSENSE Sapphire. Her multi-frag potential as well as her little
yeah.
micro movements and aim has allowed for a lot of isolation, which really disables the crossfire that SMG has to work with each other. On top of that, her sprays always good for a 2, and I'm just really curious to see what exactly SMG's answer is. But on the other side of the coin, we also see Kohybe answering in the same way. Now, while we did see Kohybe's really, I would say, big impact on this map, especially on defense, I'm wondering for attack, what exactly has been SMG's, I would say, cracks that FSS has been taking advantage of?
Once again, FSS just a little bit more active in comparison to SMG. If you have also noticed that there were a lot of times where SMG would be surrounded, which is very, very, I would say, uncharacteristic for them, because it's usually them who play a lot looser, a little more greedy with the map control, and again, playing off those big reads. But FULLSENSE Sapphire, and you already mentioned, Muffin has been so consistent throughout the series. We have not seen a dip in her performance, whether it's been a win or a loss on the maps.
Yeah, and I think what's more interesting about Muffin is that while she does have support from her teammates, but there is a lot of situations where she's able to just react on her own. She doesn't really have to wait for those utils to come in to really, I would say, really just push out. Now, coming back to the situation on where the second half was, we saw a lot of utility thrown out by SMG, whether it be flashes or even just, you know, the, I would say, the clear outs with the Roomba. But we didn't really see an answer or a follow-up to that. Why do you think that was a thing?
Well, another thing is that on the side of FSS, although it wasn't very deep lurks, they've also established like multiple fronts where they're attacking. So a lot of those clearing, it doesn't necessarily confirm if that was the death ball or the lurk. So SMG, they had to divvy up their attention towards whether it be yet another aggressive lurk, or again, is this truly the bulk of the damage that they're planning on doing?
Regardless, that was a very, very close map here where FSS was able to take it back. After this is going to be another map from SMG. Whether or not FSS will have an answer to this is a question as we go to a break. After this, more Valorant coming to you.
One enemy remaining. There. One enemy remaining.
Rest.
One enemy remaining.
Drop.
Hit.
Here comes the party.
One enemy remaining. There. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down.
Eliminate. Your duty is not done.
Spike down. B. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Spike.
Just when you thought that SMG was just gonna run away with it, FSS manages to press the brakes and put a halt to their momentum, taking away Split from their hands. Now at a 2-1 score, we are gonna be going to a fourth map, and it is going to be Bind, a now reworked map with some changes. Raf, what do you think we'll be seeing from both these teams?
Well, I think this map is definitely going to pick up the pace if Split was a lot measured and a lot more calm. Bind is a map that allows itself for a lot of mobility, especially with the new teleporter rework. So that being said, there's going to be a lot more emphasis towards both the side lanes of the map per se. And I feel like this is going to be very, very good for the side of SMG. But of course, all the FULLSENSE fans out there have no fear. Maybe the reverse sweep is coming. I mean, as Tayrawr and Zahk have been talking about for the last 5 minutes or so, it really is doable because, again, guys, FSS, this roster is comprised of champions, not just from, again, in the recent years, but from long ago. So they have that heart and they're not going to just take this lying down.
Yeah, now when we talk about Bind, it is a very, I would say, more tricky map because of those teleporters, but it is a little bit more understandable or easier to figure out if a person teleported or whether it's going to be utility. There's so many different ways of using your utility with the teleporters. We've seen, some guiding lights come through, flashing from, from all the way from A all the way to, B hookah. We've seen that happen depending on how quickly the team can react. Now, if we remember properly, Bind is still very much, I would say, a little bit more heavily sided toward defense, but attack is much doable as the chokes have been made a little bit more wider. But in your opinion here, which teams would have value? Do we have would a team that controls momentum and very much has a clean hold and play like FSS would take the lead? Or would SMG's firepower have an advantage on this map?
Oh, that's a tricky question because I've said it before, and choke fights are so important on this map because of the way you have to enter the site. There's really not a lot of space where you can do a lot of footsies. So raise nades and Astra utility is going to bring so much value on the table, and that flash for, again, the sky pick that I'm assuming is going to get taken later is going to be that much more deadly. So if FSS can time their utility properly, then those gunfights are going to be moot. But that's the thing about SMG, right? Despite being down 2-3 players, the last 3 are going to pick it up and just start going crazy. So with that being said, FSS also have to identify when they have to step back and just let SMG do their thing and wait for an opportunity to punish them.
And now, if we saw on Split, we did see a comeback from SMG on the defensive side, where when situations call for a retake, it felt like SMG did a lot better compared to taking on these fights near the choke a lot more. So I'm wondering if that will be the case here for Bind, or will it be more of a space take? Now, if you talk about space take, I'm talking about pushing out A main, taking out space here in showers, or even pushing out B long. But how would FSS answer that?
So again, when we talk about the choke fights, right, it's to really goad the opposing team to burn their utility first. That way, if they have to take the site, it's going to be a raw duel, which I believe SMG don't really have any qualms. But looking at the lineups here, it looks like SMG is gonna go the Harbor way. I'm not entirely sure.
I think they had a good run with Harbor. They had a good run with Harbor the last time they were on this map, and I think I understand why. Because the amount of space that the high tide can take, of course with the cascade as well to push them out throughout main, gives them a lot of value. Think of it as like how you push out Pearl previously with the Harbor.
I was just a little worried because it didn't look like Kohibi was going to play the Viper, so I was like, solo Harbor, that's a very, very bold move.
Exactly.
But again, SMG, we talked about the raw gunfights, going for the double duelist, so again, the pacing.
Wait, hold up. No Sentinel for SMG. What's your thought of this?
I think no Sentinel on Bind is common also now. It's usually double controller, double ini. Double duelist is also very, very common. And that's just telling me that SMG have to be the more aggressive team here, which 9 times out of 10 they are.
They prefer that anyway. They definitely embody W gaming here, at least for the game changer situation. But we have seen reverse sweeps happen. We saw that happen in VCT Pacific recently for PaperX versus DRX. I wouldn't be surprised if SFSS will be able to take it away. Regardless, as we come into this game, there's a lot more that we want to unpack, because coming into every game that we've seen for both these teams, it's all about adaptation and change, and I'm curious to see what exactly they bring to the table. Regardless, I think we're pretty much ready for the game. Ready or not, guys, we are going straight into Bind with Tayrawr and Zahk.
Well, welcome back. We do have a map number 4 coming up. Last grand final, we didn't really have this. Today, we finally do. And you know, I'm a kind of like a stats nerd here, and I was going through the stats for the last few times that SMG have played this map, and they, so far this year, have absolutely dominated here, Taylor. 13-4 against Orangutan, 13-4 against Sapphire, 13-5 against Sapphire. So this is gonna be a very uphill climb for Sapphire to try and to push this to a map 5 and possibly a reverse sweep.
Even in the same map, to say the least. It's Bind that we're playing right now. And again, it was a one-sided match with the last time we casted it as well.
Yeah.
But looking at the composition that we are looking at right now for SMG, you see again that double control and double any setup that they currently have. Like the panel said, like Raph said, this is a composition that will definitely look for fights. And aggressiveness, 9 times out of 10, that is what SMG stands for. You can't spell fast without SMG. I don't know if that makes sense, but yes.
Yeah, the revamp spelling, you know, like SMG are so good that they changed the actual spelling of the word fast.
Yeah.
So in Game Changers, it's just like, it's fast to spell with an SMG. Don't ask how we spell it, guys. 'cause
Fast
we don't even
MG.
know. Yeah, what Taylor said. Taylor was absolutely right. But, you know, talking about the comps, our analysts did touch upon it a little bit. But I think that for Sapphire on defense, this is a very good comp because you have Cypher. We saw what a menace Baby TZ is in that previous map on Split, and Polly as well. That's the thing about that's the beauty of the Viper on this map. It lets you take so much control, and control seem to be what FS is really taking this time around. However, Alexi ready for it, finds 2 for the price of 1. Sure, Kohibi goes down, but they have that Harbor ready in case they do need to make a hit. And for just like that, for the side of Sapphire, the first 10 seconds, they're at a disadvantage.
Anticipation. They were obviously expecting that push, and now it's time for their push to happen as the wall of the Viper, or rather the Harbor, come up. This is gonna be the team of SMG planting the spike. FSS, they give space, they respect the smokes, they respect coves and everything else. They want this to dissipate completely before trying to make a retake happen. They have to read though where the players of SMG might be. They still have smokes to play, 1 smoke to play to be specific, and as of the molly, they would go for a tap of a spike to really push out the enemies. Kamiyu goes for the flash, perfect as it connects, and now it's gonna be Ginny taking the trade. 2v1.
And Aries quite low here. This is still doable for Ginny. She does have a flashback as well. Taps the spike once again. Manages to get a beautiful headshot onto an area and now knows exactly where the last player is. Never mind, doesn't. Has to go check the corner first. And Shirazi will be able to find that angle and the timing and get the pistol for SMG. A very, very close round. It could have gone either way in the end. But Shirazi's position not being exactly known there was the key for SMG to be able to win that round. And when did they do? Really, really good work.
Again, that advantageous position that FSS was gauging upon a while ago, it seemed like really SMG was waiting for this moment. They know how FSS plays pistol. They know they're gonna push in on the defense, so why not wait on it? Anyway, they have majority of the time to go around the map. Not only that, but in a 1v1 setup like that, it just so happens that whoever makes the shot counts, or whoever makes the shot actually connect. That's the team that wins, and it's SMG winning that pistol yet again. Here on the second round, they have the Bulldogs, they have even a Guardian in their pockets, really strong rifles in their hands here, and the patience is still key, vital for the information of the team.
They're playing very, very slow, considering that they probably don't want to lose any of these weapons. Every single player has bought up, so they want to keep as many as possible. Ideally, a flawless round. That it would be what they want. Now, Trailblazer invested towards long. You can see an Airy pushing with the help of it. Here's multiple players, so we'll be forced to use those pain shells. There's quite a bit of chunk damage to Margot here. I don't know if Ginny will use that overgrowth. Does have it, so probably will be able to heal her back up. But now that they know that there's heavy presence towards that B side, they're going to be going for an A push instead. There's a camera available here, as well as Polly on the site itself, along with the Viper wall. So at least they're going to be trying to do their best to deny the
30
plan
seconds
from
left.
really coming through. But nevertheless, the code, it's going to be protecting them, and they will be able to get this fight down.
It's already a setup for the side of SMG here. Post plant position, cascade through the site itself. Default setup coming in from SMG's side. Full sense though. They want to try and make a pick-off happen here. But again, the stronger the gun, the harder it is for them to take. It's going to be SMG with a flawless round yet again as they group up.
I thought Energia was gonna go down to a really brutal right click, but Shirazi came running in from behind, and Koibi, sorry, came running in from behind, and she was like, "I got you, Energia. Don't worry about it." And that's the. I feel like SMG. This is a very different playstyle on this map that from what I've seen before or what we casted before. We saw like how they were just taking aim dose at that point. Honestly, it was just raw aggression coming out of this particular team. But now they're taking it a little bit more slowly. It's still aggression, don't get me wrong, but they are. You didn't really see as much of a rotation or fake play coming in the previous few times that they played this. They were just like going for a side, getting the kills and hitting it. Now though, Sapphire, they are making them take it just a little bit slower. Muffin playing aggressive towards this B long angle. Once again, tucked herself into the corner there. Has Ginny as well to try and help with, and now Alexi and Ineri, they have been so dynamic over the course of the last few rounds. Instead, though, it's going to be Sapphire finding those two first openers, and huge openers they are.
Good kill coming in from Muffin as well, and a quick dash away. At least they have that sustain that can come again from Ginny as she is the Sky. It's still a 5v3 situation. SMG, once that walls come up from the Viper and even the Harbor, you know it's going to be the commit. And now also throwing in utilities, that's going to be FSS. They know where the plant is going to be if they do a default setup. Even with the Cove, they have a snake bite to stop it. Not only that, they even use a molly to stop it. So really, FSS is here to deny whatever entry that SMG can lay on the table. And that's probably why they also play around the map a little bit slower this time.
Yeah, they're not moving at all. With 26 seconds left, there has to be a move made by SMG at this point. I don't know if the smokes are going to recharge anytime soon, but it does seem like A is where they want to go, and A is where there are 4 players coming out of the SMG, out of the FULLSENSE side. However, Ginny and Baby TZ between them are able to clean things up. Sure, SMG do some damage, find 2 kills of their own, but overall, emphasis that 4-player hold on that A site was just too much for even SMG to contend with. Now, SMG, they're going to be buying in fully. They are close to some major ults, though. I don't know if we're going to be seeing any of them coming into play over this particular round. And the fact that they had Shower's control for so long, like SMG didn't even contest it, that was like the straw that really broke the camel's back in that previous round, I think.
They didn't have control over Showers, like you said. Not only that, but this just allowed Baby TZ to have better coverage as well as she tries to spray down SMG's line of sights. Anyway, it's a brand new round here, and FULLSENSE, both SMG and FULLSENSE, onto a full buy. It's still a setup, and we're still going to be looking at very slow start of the rounds as they try to go for initial pickoffs here. We might be even seeing from time to time as the rounds go further, the swap on the aggression, and not only that, the flashes that can help, especially in the hands here of Ginny. But it all still depends on how SMG wants to take this. The press W gang is so far pressing the stop button until they are able to take on a side. Verticality not gonna work out in favor of Alexi. She made the mistake the first hand, and going for another updraft just gave her the death sentence.
At least Shirazi will be able to get healed up a little bit, but with that Cove and that wall going to be going down soon, it's going to make getting the spike down very, very difficult, especially since FULLSENSE are already ready to go. Koibi doing her best to make this expensive, but it's just going to be Shirazi left in a 1v3 scenario now, and Muffin says, not happening, buddy. It's going to be our round once again, and that will be SMG's buy not materializing as they expected. 2-2 now. SMG, they do have a lot of ults to work with. The Reckoning for one. They're one off the Blade Storm, one off of the Showstopper. But looking at the other side, Ginny as well as Baby TZ have their own. Poly one away as well. There's a lot of ultimates on this round here, Taylor. Like, any of them could come online, it seems like.
Yeah, any one of them, especially if you pick up an orb here and there from B or A, depends on the team. But in any sense, if you think about it as well, for FSS, they're really doing a great job denying this double control setup from SMG, and even this double innie as well, because it seems like they cannot find the fights that they're looking for, really. FULLSENSE is just really taking advantage of the positioning that they have and just patiently waiting when SMG will go for the press W or when the attack is gonna happen. But speaking of attack, a good trade-off coming in from Alexi and knives out for her.
Yeah, she's gonna have the Blade Storm as well, and that means that the orb towards long, it's still gonna be available if an area wants to try and get the Showstopper online. Now though, it's gonna be Alexi on the hunt, on the prowl, knives in hand. There's gonna be no tripwire here either, although the Seekers will give away her position. Reckoning used by Shirazi here. This is a very expensive round for them. Finally, the Blade Storm connects. Alexi able to get the reset on the knives, picks up the upgrade as well to drop to a teammate, and just like
Spike
that,
planted.
SMG, they have the sight, they have the spike down, and it seems like there's nothing that these two remaining players from the side of FULLSENSE can really do about it. You do see the knives kind of missing. VCT able to find the first, though, and Aries there for the refrag. You do see the neural theft invested, but by the time that information comes through, everyone is already dead, and that's gonna be a thrifty for SMG.
This is where SMG truly shines. Those thrifty rounds, those pistol rounds that we have shows great importance with how the rounds are going right now and how the economy is maybe favoring them at this point. Showstopper available for Ineri for the next following round as well, but FSS, again, from the previous rounds we watch here anyway, it's just been 5 rounds in total. They are pretty good at denying the takes that SMG is doing already. It just so happens at that point, again, if SMG takes a post-plant position, you know that it's going to be quite difficult for a retake scenario to happen, especially with how they play with each other and the trades come in.
They're being very, very methodical about this, for sure. Now Viper's Pit invested towards that short area by Shirazi, a judge as well. And again, the read is there. It seems like SMG expected this. They're looking to just push it to side. Baby TZ barely getting away though, playing off of these strips, runs out of bullets at the worst time. Nevertheless, the Poly Snakebite will find the kill. Baby TZ being such a menace on this site. And now it's all up to Camille. What can she do? And the answer is nothing really. Just that SMG push, the Showstopper. It seemed like they had the read, they had everything going, but the expectation from Sapphire towards that showers area, they knew it was more vulnerable because of how Polly was playing inside her own ult with the judge. Instead, it's just Baby TZ being an absolute rat, and those are the best kind of ciphers, Taylor. The most ratty ones with the most disgusting plays. I love it.
To be fair, I also didn't see them remove the tag. Not only that, even the traps itself took them a little bit of a time before they actually get a pincer on it. But not only that, Baby TZ, like you said, these traps matter. It created the whole entire play for SMG. But look at this, Kohaibi taking 1 kill away. Poly quick on the trade, but this is already the press W that SMG is showing right now. Alexi to take on a kill onto Poly. This allows the opening towards A side completely, as the 3 remaining players of FSS is now rotating or hyper-rotating towards CT. And Aries just waiting on that.
One enemy remaining.
1, 2, and third. There goes Ineri. Just a normal day in the office, Zach.
That's the Ineri we know and love and have missed an open one. She's back and she's here to play. Like, you know how Chamber asks when he pulls out his ult, like, you want to play? Let's play, with that menacing voice. That's how I feel whenever I watch Ineri do something like that. She's just here to play, and it's like, God help anybody who comes in her way. Of course, the opener from Kohaibi there, that was such a beautiful shot. Still has the Viper's Pit as well, because she was about to put it down, but the animation didn't quite go through. She didn't press X, so she's gonna have this
She
for the
got
next
lucky
round.
on that one.
She got
then.
lucky, yeah. The timing was good for her.
The timing was in favor, definitely, of her. Muffin, a lot of damage after that snake bite. But she's still gauging on maybe this initial shot. Didn't hit, though. Ineri, she goes for the kill. And this opens up Hookah for the time being. There's gonna be someone underneath, though. It's gonna be Ginny, the menace, and Alexei quick on the trade yet again. Maybe for another, not enough. Margot shuts her down.
3v3, numbers get equalized once again. Orbital Strike still in the hands of Margot, so that's something that the side of SMG will have to be very, very careful about. how they play this remaining half. They look to go towards that A side instead. It's completely empty, but there is still a lot of Cypher utility that will give away the information at the very least as to where these players are. Margot having wrapped around here, this position might be so huge. Doesn't get spotted out by the Trailblazer either, though I think they did hear the gunshots at the very least. Now Orbital Strike gonna be online. Viper's Pit as well. Cove comes down. It's just going to be the Orbital Strike trying to do some damage here. Not quite catching anybody, although it will break that Cove at the very least. So spamming might make it it's much weaker now. Spamming might make it a little bit more viable. And despite having invested the Viper's Pit and everything, they're just going to rotate over to B instead, which is the right call because B side is completely empty. Although you do see the quick rotation coming in out of these Sapphire players. Baby TZ finds a clean headshot onto Shirazi. Dash on the site here, trying to isolate these fights. It's all up to just go high B, but she is so low, tagged up, and it's going to be Sapphire finding another round. I don't know if the rotate was the play there, Taylor.
Yeah, the orbital strike really diverted their attention here. Not only that, but this pushed the players of SMG that we didn't have any Cove anymore. That was destroyed by the orbital strike. Yeah, we do have the Viper's Pit, but in the end, I don't know where the enemy might be or if they're close or beside us even. And moving towards B side, it could have been a good decision here for SMG, but FSS was really fast on that rotate. They were really sure. They heard the three players from SMG rotate or TP out anyway, so it would be a sure hit on B. Just so happens the pressure of the time definitely not in favor of SMG at that point. Operator in play. Muffin tried to shut it down, but still tagged by that. She managed to pull away with the TP out, but this gives away B side. Only one person remaining there, which is Margot.
Here.
Alexi, respecting the smoke though, with that TP coming in, you do see SMG reroute towards this B side here. Margot, like you mentioned, the only one here, although backup is already towards CT right now. No ultimate for either side quite available, although this retake, it's gonna be very, very awkward with an operator in the hands of Muffin. She's not even close to her Blade Storm, so that might make it even more rough. Now you see the push coming in towards Swan, Alexi and Camille finding two, but it's a little bit too much for them to chew here. Shirazi finally finds the trade, and right now it is going to be a 2v2 scenario. They know where these players are. I believe that Baby TZ has the reach. She will be able to clear out long. And with that diffuse coming in, Baby TZ already has a really good angle. The wide swing though was too much for FSS to deal with. And just like that, SMG, they take that round back. I genuinely thought it was over. That off angle that Baby TZ was holding, I was like, yeah, they're just going to be able to, not going to be able to peek.
But
they just run out.
The read coming in from SMG. Once they swing out, one goes for a wide swing, and obviously one goes for the kill towards Baby TZ. Such good reads coming in from both respective teams here. And at that point, especially on that round, you see the difference when it comes to having that pressure of 10 seconds to plant the spike compared to SMG actually utilizing the time and making sure a post-plant setup was well executed. And that exact scenario, it was very much well executed there, Zach.
Yeah, they had time as well, right? They were, because of the wall going up, and they took a fight. They took a very aggressive fight there towards elbow. They managed to trade out favorably, or not favorably, at least they kept the numbers even. Shirazi finding that last kill was huge, and after bringing it to a 2v2, they knew where the spike was. They just trusted each other's calls to be able to, like you mentioned, simultaneously play that super well, and that is gonna be the round for them. Now it's gonna be a timeout coming in for FSS, an eco round as well. Not much in the tank to work with. Still has a neural theft and seekers, but I don't think we're really gonna be seeing them in use. Though, honestly, of all of the guns on the screen that I'm seeing, the one that scares me the most is the one in Polly's hand. The Bucky is just disgusting.
Yeah, even a judge, for example, especially with the aggressiveness that SMG can provide, those shotguns obviously can gain value in this kind of scenario. But yet again, FSS, they have the possibility to have good setups here, like we saw from a while ago in the hands of Baby TZ. But they have to make it work with the other respective teams as well. They know it's gonna be close by. They completely shut down that showstopper. Not only that, the guns that they have here was picked up.
Oh no, the neural theft comes in as well. So Kohaibi's position is going to be revealed. They know exactly where she is. She's going to be trying to get even more aggressive though. Again, Sapphire players just seem to be expecting it. She still finds one. Kamiyu getting the second frag as well. So that's going to make it a 2v2. But Ginny, not if she has anything to say with a 2v3, sorry. And Ginny picks up that rifle as well. Holding that off angle will complete the kill. A thrifty or at least a half buy working out in favor of Sapphire. And my god, I told you the Bucky scares me. That's exactly why. Just showstopper, boom, right in the face, not happening. And Kamiyu gets a little bit too aggressive here. Kohaibi pushing is one thing. At least the trades went there. But once Kamiyu got that final kill, I think maybe they were thinking, if this is clear, let's go through the spawn to the B site. But instead, it's just Ginny cleaning up that remaining 2 players.
Because to be fair, for SMG, they are a type of team that would play a little slower on the first 30 few seconds we're looking at. And then they try to go explode on the side. But wait a minute. Muffin getting that shot connecting towards Alexi, though. That has to be something. Really good pickup here coming in from FULLSENSE. She probably didn't expect that too. I'm not quite sure if she actually saw her before the wall.
I think it was just a blind shot through the smoke. They know she has the operator anyway. But yeah, that was really scary. Now an area with the Sheriff finds that first kill, gets the second as well to boot. So that's going to be 2 guns dropped down in the showers area. A rare miss comes out of Muffin on the operator, so that's going to leave, let another teammate rotate. There's still one player here who takes the TP, so that is going to be that. Polly, though, pushing out already, has so much control here. Seeker's going to be broken by an area who has taken control of the A side. Polly's flank, though, the timing on it, it might mean everything in this round. Look where she is! Oh my god, that is perfect.
It can be, like you said, because the spikes now dropped off. This gives space for FULLSENSE. A little bit of a mishap when it comes to the rotations here. 3v2 situation. They have to pick up the spike. They have to make it work. As Kamiyu shuts down one, they know Polly is just waiting behind the smoke. Are they gonna go for a double swing? They know exactly where Polly is gonna be. They try to pick up the spike right now. Polly, though, is she gonna swing out? No, she waits instead. It's gonna be a crossfire indeed, but Psych, because they TP. There's gonna be Kamiyu going down. 7 seconds to plant the spike. It's all up to Ineri now to clutch this play. One drops down. That's gonna be Ginny. Going in for the swing, not yet. 6 bullets remaining. 4 bullets remaining for Ineri, and now goes for a reload. Making this a 1v1 setup. Polly takes the kill instead. FULLSENSE securing that round.
Oh my god, that was such a roller coaster of a round. You were like, yes, no, yes, no. What is happening? But yeah, at the end, it's gonna be Polly coming out clutch here
Last
for
round in the
Sapphire.
half.
For a second, I thought Ineri had it. She managed to get the reload in as well. I was kind of worried about the bullet count here. It all started with this. To be fair, it was an equal round for the side
10
of
seconds
Sapphire
left.
here. They don't really have much to work with, but still, equal round for the side of SMG. They managed to bring it down to a 1v2 at the end, and Ineri almost clutches it out, but Polly is gonna be the winner of that particular battle. Now, Sapphire, they have the lead, and SMG, last round and a half, if they can end this at 6-6, it might be a good look for them, but their comp, it's very skewed towards the attacker side. I don't know how they're gonna be doing once that side swap comes in.
Let's see how they will deal with it, because this operator seems to be a problem right now for SMG side. A little bit skeptic on trying to make a peak happen here. But in the end, again, shutting down Ineri is one thing, but you have another duelist on the table here, which is Alexi, who's actually still quite powerful. The smokes, though, very thick right now, and this moves away, or rather this forces SMG to move a little bit further away.
Seems like they still want to take this B site though. Jumpy coming out, shoulder peek as well. Now Brainstorm online for a Muffin. She's gonna be trying to probably use it to find some damage on the opposite thing. Ohaibi through the hookah is gonna be caught out. Brainstorm finds one. Shirazi gets the trade though. And now it's all up to just Alexi. We have seen her be an absolute hero for this team before. But in a 1v3, once again, Sapphire, they've managed to run the clock down. 30 seconds left. She has so much work to do. Spots out Margot, gets the kill, has the dash active once again. She doesn't quite, it's gonna be just her trying to find these kills. Spike drops in an awkward position, not even gonna be retrieved, and Baby TZ finds that final kill here. 7-5 half. This is the first time we're seeing any team end that first half with an advantage over SMG. What?
Definitely true. 7-5 is the score, but let's hear what the thoughts of the panelists are. We're almost closing off. Are we gonna see another map here? Tash and Raf, take it away.
I really hope we do, but for now, let's unwrap the first half of Bind. Now, this is a very interesting map, and you had already predicted it's going to be a little bit more skewed toward the girls here in FSS, given the fact that this map is defender-sided. Regardless, I do see some really good executes here by Team SMG. What exactly is lacking?
Well, I feel like the game plans are still very solid, and I have to say that the transition game between both these teams have gotten a lot better. There's a lot more active pushing, especially when it comes to the hookah control. I think it was FULLSENSE setting 2 players just to get a reaction, come back, don't necessarily chase the kill, and just get overall a bit more control, right? Whereas on the side of SMG, I think this was like round 7 or 8 where there was a little bit of a mishap towards CT. I think it was Camille who got the trade, but then she gets felled, and I think there was a super delayed trade coming in from yet another player in SMG. But again, that brings me to my next point. I think SMG are chasing the kills a little too much here, and it's causing all these, again, cascading mistakes, the spike falling down in places that become so awkward and benefit Polly, the Viper player here, doing such a great job of locking down. I do have to say though, it's not only SMG that's doing these small mistakes. I think it was round 11 too, where Ginny's flash came off cooldown, trying to clear up backside. But instead of using the guiding light, she went for a raw duel instead. But once again, thankfully, Polly was there to trade. And again, to highlight Polly, Polly has been the unsung hero for this entire series, whether it be trading or just utility support.
Yeah, I think that Polly has been a great band-aid to her team when these mistakes happen, but let's talk about set plays here for both teams. Now, when we talk about SMG, I did talk about the execute. The execute was going to happen with the Harbor pushing out forward and they followed through. But in a lot of situations, SMG hasn't been following up these utilities, and I'm really curious to know what exactly is going on. Regardless, they have this cooldown, they have some time to really figure out. As we go to the second half of Bind, let's go ladies, Tay and Zach.
Yoo-hoo! Second half indeed. Will Sapphire be able to push this to a decider map, or will SMG run away with it? You know, this is a really good performance out of Sapphire, because like we talked about here, Taylor, both or the times they've played SMG so far on this map, they haven't gotten more than 4 or 5 rounds, but already they've had a pretty decent first half, and now that the side is switching, the question is, a lot of the weight will have to be falling on Muffin, and is she up to it? Because you saw how much space and area and Alexi were creating. Muffin is gonna have to step it up because she's the only player on the team with that capability.
True that, and aside from it, anyway, the lead that they have here can easily be closed off yet again by a pistol round. So they have to be really careful on this, as well as secure that they can get this pistol, so they can just truly snowball the entire game as it is. But anyway, quick shots coming in from Alexi. Now with a dash out, she repositioned and takes on the double kill. Instead, might be going for another, but 0 bullets remaining onto her. Shirazi to the rescue though. Good trade-off, 3v2 situation. Trike also being blinded, using up her name already. I'm so sorry, but Kohaibi is just around the corner, wrapping onto the team of FSS.
Clean round, clean pistol, and Alexi, beautiful headshots coming out on that Sheriff. Just a little bit of a jet diff there on the site. The shot that she got on the Muffin was just nasty, and I feel like she would have gotten even more if the Sheriff had a couple more rounds in the chamber. But either way, that is going to be SMG looking at a possible equalizer here. No plant either for Sapphire, so we're not going to be seeing any real forces, with the exception of that one frenzy that Baby TZ likes to rock on these kind of rounds. As for the setup coming out of the squad of Sapphire, it does seem like B-side is where they want to go. They're not even having anybody lurking. TZ usually likes to lurk here, but instead she is just going to be going with the rest of the squad.
It's still a pistol, to say the least here. Heavily gauging upon Muffin, especially on the Sheriff, but Neri quick on the spray down. Painchels out for them. This is going to be a spray down on to be long. Camu takes 2, but a quick trade from Polly yet again on that classic. They pick up the spike, TP away, and A site is not open for them to take. 2 people are waiting patiently for them to hop out.
They're just holding on here. Now you can see Shirazi just waiting for someone to come for the gun. Oh, it's gonna be Ginny giving herself away, though. That's gonna force her to fall back here, and that is exactly what she will do. 2v4 situation. Gun dropped, but can't quite get picked up, and it does look like SMG should have this in the bag unless some absolute
enemy
heroics
remaining.
come out of the remaining players. Shirazi on the off angle is able to find that kill onto Ginny, and now it's all up to Tolly. Has a frenzy in hand, but is not even going to connect a single bullet before Shirazi shuts it down. 7-7.
Really confident on holding on to that angle definitely is Shirazi. But at the end of the day, you see the aggression, especially when they have the advantage on the gun, and they capitalize on the positioning here on Octa as well. 7-7, like I mentioned a while ago, Zach, easily takeable by SMG, especially if they win the pistol, and that they do yet again. If I'm not mistaken, it's already like 6 pistols out of 8, probably. Not quite
7,
sure
I think.
about that stat so far, but
I think it's
SMG
7.
7, yeah, really taking the pistol rounds up to a next level, up to a notch.
Yeah, I think the only one they lost was that one on Ascent. Oh no, on Split, sorry. Yeah, on Split. That was the only pistol they've lost so far in that first half. However, now on Bind, it's going to be their go-around kind of. Maybe TZ already expecting the position of Alexi here. Basically goes for the free fire and gets it. However, Kohaibi though able to deny the plan. Still though, trades going in favor of Sapphire here. 3 players remaining. And oh my god, Inari almost finds the timing with that Spectre. She's gonna hear the rotation coming in. There's gonna be nobody on B, so it's gonna be a free site. And there's still Baby TZ lurking around, though Kamiyu seems to have the read.
Shirazi, on the other hand,
Spike
no movements
planted.
at all from her. She knows there's someone on showers. If I'm not mistaken, that's very much hurt. On the other hand,
Oh, no.
City side, would it be clear that Polly misses the shot instead? And Neri will connect it for her. The flash settling in. Muffin,
remaining.
another shot to take. Going for the double here. The tap on the spike from Shirazi in a 1v2 setup. They know that's an off angle right now. They go for another tap. The Cove is in
enemy
play.
remaining.
She shuts down Baby TZ. It's up to one more player on the back end. But
Oh.
Muffin doesn't give it away. 8-7, full sense.
That was such a nice round coming out of Muffin. It looked like Shirazi was gonna be able to do it, clutch out that 1v2. Played it super well, but in the end, Muffin just hits that headshot a little bit better. If she hadn't hit a headshot, she had like 20 HP left.
Yeah.
But yeah, either way, looking at that round in particular, though, it's gonna make things very, very rough for Sapphire, because they're not gonna really have the economy to work with in future rounds. They can barely buy up this one. They compromise a little bit on utility and shields and stuff, but they're still gonna be able to get it. And SMG, this is their actual buy. Last time was just them with like Spectres and Bulldogs and a Sheriff, I think.
Not only that, but this double control setup is also a menace, especially here on the defense. You might not have a Sentinel, yeah, but you also have a Wall of the Viper. You have a Cascade that can slow the players. You have a Cove that can protect you, especially when you push out enemies on that side of line when it comes to post-plant positions. So they really have a lot of util power here in the side of SMG to delay. But at the same time, Reckoning is also available for Shirazi.
Yeah, I think that might make a retake very, very nice here for the side of SMG. They're gonna just rotate. They see all this harbor utility and they're like, nope, I don't want
Nope.
anything to do with this. Yeah, Lexi though, she's pushed up so far here. Has the off angle as well. That's gonna be the first blood going in their favor. Reckoning triggered now by Shirazi, forcing these players off of sight. However, Muffin pushes through short, finds both Inari and Alexi. That's gonna be both the duelists taken down. The spike is still gonna be planted nevertheless. All they have to do is try and get a diffuse to come in. Looking at the ultimates available, no orbital strikes, so they're just trying to take the fight. Shirazi finding the first, Koibi getting a trade, and now the Molly coming into boot 2v2 situation. Both players towards showers here, and they look to take the fight. Flash ready to go the moment the tap comes in. Oh, that's a perfect flash here. However, the Harbor Wall keeps them alive, and Ginny finds both of the final kills. It is going to be Full Sense Sapphire taking that 9th round, and all off of their IGL hero. Like, absolute heroics out of her. So fantastic.
Not only that, playing around the cascade, the wall coming in from Shirazi here. It's almost as if they're gonna be able to control showers there. But FSS still stands tall, goes for the kills as well. It's especially with the kills coming in from Muffin through A short. That was the epitome of this round. That was the take of this round. If that didn't happen, they probably would have lost the round itself.
Very, very rough situation now for SMG. Not much of an economy to work with. Bladestorm on Alexi might be their saving grace, but Muffin has one of her own, so it's gonna be knives versus knives in this first fight. Alexi does a little bit of damage, but will be forced to fall back. Still looking for the kill, though. If anybody tries to push through this wall, it might make things very, very dangerous. Finds the timing, though. Connects that first kill. We said on the blades, but Muffin with the right click gets her, and that is going to be a 2v3. However, in this situation, Seeker's invested as well, giving away the position of the remaining players. Maybe TZ does have that neural theft, but she's not close to any corpses.
Like they said, give me a corpse, but Muffin will go for the kill, and now Baby TZ, just a little cherry on the top as well. Full sense. So far, that 3-round advantage they're gauging upon on not only that, but the economy as well. To say the least, so far, they're doing extremely well in answering back how SMG is fighting over this defense setup that we currently have. Like you mentioned, Neural Def is available to use. Not only that, Zach, this time around, they have a Viper's Pit. They also have a Seeker's. Really a lot of util to make a take happen.
Yeah, they have so much to work with here. Margot is only one off of that orbital strike as well, so that's gonna be something that we've seen how she tosses down the molly on the spike. If she gets that orbital strike online, I will bet that if she's alive, she'll just go and hide somewhere and wait for them, have a couple of nasty lineups, use the ult, and just deny that plant coming in. Sapphire, they're very, very good with their utility, and just because of that, they're able to close out so many rounds without too much trouble. As for SMG, 10-7. This is gonna be their last buy to try and finish this game without it really going into overtime. They're gonna be investing quite heavily into the round and operator. It seems like for Alexi, we haven't really seen much operator plays coming out today so far. So it might be the difference maker because Alexi, she's an absolute demon when she gets going on that particular gun.
Yeah, but she doesn't have armor or any armor at all here in this next round as well. So a little bit of a glass that can be shattered easily if worst comes to worst for Alexi. Unless, obviously, she gets the better hand and gets the pick off immediately and dashes away. But with the help of Camus on B-Long, I don't think this operator will see anyone anytime soon unless they see the sky and go out she goes.
I like how Alexi they didn't break the Seekers. They were just holding on so that the player who sent them out would push them. And that's exactly what happens. Ginny takes the bait and she's punished for it. In the meantime, though, on the opposite side, they have taken control. Baby TZ trying to hold down the shower's position, knows about the operator, so tucks herself in the corner. They're going to be able to kind of pincer her down there. Finds that first kill as well. So now Alexi has to do so much work here. That's just a distraction, though. By the time that Neural Theft comes out, Shirazi is ready to go. Muffin in that corner goes unchecked. 3v3 scenario. Margot's still alive. Polly's still alive. Both the controllers just creating so much chaos on this particular site here. They tap the spike and Margot's Polly finds one. Muffin with the second as well now. It's all down to Kuhaibi. No ultimate for her to try and work with, and Polly will just get that final kill. A very beautiful round coming out of Sapphire. They had the ults and they used them to perfection. And of course, so I think the key error in that round, where it completely fell apart, was just Inari not checking Muffin. Her getting that kill onto Inari was huge. Just exactly this one.
Not only that, but she actually checked, It just so happens Muffin was quick on the trigger, faster even at that round. Not necessarily also, if you think about it, there's so much smokes on the site itself. It was difficult for every single one of them to see each other. They both just rely on the footsteps itself. But look at this, another new round, another new kill for Margot. Just a normal day in her office. Inari shut away here for this round, but you still have players from SMG with the Sheriff, and we all know what they can do with this.
Yeah, I think SMG are probably holding the record for the most number of thrifties here.
Yeah.
In VCT Game Changers APAC at this juncture. Now they just walk onto site. They make no sound, and just like that, Alexi doesn't know that information. She doesn't have it, and she's gonna be able to find a kill off the back of that. Hybe now all alone in U-Haul. They hear the flank as well. Once again, Baby TZ just being an absolute menace here. Shirazi finds one with the Sheriff. Hybe gets one as well, and suddenly this round looks a little bit Reckoning. Reckoning gonna be online as well, but I don't think we're really gonna be seeing the use of it. Shirazi pushing forward, tries to get a gun. Maybe she can, however, it's going to be dropped in a kind of awkward spot. She can use her harbor wall to scale up, but at this juncture, the clock is just running out.
Camera just for a quick photo op before she goes down. FSS on the match point right now. I'm actually excited if this goes to game number 5. You know it's going to be a good grand finals if it goes 5 games long, right?
Yeah, I mean, we saw Pearl, or we casted Pearl last time, and that was a pretty close game as well. It was like 13-9 or 13-10 if I remember correctly. And Sapphire, if you look at how they're playing today, they are on another level. They've really gone in, put in the work, done the research. The last 2 times on Bind, they look so discombobulated. This time, they're just pristine, and they are doing so much. Even though SMG, they have that aggressive double duelist, they have those capabilities, they're just being consistently caught off guard. Their aggression, it just leads them into Baby TZ's arms, and so many of these rounds, Baby TZ has just been a menace on this lurk play. The entire team is stepping up today. Like last time, I remember Muffin was the only player who kind of popped off, Ginny as well, but today, every single player in every single game has been phenomenal so far.
Yeah, really good on a hold as well, coming in here from Polly and Margot even. And again, you have Baby TZ holding onto a lurk. You might have seen her die off from the push and really the pincer from SMG. But in the end, she does her job. She really holds onto that lurk. And not only that, the setups from the Cypher traps here are also very essential for the team, especially when it comes to post plants. But let's see, as SMG this time around, they are the ones who really has to step up onto their plate. Alexi on an off angle here. She can also TP out or even dismiss, or not dismiss, but tailwind away if she must. This is gonna be not a kill. Instead, a huge tag towards the players here, but she's not yet done. You know, I still have Polly on the other side of the map.
Now with them running into side, it's going to be the Reckoning Muse, but Muffin just jumping over to be able to get that kill. That shuts Shirazi's utility down and makes things so much more difficult. And Eri with the showstopper, she is that last line of defense, does pop it, goes forward, tosses it right into Baby TZ's face. Now it's going to just come down to Margot. One off of that orbital strike. If she can get a kill, that might be the round, but instead it is going to be an Eri and Alexi and Kohibi finishing off the round here. Alexi with 3 on the round as well. The kill that she got outside of showers, it really kind of set this into motion here, and just a gorgeous round coming out of SMG. They're not done fighting yet. It's 4 rounds to overtime, Taylor, and I think if any team can do it, it's probably SMG.
And they're also very aware, to say the least. You knew that Polly was obviously there, but Alexi, after coming out of an engagement where she didn't hit a shot and instead goes out on the other side of the map, and here I come. This is my pick-off. Go ahead, guys. Do your thing. FSS, they only need 1 point here. 1 point away from taking us to map number 5 here in the grand finals. But SMG just wouldn't let that get away quite easily. Alexi available for that Blade Storm. On the other hand, Muffin as well. Margot on the other has the Orbital Strike. Can play for the post plant or can really wait on that and really push in on the side.
Neri just spamming through the smoke, is able to find that first kill already. Polly going for the hunt here, but does not expect Kohibi. Finally, Muffin is able to get that kill, and Margot finds another trade as well. Things come back, slow down a little bit. 3v3, Seekers invested. They know that all of these players are going to be towards the site here. It's like 2 inside U-Haul, in fact. And you see Ginny trying to make a mad dash for the TP, but instead not gonna be able to make it. Margot now on the B side does have control for free. orbital strike already invested, so that's not going to be available for post plant. And through the smoke, they try to cross over, but Muffin still watching, finds the kill. Shirazi, though, might have found the timing. I don't know if she's going to expect Margot. Does do it, gets that kill, and now it's all down to Kamiyu. Very, very low, 30 HP, and a dream to try and clutch this out to keep SMG alive. But Muffin says, not happening. We're going to map Fire Decider, and finally, it seems like FULLSENSE, they're able to more than hold their own against SMG.
We're really in for a treat here in the grand finals, ladies and gents, and everyone in between. FULLSENSE will take us to map number 5, which I'm not mistaken, it's gonna be Pearl later on. But that game itself, amazing work coming in from FULLSENSE. We've seen this match or specific match up, which is Bind and the same teams, FSS and even SMG as well. We saw how one-sided it was, but this time they really had an answer to what they can bring to the table here. But rest assured, map number 5 is gonna be a banger of a match. We're in for a treat here, but let's hear the thoughts of the panelists as well on what happened and how they think about game number 5. Dash and Raf, how is it there?
Thank you very much, Tay and Zach. That was a very interesting match coming through here. As much as I want to say it was a very close one, it isn't. Well, the last time we saw these two duel it out, it was heavily in favor of SMG. And now, I am a true believer of this quote, which is, the teams, the one who makes the most mistakes, learn the most. And that's exactly what FULLSENSE did. They found the answer to every single playbook or page that has been set out here by SMG. Coming into this map, I think that in general, on defense, I thought that FSS had the higher advantage because it's a defense-sided map. But SMG also didn't have an answer for their attack. Raf, could you kind of break this down for me?
I mean, again, just to really go on what you said earlier, you really do make more progress when you lose because all your mistakes will be pretty much highlighted and be put under a microscope. But what I really appreciate what FULLSENSE did is that they understood that SMG have to push forward and make risky plays, thus breaking their own defensive line. And now I'm a little worried on the side of SMG because moving forward for the next map, I believe they have to win those initial rounds to keep their mental in check. Now, body language wise, they seem to be intact, but SMG and Pearl, again, that's been a nightmare duo for literally every team that has faced against them. But what about when they are faced with adversity? What about when a roaring FSS is coming towards you? So now you have to make your fortress your own. I personally am expecting to see that Reina Chamber come out for SMG because we haven't seen that in a while. And I am a big fan of those super high octane, super gun duel approaches that SMG does. But again, FSS, what I like, things that we've mentioned, when they do lose members and they have a player that's already deep into the site or deep towards a point of interest, no wait, I'm not gonna trade. I'm gonna see if SMG don't check. Maybe it's a decay in diligence and they're gonna capitalize off of that.
Yeah, and I noticed that when you look at how Muffin has positioned herself, these are very aggressive angles, but you don't really expect someone to be there. And in a lot of situations as well, FULLSENSE Sapphire has had a lot of, I would say, game sense in knowing where exactly the positioning, where especially Aneri and Lexi has been. Muffin has been really good, not only taking space, but also the multi-frags have been massive for the team, giving her team a lot of space in order to not only get onto site, but also prepare for that post-plants. And we know that on defense and post-plant situations, FSS do thrive because they are in a situation where they can control the flow, they can control where to hold, and they can control how exactly the crossfires are going to be. Now, coming back into their double controller meta or double controller play, I think that was the biggest idea they had here is understanding where exactly the smokes are going to be and how exactly Team SMG reacts to these smokes. They understood perfectly how exactly the pushes are going to be. They saw from that map number 1 how Aneri loved to push these smokes, and that's exactly what they capitalized on. Putting a smoke and just placing themselves right beside it, they've gotten a lot of value out of it. And on top of that, maybe 2 to 3 frags as well. In a lot of situations when Muffin is online, when Muffin is holding the correct positioning, that micro adjustments in terms of angles denies that multi-frags coming forward from I would say SMG, and also allows her for her own multi-frags. Regardless, coming into the next map, you said it before, Raf, Pearl might be a nightmare. It's a very systematic map where mid control is very crucial. So let's talk about this after the break. And after this, Pearl, the final map, who will be taking it home? SMG or FSS?
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
You're trying.
Pretty fast. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy.
Aw, thought you tried.
You were shot to death last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. We're not with you, we're not with you.
While many had suspected it will be a 3-0-0-3-1, FSS had other plans in mind. If you guys are from League of Legends, guys, play the Silver Scrapes come out forward. I don't know if Raph understood that reference. But anyways, coming back here, Tash and Raph on the desk, or rather, Reaver Phantom. No, Reaver Vandal.
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 I don't have to understand anything. I'm a Darius player. All I do is make people bleed and spin around. But anyway, guys, focusing
Alright.
on Valorant.
Focusing back on Valorant into the right game. Let's talk a little bit more about that. Now, coming back into this game, it's a 2-2 score where SMG, while they did start strong, you start to see that they are slowly losing steam, and Team FSS is taking full advantage of it. Aggression-wise, it's being taken over by FSS, while SMG does have firepower. It's starting to not only just sizzle down, but it feels like for SSS, it's a lot more strengthened in terms of their team play.
That's true. And I think we talked about this a little bit behind the scenes, that finally FSS is using their smokes to not only deny information, but to enforce a mix-up if they're gonna aggress from it or if they're just gonna wait it out. This is giving a little bit of trouble on the side of SMG, and I'm not entirely sure if I stated this before we got into the break, but I feel like SMG have to start off Pearl very, very strong to keep that, once again, confidence in check, to keep that mental in check, because really, this is the first time we've seen Team SMG power through adversity and just difficulty in dealing with an opponent. And again, the pressure of kind of playing ahead. Oh, we started 2-0. What's going on, guys? What's going on? What's going on?
I think it's also really interesting to talk about, I think, win rates or scores on this map. And I think a lot of people will echo my sentiment that when you look at the stats for SMG, the 91% win rate on Pearl is very scary to look at. And it's just giving a lot of, I would say, aggression. And the reason why SMG's aggression works so well on this map is like as though they take up the space and hold on to it. The reason why it works out is take this jewel, take it one by one, maybe a multi-frag, clear out with the utilities, and then you have full control of the area. They're not afraid of playing alone, and we saw that strength coming through here toward the beginning of the, I would say, the season. Now, as we go toward the end, this is where they're being challenged, because no longer can they play individualistically. They have to rely on each other, and then suddenly everything they knew in terms of aim jewels, in terms of just swinging, in terms of confidence, it's just suddenly down the drain, and they have to quickly find an answer to this. Now, for FSS, while you look at in terms of stats, FSS isn't as, I would say, as dominating in terms of stats. Only a 50% win rate, and only have played this map 4 times in this entire run. What do you think about that, Raf?
Oh, well, I think that's also like another point where, you know how like when you're getting coached or if you're talking with a coach, but coach, what we're doing is working. That doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna benefit you in the long run, right? It's kind of like if you're trying to deadlift. Sure, curving your back is gonna work sometimes, but you're kind of setting yourself up for injury, right? And hopefully these types of habits haven't really ingrained themselves in SMG, because we've seen SMG really play super refined and super team-oriented. It just so happens that FSS is the first team to really force them to play that way, and it's been evident in these last 2 maps.
Yeah, and I think for FSS previously, I mean, we were talking about their set plays over map number 1, where we had Aneri and Kohaibi coming together, that teamwork coming through, and it felt like they were getting a lot of heat out of it. We saw these very bold plays coming through, these blind pushes through smokes, and there was a lot of respect given by FSS. But then the steam just started to fizzle, and then when it came to, I would say, this split, where it feels like they were just so uncoordinated, and FSS understanding how exactly the map worked, like clockwork, took advantage of that. Not only take up space, but also relying on each other for information as well as crossfires. There's a lot of trust when you can look at FSS here when it comes to the trades, when it comes to understanding that my teammate will be swinging out to trade out for me, and it results in a lot of these multi-frags. Yes, you see in SMG as well, you see these distractions come through. You see situations where Aneri was able to make noise, and then Kamiyu or Shirazi was able to come back from the back and really backstab them or just really pincer them. And I think what I really wanted to see was that pincer play, and I think toward the beginning of the I would say of this run, we saw a lot of pincering coming in from SMG, and it's been utterly denied by FSS, and they don't have any more pages in their playbook. And I'm wondering, what more do they have to offer for this map that hasn't been microscoped by FSS?
That's another thing too, right? In the grand finals, you really have to use the entirety of your playbook plus more. again, the demand of being in this type of stage when you can't shut it out is for you to evolve on the spot and think of something. Because FSS, man, they are just really getting better by the map. And if they can challenge this Pearl, no matter what happens, the score is gonna go a long, long way. And another thing too that we have to take into account, aside from all the macro that we've highlighted and really brought to the forefront, now let's go back on putting a microscope on Muffin, who's been the MVP every single map we've won. Now this map is gonna enable her
It's
to
so
operate her a
good.
little bit more. You know, like, and
Yeah.
that operator, you mentioned yourself, oh my goodness, Muffin is a problem.
Muffin has been the biggest problem, totally, and I think that her, not only her ability to take up space, but also not afraid of doing so, has been the biggest issue here. She likes to play really nasty corners. She plays in the front line. She understands that her teammates can go, swinging and just kind of peeking from far, relaying the information to her, and really allowing her to just swing out and get multi-frags. And it's really scary when you are not aware of this. Now, how exactly can they really break these, I would say, set plays here for FFSS? And I think for SMG, like it or not, they need to break them down in numbers. Do not allow them to reposition in that post plant. Do not allow them to even plant to the site. That's when they play on defense. But on attack here, I think playing them in a situation where they just play for default, pick them off one by one in numbers. And I noticed that when FSS does not have the strength in numbers to play with each other, I'm talking about play, yeah? I'm not talking about them not having the numbers, but they're not able to play together, where they don't have the time to really figure out how exactly to enable one another. That's going to be a problem. So if, say, they go in fast, they get one pick early, and then they push out, take more space, that will be really good, especially on A side. B side, I think they're still playing on the previous patch. B-Long Simulator is definitely still a thing. They can still play that, I would say, that setup. But if I'm not mistaken, on this map Pearl, if I'm not mistaken, I think FULLSENSE Sapphire ran a Gecko. Yes, they did. And it didn't really work out so good for them last time.
So here's where I kind of like have to pull back from history too, because I think it was Shirazi on the Chamber last Open where they've really made their money on this map. They went for something incredibly unorthodox but super gunfight centric, and maybe what SMG have to do is simplify the game again. You know, there's a lot of intricate setups. There's a lot of things you could possibly do with all these types of agent compositions. When realistically, it's not a bad thing to rely on your mechanical ability. And it already looks like SMG is going to stray away from that comp, which, again, not inherently a bad thing. But the more they keep overthinking how FSS is going to approach, well, that could potentially be disastrous.
I think it all comes down to not just a set play, on just going back to basics.
Yes.
Checking every corner, making sure that you're able to enable your teammate. And it felt like, I mean, in terms of like stamina, I really wanted to bring this up. Stamina, I feel like SMG hasn't really been, as soon as map 3 ended, it felt like they were just running out of steam. I really hope they can shake it off. Now, with this, I would say this Jet and Reyna comp, I've seen it done by Bleed and MYSG. I think it's a really good comp. You have Reyna come forward, sorry, you have Lexi come forward, take up space, just dash up, and then Reyna swing out with her, and then with the ability of Reyna to be able to get that pick, she can reposition herself quickly, either to get information, either to prep herself for a second pick, or even to overheal herself. I think it's really good. But what do you think of FSS's comp here?
I really like the KO pick, and I very rarely say that because I feel like KO is a band-aid solution to a lot of things, but Inari has a very, again, simple approach to this game, but high responsibility, because at the end of the day, it's really, if the Reyna can't get going, then my goodness, that's a very troubling sign.
Yeah, it's really good that we're going to be seeing a counter to the Reyna, but whether or not Inari has an answer to that is the question. But I'm going to toss it over to our fellow casters. We may just be seeing a little bro in this game. I'm excited, so take it away. Raf version 1 and Zahk.
Don't know if I'm the version 1 here, Tash. She's already getting it mixed up and we're already in map number 5 here. But anyway, speaking of map number 5, Zahk, it's gonna be the final map. A do or die for both. A complete reset for FSS and SMG is very much needed.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, throughout the course of this year's games in the VCT Game Changers APAC series, both in Open 1 and 2 SMG, they have not been pushed to a breaking point. They've had, 37 maps in a row. Sure, there was one map where there's a little bit of pesky play coming out of FULLSENSE Sapphire. They lost the map, but they still look very confident in that map number 3. But now, they were 2 maps up Now they've lost 2 maps in a row. The momentum is not in their favor. They're feeling the pressure for the first time this year, and that might be a factor. And it's going to be a test of how well SMG can reset, because in the past they've been able to win this map every single time they've played it, but now will they be able to?
Mental reset very much needed here on our last map, and we're looking at Ginny on that Gecko again being pulled up here on a Pearl map. Let's see if it works out in their favor. I know this is a double innie anyway, so that will be fine. But also looking at Ineri on that Reyna. Let's see if she can pop off this time around as well. They go for a knife. No one onto the back end of the side. Hybe already popping the nano swarm here. Caught off guard is going to be the players of FS. They anticipated this Zahk. Complete obliteration. Now it's all up to Baby Teasy that was tagged already, and Camu to shut her off.
Flawless pistol for SMG. And I think, what is that now? That's 8 out of 9 pistols that they've taken over the course of today. They are very, very good in these pistol rounds, but that makes it even more impressive in a way that Sapphire was able to win 2 maps in a row when they only won 3 out of those 4 pistol rounds. Either way though, for SMG, I think that they are looking pretty confident after this. And the comp that Sapphire is running, the problem is that you only have a single controller. And this is a map where that double controller really offers you that little bit of versatility. I mean, for the side of SMG, at least they have constantly aggression coming up because of their duelist player. Now Alexi with the Sheriff trying to desperately stay alive, gets caught by the pull as well and finally shut down. But in exchange, Camu finds 2 kills of her own, does get tagged up quite a bit. And this might be
Enemy remaining.
end of it, because it's just gonna be Ineri and Shirazi towards mid cleaning up. They just run for it.
Alexi got shocked at that point. She was like, what do you mean every utility will be thrown at me? I have an updraft, but I'm blinded. I have the gravity well on my feet. I have the dizzy as well being popped in front of me. There was so much happening just to try and shut down Alexi here, to a point where Camu just came in and got those 2 kills quite easily as well and move away. 2-0 SMG. Again, they had the upper hand anyway on the guns that they have a while ago, but this time it's gonna be a buy round for FSS. Although some of them have half armor here, but it's still very essential to have that Vandal in play.
Hashtag protect Princess Alexi after the result of the last round. I feel like that needs to start trending right now. But like you mentioned, full buy coming in for FSS. They've kind of gone for that B hit mid pressure before. Now they're trying to go for an A side, but Ineri, a sliver of an angle, able to just catch the kill onto Muffin. And that's going to be their duelist shut down. They no longer have anything that can really take up space here. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the map, you do see Baby TZ kind of trying to lurk up here, but Hybe still being a menace towards that backside. Smoke invested as well. She only has a Sheriff in hand, but still, where the Killjoy is, there's also going to be Timmy the Turret and quite a lot of other utility. Again, you just don't walk into a Neri seems to be the tagline of this round, as she already has found 2 towards that A site.
Especially with the dry peak, I would say. Once is enough, but twice is already too much. SMG holding down the fort, especially towards Camu on to B-Link. Not even Wingman can plant the spike no more at this point. A flawless round again on a bonus here for SMG side.
I really hope that little bro doesn't get shot down. Like, I know he most likely is gonna be, but it's okay, little bro. It's just a game. You come back out. We'll heal you. But SMG, they take that bonus and they do it very, very convincingly. A flawless one. That's gonna let Alexi get that operator along with full shields into play here. And as for Sapphire, they don't have the Blade Storm. No real ultimates to work with. Though they are I think that for SMG at least, they are 2 away from the Nightfall. I think SMG, they can use this round to really charge up on those ultimates and do as much as they can. The buy awkward for FSS. They have Sheriffs, of course, but aside from that, only a Stinger in the hands of Muffin here, who looks to do some damage as she rushes down towards mid.
B-Link as the choice for the rest of the players here of FULLSENSE. But then someone's just waiting behind. They're giving the space completely towards FSS to take because they have the operator set up from City anyway. That's going to be Alexi good on the first shot here. It's still a 5v4, and for the first time, FULLSENSE right now, They go for a plan of the spike here. Margot was able to pick up on a kill here. Still a 4v4 right now, Zahk.
Yeah, Margot only gets a Spectre for her troubles because remember, SMG, they're still playing with the not all of these upgrades. Alexi gotta be watching down towards this long angle. Spike isn't planted for them either. Oh my god, they're gonna try to stick half of it. The Molly does get one. Ginny finds a second as well, and now it is a 2v2 situation. Both players though stuck towards long, and Eri just literally flexing in front, and she will get that final kill as the defuse comes through. They retrieve the operator as well, so that's a really nice round for SMG. But Sapphire, they did some work. They have Thrash ready to go for the next one, and that might be a major factor that comes into play.
It do be like that, you know, when you have someone on the arena. Even when we were watching this being pulled out by Paper Rex, for example, it's always that dismiss that they want to try and follow and they want to try and get the kill to a point that it becomes a diversion for the rest of the teammates to actually make something happen. And again, the plan of the spike there, or the way it's planted anyway, especially everyone was on B long, it was easily diffusable at that point. The only thing gauging upon the players here of FSS was that mosh pit, was that nano swarm. But other than that, it was a very, very difficult post plant to really secure here for FULLSENSE Sapphire. They go for a little bit of a timeout. Now that an operator is in play in the hands of Alexi, it just gets harder and more difficult to try and make an entry in long-range angles.
Yeah, and I think none of the previous maps, we saw Alexi bring out the operator only for one round on bind, and after that she just didn't have the money to buy up again. So I think that her finally being able to get the operator online, that too all the way in the third round of the game, is going to be something that Sapphire are going to find very, very difficult to contend with. They do have utility of their own, though. I think in particular, Margot's flashes are going to be pivotal for them to really be able to get onto site. Dizzy as well, but Margot, they have 3 flashes to work with. That's going to get them the space they need if they are coming to the site. Now they look to go towards A instead. B has been left completely to Alexi. It's just multiple players stacked around this A site. They seem to expect this push already, Taylor.
They do have the operator set up on B anyway, and this would be given info in the hands of the Killjoy from mid. So they're pretty convinced that it's okay to stay like that, but not okay. It's gonna be the players of SMG through R. They still have one more. Shirazi goes for the shutdown, and Neri, on the other hand, dismisses away. They know that she's gonna be here on a secret though, but in the end, she managed to pull off another kill. 2v2 situation, rotations coming in. Alexi already around the corner as well. Ginny is gonna be the first contact from Neri's side, but instead, Margot secures the kill for the rest. 2v1. Is it gonna be a save on the operator? A change of a gun maybe, but Alexi really looking for that first pick off. It's not gonna happen. Just a quick tag. 8 HP. She was still alive.
Right there.
The wallbang coming in clutch there as FSS, they finally find a round after the timeout. Muffin doing absolute work towards the short area, pushing up, expecting the utility. Finding 2 there was insane, and Margot there for the refrags as well. Neri does get 2 of her own on the side, but her dying alone there with Alexi, leaving Alexi with only an operator, that was going to let FULLSENSE Sapphire hold that crossfire down and clutch up the round. Now, Muffin has her knives. I think they're one off the Killjoy ultimate as well. If Sapphire wants to try and go for an execute, but instead they're just looking to get into this A side. They will have the lockdown available off the back of that, and I think that's going to be the call.
And I think also that's why they're moving quite faster this time around. It doesn't really matter right now for them to look at B because they have this lockdown. They just have to set it perfectly for the rest of the team as well. And Eri knows this is going to be a take for the side. They pull out a wingman here to try and plant a spike while they're all busy up trying to take space. On to Art. Kohibi waiting patiently. 1 is down already. 2 on Art. It's going to be a spray down, but Polly secures the trade instead. Low on the HP though. It's still a 4v3 situation. Shirazi taps the spike. This gives a little pressure towards FSS to actually peek. Empress is up online. The smoke not helping at all. And then Neri with a triple, finishing off 5-1. SMG taking round after rounds.
I do not know how Inari gets any kills with the Empress and that Phantom because the spray is just so impossible. I guess that's why she's Inari. 10 kills or 10 and 1 right now in 6 rounds. Pretty impressive, but that's really what you want out of your radar player. And of course, Kohaibi here, just heroics to be able to find 2 kills, holding the position, playing super patiently, and just breaking that crossfire single-handedly. Great work coming out of her. And just the expectation of that re-hit from that lockdown, kind of them being put in a weird position, forced to respect it, but still they managed to make it work and they get that retake to happen. Now, once again, bad economy for the side of Sapphire.
After this game, there's gonna be probably another statue here in Pearl. It's either Muffin or it's either Inari, right? So these 2 players that we have right here. But in any way, in any shape or fashion, still teamwork makes the dream work. It's still a 5-man game that we have. Valorant still goes around that teamwork. And Muffin, though, she has the Blade Storm again here, Zach. This can be big for the team of FSS. She finds 1, but again, with the help of Ginny here, good on the spray down towards B-Link. They open up a little bit of the site here, and this operator still doesn't find anyone.
Lexi kind of gonna be pinched now if anyone decides to come behind her, but I don't know if she knows that it's just going to be everyone towards this side of the map. Lexi's still watching main. She has a power position against Ginny already. That's gonna be a huge kill. Knows where the second one is, I believe, but not sure about the other 2. So she's gonna have to be very careful how she plays this out. In fact, she's gonna be pushing forward, probably not expecting the flank here. Oh, Camille saves her, gets that kill, and now it is going to be a 2v2 situation. 1 towards backside, that's gonna be Muffin, super low, getting pinched down. But again, Polly just able to get the trade, the pull as well to boot. That's gonna deny the defuse, and Alexi, she is so low here. She has to play this perfectly. Taps the spike again, try and bait out the play, and she gets the headshot to boot. Question is time, and will she be able to get the off back? But oh no, yeah, no time.
Happened to FULLSENSE, it will happen
Karma.
to them too. That's yeah, digital karma as we call it. But again, Alexi knew how to play it out. But Polly was smarter at that point. She knows it's gonna be maybe 1 fake or a 2 tap even. She has all the time after that pull anyway. And again, just outplaying each other with regards to trying and figure out who peaks first. And in the end, not enough time to defuse. SMG loses that round. But at least they were able to really make damage towards FSS side here. Very much needed round for them anyway. And they tried to make a comeback again here on the first half. You have a Trasher, you have a Cosmic Divide, a lot of utilities to play around with to try and make a plant happen in the take even.
Surprised we haven't seen Rush come out quite yet. Ginny has had it for so long. Oh, that's a nice shot coming out of Muffin. Kohaibi decides to go for a fishing expedition. Talking about fishing expeditions though, it's gonna be Alexi coming through on the opposite side. Camille as well. Every single player in SMG is just pushing the map right now, and they are being rewarded for it. In the last 7 rounds, it's just been them conditioning their opponents like, yeah, we have a lot of utility. We're just gonna play on site and play retake. But now that they go for the aggression, it just slams into FSS and they're completely unprepared for it. Margot and Baby TZ, 2v4 situation. They do have the spike, and they know, I think, the B side is empty. But nevertheless, what a play from SMG.
It's still a
Spike
stack
planted.
towards A though. So this, you can expect. It's gonna be a 4-man retake. Just depends on FULLSENSE right now, how they're gonna even the playing field here from then on. The post plan has been set already, yes, but I think Alexi is quite aware there might be someone from heavens above. They go and set up those nano swarms a while ago. You have a nade as well. This gives intel to where the players are gonna be. Alexi on the hunt right now. She goes for the wide swing, and Eri already diffusing the spike here. Only 2 flashes to play around with. They're just gonna go through it, and it's gonna be a diffuse. Margot cannot do anything about this round any longer. Zach, that post plant, it was essential for them to make it even as fast as they can because it was a difficult 4v2.
Yeah, I mean, if Baby TZ had been able to get the kill onto Alexi, the round could have easily swung the opposite way. But unfortunately for FSS, Alexi wins that engagement, and just like that, it starts to fall apart. Sure, they do a little bit of damage. Margot finds a kill, for example, onto Alexi there, but nevertheless, that is going to be SMG showing why exactly they're a dominant force so far in this tournament, because stuff like that is just really, really difficult to deal with. 7 rounds of really quiet stuff, and then just 5 players pushing you from across the map. Yeah, that's a no for me. It's a good play, but I would hate it if it happened in my ranked games, and it does.
We talk about momentum, we talk about mentality, and so far, I am already questioning myself why I questioned SMG in the first place. They seem to have it intact so far in this first half, especially Inari. Whenever she sees heads, it just goes. It's like, bye, immediately. Literally, for how many rounds already? Here on A, it's just impossible to make an entry happen when Inari is watching.
Planted.
Now, those spike will still go down here. The problem is that, once again, Kohaibi, to use this lockdown, she'll have to manually retake art control. Does spawn out a player. Gets the kill as well. Ginny will be shut down. I don't know if she's going to expect the second, though. Does, in fact, check it. Will get that kill to boot. Now it's just Margot and Muffin. Margot in that backup side position, going to be low. And it's going to be her getting a second kill as well. Margot doing absolute work here. Oh, the third kill to boot. Margot absolutely heating up, and now it's all down to Muffin. Gets the diffuser. Half isn't gonna be stuck, but once again, it's a question of time here. This time, I think they're okay though.
Yeah, this time they're gonna be okay. They're gonna be fine. SMG secures another round here on the defense itself. You see the difference it makes when they actually do rotations and check the corners, right? We've seen the past 2 games that we were looking at. It was a little bit of a mishap in SMG side into trying to hyper-rotate, but then FSS will always catch them off guard, either with a knife, either with a util out, and it kept happening a while ago, but it seems like it's cleaner this rounds that we're looking at here. And so far, SMG looks really strong. For FSS, they just need a good reset here. And Muffin taking this kill, and Polly on the other hand as well. This will actually be that opportunity.
First blood finally going in the favor of Sapphire here, as they find not 1 but 2 for their troubles, completely opening up the B side. They've taken so much control as well. Muffin already holding an aggro angle here in the spawn. Looking at the weapons available, Alexi only has the judge, and honestly that could be the game changer here. 3 players spotted, pulls out the Blade Storm, not quite connecting that first knife, has 1 left to go. Try and close it out. In the smoke though, jumps out, doesn't expect Margot to be right in her face, and that will be Sapphire finding their 3rd round here. Very, very clean round, only losing Muffin in the process. And just like that, once again, it's gonna be a little bit of a coin flip when it comes to economy. This time it's SMG not having much to work with, while Sapphire, they will have their full buy and the Cosmic Divide to boot for the push.
This can still actually go 7-5, honestly. It's not impossible at this point. It seems to be one-sided so far, but FSS always tries to come back and find an answer to what's happening. They're really good on the adjustments as well. They would have won, or they wouldn't have won 2 games in a row against SMG if they didn't. Anyway, Shirazi only with a Sheriff for this round. Muffin on the other will go out for a swing. Cosmic Divide has been set, but Shirazi's shot just connecting perfectly towards the head. Alexi to the rescue with that shorty. Spike's now planted. Shirazi, he needs, or rather she needs to reposition here, but maybe TZ wouldn't allow her to do that. Ginny on the other hand will go for the spray, and that's gonna be the last kill. Inari, 7-4. I told you, maybe a 7-5, Zach.
Maybe. That was a really, really nice round. But I think the most crucial part was that position being held by Baby TZ. She just held it down, got 3 kills from that angle, and we'll have that lockdown off. We'll have the lockdown off the back of that. We still haven't seen Thrash come out. Come on, we want to see Little Bro's Big Bro into play. But either way, once again, after that Echo round, it's going to be the operator online for Alexi. She's been very consistent with the weapons so far on this particular map. And they also have multiple ultimates to work with. Not just the Empress, but also the Cosmic Divide. The Cosmic Divide and the Nightfall to work with. Oh, Alexi Nasty shot with the operator now. Playing up close. 5 HP. Has to try and run away. Gets it. Yes, she makes it.
No healing potential though. They don't have a Sky here. But again, she's holding an operator anyway. So if she can reposition herself, she might be able to take a pick off here even. A little bit of an aggressive side. Everyone's not looking because they're busy with the flank. Alexi took advantage of that. Even if she's stunned, it's still a choke point for the side of FULLSENSE here. Ginny was able to take on the kill, but it's already too late. She wants to pull the trash away, but there's no other teammates around.
Switching sides.
Oh, wow. That was a really, really nice round. Very good coordination coming out of SMG. Like you mentioned, that flank, it came in at the perfect time. Let Alexi just walk up and I think it was Margot, tap Margot with the operator on the head. And either way, 8-4 half for SMG. Now, my question for our wonderful panelists is, can FSS bring it back? Can they pull off the river sweep? Tash and Raf, you have it.
A reverse sweep is very much possible, and I am really anticipating that. But coming back here to the desk, we have a lot to talk about. Now, let's talk about attack side for FULLSENSE Sapphire. In a lot of situations here on defense for the girls of SMG, I think that they have a lot of control over their sites, their utility, their usage, as well as their positioning. On top of that, they're okay to give the site and play for retakes. Let's talk about that process.
Well, I feel like the step one of the process, but before that, I'll answer Zach's question. Absolutely, absolutely, FULLSENSE can come back to this. 8-4 might be a big gap, but think about it this way: they win pistol, that's 2 rounds, and they win their prio round on the gun round, that's another 2. So equalized. But again, the process is once again Team SMG simplifying the approach. Who do you want to deal with? Do you want to deal with Alexi with the operator, or do you want to deal with an area on the Reyna? And that's been already causing so many problems for FULLSENSE that no matter how they try and dissect the map with utility, SMG is going to bring the fight to them anyway. And I love that SMG have retained their confidence despite that small 2-map skid. If they continue this and maybe win the pistol, I think it'd be a little more difficult on the side of FSS.
I love how they actually position themselves on the map here. They're okay with they don't really allow for that mid sort of pushes or mid sort of takes. What they do is they put maybe one player on B itself. It's gonna be Kohaibi, I believe, on that Killjoy, while the other 3 will, or rather 4, will be playing toward mid side or even just on the A side itself. Now, whenever we see a push by FSS, you will always see either Alexi or a Neri on that flank, and I think it's been really, really huge. The multi-frags are big, as well as the impact of both duelists. I'm really excited to see what exactly they'll bring for the second half. But gonna just chuck it back to our fellow casters because Lil Bro is here and I am living for it.
I think I got it. Yeah, I caught your... I was actually trying to catch it so the camera could see it, but I forgot we didn't get a camera for this segment. Sorry, guys. But anyway, we are back in the second half here, and it's going to be very important for Sapphire to win this pistol. They don't have a very good track record so far against SMG today, having lost 8 out of 9, but maybe the 10th time is the charm, right? Who knows?
Yeah, we removed it already, not the 3rd anymore. But look at this, Dizzy tagging some of the players for the side of SMG. Polly, good for 2 kills. 4v3 situation as they jump in onto the side. And Neri yet again looking so scary here. But with the overheal, it's not going to be enough. Ginny shuts her away, but Camu good for the trade.
2v2 scenario. At least the numbers are going to be equalized here. Heroics coming out of Ginny before she went down to be able to take down Reyna, who was at 150 HP. That's the player you need to be scared of the most, honestly. Shirazi will be able to get that spike down, and now it does look like there's going to be a reposition or at least a check coming in the smoke. Is anybody playing inside it or not? It's not going to be the case. 5 seconds off the haunt, and both players are going to be able to play together now. Oh, beautiful shots coming out of Baby Teasy, but Shirazi! 2 headshots on the ghost. That's going to be the clutch. And SMG, they will get to 9. Oh, that's a 9 out of 10 pistols today, Taylor. 9 out of 10.
They need to make a seminar out of this at this point. Like, I need to know the secret on pistol rounds because the shots coming in from all players of SMG have been crisp the entire time we were casting here. Not even just on the grand finals itself, but the other matches that they played as well. So far, SMG again taking a lead here, especially after that pistol. This would make it so difficult for FSS on this following rounds to make a comeback happen. But we've seen thrifties happen already, Zach. It's not impossible.
Okay,
One
yeah,
down.
Muffin gets that first blood. Huge kill onto Alexi. That's gonna be the Guardian taken offline as well, though Aneri just replaces her gun with it. So Aneri with the Guardian is pretty dangerous, not gonna lie. But still, Muffin being able to take that kill, not only take that kill, but also get out without any damage is gonna be huge. Now SMG, they're just probing the waters here. They don't really want to commit too hard into what could possibly be a couple of shorties or whatever. They're just taking it inch by inch, trying to live on, trying to get onto that site once again. And Aneri spots just ahead of Muffin, was trying to hold down the angle. Oh, that's a nasty shot from Polly. Tries to get away, but Kohaibi through the smoke will be able to get that spray down. Spike itself, Camus should be able to get it down. And now the last three, it's gonna be a 3v3.
It is a 3v3, but when the gun advantage is at like this, it's gonna be a spray down. That's towards SMG's side. Margot, though, she has a Guardian here. She has to make the shots connect and make it count. No one onto A main, but she doesn't know that yet. No one's really peeking until she tries to tap onto the head like that towards Camus. I bet Camus was also surprised, but it's still around for SMG. Shirazi saves the day again.
What the heck? I thought she was gonna be able to clutch it out. That was just that's what you call a hospital flick. Watching that put me in the hospital. No, I'm kidding. But really nice work coming out of Sapphire. They make that Boda, they make that anti-eco very expensive, and now SMG, they're gonna be in a bit of a rough position. Do they want to buy up completely, invest in this particular round, or do they want to try and just play for the bonus? Because they only have one Guardian that they managed to save, and anything that they buy aside from this, it's gonna put a dent in their economy. And possibly if they don't win that next round, give Sapphire the leverage to pull themselves back up.
Leverage is what they need exactly. It's a double-digit score line we are looking at here in the hands of SMG already. That only means that they don't have any more space to make mistakes at this level. And at the same time, this is the final map that we have. Whoever wins this map is going to be our grand champions for this Open 2. While we wait on a technical pause podcast, welcome back, ladies and gents. I change up the mood and the theme as soon as I see a technical podcast here. But talking about these two teams as well, we know coming into this Open that SMG might be the strongest, or actually the strongest team in the circuit right now. But probably from all the casters as well, I'm one of the FSS believers that they can really match up against SMG. And I'm happy that I was proven right today. You know, we go and we went to map 5. That already says something.
Yeah, I mean, they've definitely put in the work here. They look so lost in Open 1 compared to how they're playing now. Their strats are refined, their synergy is improved, their agent comps are cooking. I'm still not sure about this Gecko pick on this map. Like, don't get me wrong, I love Little Bro, but I just feel like if you're playing that double initiator, it might make things a bit more difficult for you on that defensive side because you just don't have that extra controller that you usually like to see on this map. But either way, they're still making it work. And now it is going to be a bonus, complete bonus coming in. They have that one Guardian that they saved in Inari's hands, okay? But apart from that, just pistols across the board. But you never know. It's SMG with Sheriffs. It could just fall apart.
Yeah, true that. These pistol rounds have been their good foundation towards the momentum they're getting from every game we're watching here. But Margot knows better. She knows where to watch and exactly where to assume the enemies might be line of sight. She catches one here. That's Alexi, always lurking around the entirety of the map. And Neri, yet again, wants to take art control here. They actually do already. But they want to take side completely as well. They hear that Polly might be from A main, so they know there's going to be some choke points here that they want to try and contest. But Shirazi, this would be the start.
One down.
Oh, does not expect Muffin to be sitting right in her face there. Unfortunately. Now Inari, the only player with the gun as well, gets taken down. The Kohaibi is able to at least retrieve the rifle, get some information off the jump as well. Little Bro being tossed as a distraction works perfectly, tanks the damage as well, and Jimmy will get that kill. Now it's all down to Camus. 1v4 caught between 4 people just shooting at her, and Ginny will be the one to get that final kill as well. 10 to 5, and SMG go down, and Sapphire, they hold on to most of their guns, so a very, very successful round for them.
Very successful round indeed. And again, it's just 5 more perfect consecutive rounds before they can tie this up. It's not yet match point here for SMG anyway. And we can definitely see that they're really trying up here. They're really stepping on the gas and pedal to the metal, as we call it. FSS, they still have the money to buy off, especially for that one person who died off from the previous round anyway. But this is now a buy round coming in from SMG. If they can stop, or FULLSENSE can stop this momentum, this is very much possible for them.
Rush coming in, Alexi being the first entry, so Margot make sure there's an immediate trade there. Well played, and now Margot forced to reload in the corner, will be caught out, but has a flash to try and swing with, perfectly timed, and that's going to enable Polly to get that first kill. And Eri, who was positioned right there, decides not to go and knows about the crossfire setup now. Instead, the team seems to want to converge towards this B site instead. They already have quite a bit of control. Baby TC stuck towards his backside. However, she still has a lot of utility available, and that alarm bot being triggered is going to give away some information as to where these players are. Oh, okay. I thought she was going to die for a second.
Just really quietly holding this off angle as well. Especially, you don't have a KO on the other hand of the team, or any intel any longer, aside from really like a turret from Kohibi probably. But Ineri, I thought she was gonna get caught off guard. It seems like SMG, they want to take the site, and once they see an enemy in their sight line here, it's done, it's over. Shirazi plants the spike, it's a 3v1. Polly from B-Link will go for a swing, tries to go for the kill, but it's really not enough so far. SMG, left and right, you see them, they get the kills.
They win every single gunfight there, and that is massive for them as they get to 11, 2 away from winning this grand final. But for the side of Sapphire, they do have quite a few ultimates to work with in this particular round. Economy not the greatest. Another timeout going to be called to make sure that they can win, because they're in kind of a do or die position right now. If they do force up in this particular round and they lose it, it's going to be match point with no money left. But if they don't buy up, it's going to make things very difficult in the future rounds. They should have the ability to buy it, and they have the Cosmic Divide, they have Thrash, which I don't think we've seen used quite yet, as well as the Null Command. On the opposite side, they have the Nightfall as well as the Cosmic Divide, which makes taking a site very, very easy. They also do, they're one off of the lockdown, so that's like an additional piece of utility that can really put the pressure on. There's just so much that SMG have going for them at this juncture.
It's a big decision, especially for FULLSENSE, really, because the pressure is definitely on them. But for the past games that we just witnessed here, it is very much possible that, 11 points is also a curse point in our VCT in our region. So they can be scared about that as well. But to say the least, seriously speaking though, you have the players here of FULLSENSE Sapphire. Again, you have to have that certain advantage, especially when it comes to utility play, to really go up against SMG. The flashes may be connecting perfectly towards them, or even the Dizzy, to really gain that upper hand. Because when it comes to raw firepower duel here, it seems like really SMG, you cannot stop them on their toes. They go for a quick trade, and immediately like that, it's an even playing field.
1-for-1. Margot going down there is huge. That's going to mean that there's going to be no more KO utility to try and deny the push, especially since she had the Null Command. That could have shut down the Cosmic Divide or the lockdown coming into play if it does come online. But now instead, they're gonna be relying on pure firepower on the opposite side. Alexi has the Blaze Storm to work with as well, despite having a rifle, so she's gonna be trying to get aggressive with that updraft. Gets tagged up a little bit by Timmy the turret, but still going to be in pretty good shape, I gotta say. Nightfall coming in right now. Alexi, that first point of contact as they try to go into sight, but there's just so much utility in the way here. Oh, and off the back of that, it's just Baby TZ holding strong on this backside. Finally, Shirazi finds one. The lockdown though, it's gonna detain a player, and it's a 1v1 situation right. Oh, sorry, 1v2 situation right now. Kamiyu in the corner knows the position of one player, but the spike is gonna be dropped at such an awkward angle.
She's still alive after getting stunned. It's a crossfire between these two. It's either gonna be a match point Or we go again for another round. Shigo hops out from the back end of the sights. And oh my god, the full sense. If they weren't too quick to really swing out and be on a decisive kind of scenario, it would have been quite difficult again. 11-6. They secured this round, but it looked a little scary there.
Especially
This
with
finals.
especially with how low the killjoy was there. I think Baby TZ was like 10 HP or something.
Yeah. It's like one mistake and it can be over, you know? One mistake, it can be match point. And Full Sense, they cannot make any more mistakes now. Instead, they can capitalize on the mistakes SMG are currently doing.
Yeah, they got a little bit too aggressive there. I know that one of their players was detained, so probably that's why they wanted to like kind of protect the president. Either way though, because of that loss, now their economy is gonna be reset despite them kind of having a mixed win streak. They're gonna be able to get onto site. Have to wait for the smoke. There's killjoy utility as well to deal with, and it's just one guardian on an area that's possibly considered a real gun on this team.
I mean, Shirazi only has a Marshall, right? And I mean, Inari on the other day, we still saw her pop off. But look at this, Polly wouldn't allow it for another time being. Alexi wouldn't take on the shots, not enough for the kill. But Kohibi with the Guardian, trying to make things possible as Shirazi shuts another 3v2 situation. This can still go the other way around. There's no plan of the spike, but they have the spike right now, and they have more than enough time.
Oh, I think that at this point, they also have the lockdown and cosmic divide, two pivotal ults. I think they're just waiting to try and get a pick maybe before they go through. Nanoswarm goes off, that's gonna buy a little bit of time, but Muffin manages to swing and get a crucial kill here. Now it's just Kohibi, a 1v3, falls at the first obstacle, and just like that, FSS, they are back in this. They're not giving up quite yet, and I think that they are able to close the gap pretty soon, especially if they are able to find the kind of consistent kills that they've been doing so far, and in the process also just keep trading each other up, which is what happened that last round. Even if they were initially at a disadvantage, they were able to just like jump back in it because of how they were able to trade.
Yeah, I mean, SMG is good for trades. FSS as well. So far from the previous games, especially after game or map 1 and map 2, we're seeing a cleaner look towards FSS side, especially when it comes to those trade-offs, which SMG is really strong at. Muffin, she's going for the pre-fire here, really, but wasn't expecting Kohibi to be there. Still gets the kill though. Still a 1-to-none trade. Muffin gets away with 1 kill, but Alexi on the other part of the map towards Art will also manage to pick off 1. Margot good for the trade, but then again, trades after trades happening here, Zach.
Yeah, and the timing, it seems to be a little bit skewed in favor of SMG as well, the pace they're playing. So far, we've seen them get kind of very slow towards mid or highly aggressive towards side, but instead, we're finally seeing them play a bit slow towards his A site. Instead, they expect to push from Muffin. The barrel gets spotted out, so Alexi's able to get a kill for free. Goes for the second as well. Clean headshot from Princess Alexi. And now it's all down to Baby TZ to try and deny match point. She has utility to work with, mainly in particular her ultimate. The first point of contact is going to be Alexi, who just swings out and gets that kill. Match and series point for SMG here. What a way from claiming that throne of Open 2.
They hear it already. The rotation's coming in from Baby TZ. Anyway, patience is a virtue, like SMG would say. And a quick reset towards Alexi after that tailwind even. Phenomenal work, mechanical skill-wise. Not only that, the firepower of this player is just up to a notch, different level, especially with the growth she had here in Game Changers, starting from even other games as well, you know?
Alexi definitely one of my favorite players to watch out for, and I think today in particular she has been so exceptional. Usually you see her more on that flex role, but she does pair up quite well on the double duelist with Inari. Now finally a full buy coming in for the side of FSS. They have a Bulldog, but apart from that, they also have the Operator, which is what I have my eyes on. Muffin has not had a chance to pick this up yet on this particular map. Attacker Killjoy invested towards this A main area. Kohibi the only one there, but they're playing for a retake.
Oh, really fast reaction from Ineri. I was waiting for that exact moment they throw the Dizzy on who's gonna win the engagement, but in the end, it seems like it's a 2-1 trade. They go for a lockdown as well. Spikes planted. SMG needs to respect this lockdown that they have, repositioning themselves. But at the same time, FULLSENSE, they want to take control of the site. They go for a Cosmic Divide even here. And waiting patiently is SMG for that retake potential.
I like how Shirazi's just holding here. Margot finds a kill, but Kamiyu is instantly able to trade things out. Another kill comes out of Polly. They're trying to defuse a spike. It's just down to Shirazi. Tries to spray through the smoke, but the counter spray from Baby TZ takes her down, considering how low she is. Muffin will have time to be able to get that operator back as well. So another round. Sapphire, they stay alive in this.
They were also using a Vandal anyway, so the bullet trails will be seen. It is definitely seen. They just reacted to it in any way. Good on Baby TZ. Another round for FSS here. Zahk, 4 perfect rounds is what we need from FULLSENSE. They really do have the pressure right now because Team SMG is just 1 win away, 1 round away. Shirazi this time has the Cosmic Divide available. Knives are going to come up really quite soon. But economy is a little bit on the low side or on the downside.
Yeah, they're still forcing up. You do see 2 sheriffs coming in, but aside from that, SMG, they look a little bit... They look like they're in a bit of a rough spot. And the thing is that this is a full force buy, even with the sheriffs, right? Yeah. If they do lose this, it's going to once again reset the economy, most likely. And SMG will be forced to give away another round. Now, 12-8, it looks a little bit daunting, but 12-10, at that point, you feel like overtime is almost inevitable. So SMG, they have 4 chances to close this out here. Neither team has any ults apart from the 1 Cosmic Divide on Shirazi. Muffin, though, has the Blade Storm if she wants to try and use it. Cosmic Divide comes out right now. Operator shot not quite able to connect Alexi as she dashes in, and just like that, the site has been taken.
Movement diff, as they call it right now. Fast movements for the side of SMG as they want to throw off, especially that operator setup on B side. Mosh Pit wouldn't connect to anyone here, but this gives space for them to wait for the next. And that's going to be the blades coming out. Not enough, though, to get kills here. 3v2 situation. FSS, they still have an opportunity to retake this side. Crossfires left and right. Margot to get the kill, but Cameo for the trade. It's not yet over. We go for one more as Polly secures the round. 12-9.
22 HP. That's all that stands between SMG taking this win and FSS staying in it. 22 HP, and Polly does it in style. Picks up the operator as well, so Muffin is still going to have it online. But that was a phenomenal round coming out of both of these teams. SMG, of course, being able to get that Cosmic Divide and get it down. But I think the hero of this round was Polly in particular, able to just consistently, time and time again, frag out and trade for her teammates. Really good repositioning coming out of her as well at different points in the round. Now, SMG forced onto a full eco. No ultimates to work with. No Blaze Storm for Alexi either. And on the opposite side, Sapphire, they seem to have found their footing kind of on this map. Now, 2 rounds away from taking this to overtime. Because this Thrifty, I think that at this point, FSS have learned how to play against it. The first few rounds, they seem to be struggling with it, but now they're just very happy to try and play around it. Never mind, I take it back. I'm sorry, YB. I'm really sorry.
Doubter.
Doubter.
That's what you get for doubting, Zahk.
Yeah, little faith.
It's definitely true. We've seen time and time again this economy rounds from SMG. They still find value. And to be honest with you as well, it just depends on one mistake. If FSS makes a mistake here, it's gonna be done and over with. They know how to capitalize on it. Margot moves away, moves further. She likes this position as well. They know it's gonna be an A hit. They clear out the angles here. They know there also will be on the right side. And Eri tries to go for the tap of the spike. This creates a little bit more of a pressure towards FSS to make something happen. They still have 1 pop flash ready to use, but Margot was able to secure a kill. Operator in play. Shut down from Baby TZ. 3v1 situation. Not gonna be enough no longer as we close off the rounds into a 12-10.
2 more rounds to go. Thankfully, it seems like my fate has been rewarded in Sapphire. I believe that they would win that round, and they did. Now it's SMG's turn for a timeout here. I feel like the only team that I've really seen them take actual logical timeouts against has been against Sapphire. They're really
Seconds
giving
left.
them a run for their money today, as well as throughout this entire tournament. Now, 2 rounds left. Once again, SMG, they're going to be able to buy up their one off of that lockdown. That might be a factor that you can use to get onto site. On the opposite side, the Cosmic Divide up for Polly, so retake should be a simplified fact if she stays alive. At the end of the day, I feel like SMG, or rather Sapphire, they're able to just hold their own in the gunfights, individual gunfights, and train each other out effectively. And that's something that's very different from how they played map one. They look much more in their in their element. And I think that if they can keep this up, this should be a pretty easy overtime.
They seem to be calmer as well in taking trades after SMG. So far, like I mentioned a while ago, it's just boiling down to this mistakes or this very, very small critical mistakes that we're looking at. And SMG so far has been phenomenal and in check when it comes to checking corners, making sure is there someone there. Even on their economy rounds, they still find value on those sheriffs because of that very core foundation of Valorant anyway. But FULLSENSE, this operator still in play in the hands of Muffin, can still be big or huge for the time being. Ineri, a little bit on an aggression, especially here towards double doors. This pushes out utility play, the Dizzy, and the Mosh Pit even. Say the least, SMG has an upper hand here as this utilities has been used up.
Yeah, they did use a Prowler and a Flash to try and clear that. They're just holding patiently, hoping for a push coming out of FSS, but FSS, they're not taking the bait here. They're happy to just, let SMG come into them. That's what they really excel at, holding down these crossfires and lanes and punishing SMG if they try to push without giving them enough respect. Now, though, again, Muffin just left to watch B alone. There seems to be a stack on towards that A site instead, and a lot of pressure on this round is going to be on her shoulders. If she can get these kills, that will be SMG forced to play overtime most likely. But if she doesn't, SMG are probably going to be taking it home.
They're playing it really slowly right now. This operator, though, they have smokes, a jump peak, maybe, a shock factor,
30
a wide
seconds left.
swing. What will SMG do? And what will they actually do to make sure this operator setup wouldn't work? Because that's going to be the
Spike
first
down,
shot
B.
hitting. If a while ago it doesn't hit, this time it would.
Cosmic Divide comes out as well, and oh my god, the position being held is too much, but Kwaibi and Ineri, they find the trades here. Lockdown gonna come out as well. Ineri finding the second. Suddenly, this round is falling apart for the side of Sapphire. They're forced to respect this lockdown, and the Cosmic Divide that Baldi put down, it honestly helped SMG more than it helped their own team, because they were just able to play around it and isolate Ginny on the angle.
remaining.
Now Ineri in the corner. It's gonna be all she needs. 4 kills on the ground, and SMG, they do it. They win open 2. I can't read that, Alexi, but I agree with you completely. It's gonna be the power of the Pinoys as well as the rest of the team to take us home here. Wow.
Princess Alexi back at it again, ladies and gents. It's done, it's over. The grand champions right now of Open 2 is yet again Team SMG. Here is my promise, Princess Alexi. Here is my shout outs to you and everyone who's watching right now. What a game. What a play coming in from these two teams. Again, it was boiling down to this one more round left for SMG side, and they took it seriously. They took it really slow to a point where it became a surprise. I really thought it was gonna go another way after that kill. Oh my god.
I also thought that as well. It seemed like it was an overtime that was very likely. They got 2 kills onto that site. They managed to make their way onto the site. They were going to get that plant down, but just the fact that Ginny going down and the trade not coming through from her teammate, that was what really clinched them the round. That Cosmic Divide from Polly, it did not... I feel like SMG used that very effectively to just get towards that backside and swing around and cause general pandemonium on the site. But either way, talking about SMG, they have won it, but they were pushed to their limit. And honestly, credit to Sapphire for that, because this is the first time that we're seeing SMG really struggle against another team here. There were a lot of rounds where it just seemed like it was individual heroics that got them out of hot water from both of these teams. And I think that they deserve a huge amount of credit. But, I think that I can do the analysis, but there are people already equipped to do it even better. So thank you for joining us. If you did enjoy this and want to follow our teams or want to get updates about the next tournament, do follow FSL on all the socials. We're on Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, and we will put up regular posts. But either way, that's me and Taylor signing off for this particular Open. Tash and Raf, all yours.
Here we are, our winners for the VCT Game Changers APAC Series 2023. Alex yourself gave me this. I'm really excited to share it with you guys on air as they take the crowns for this tournament. Now, the most important part, let's break down that second half as well as that whole map. Now, coming into, I think, toward the mid side of that map, it felt like there were just so many rounds in a row that has been, I would say, just chained by FULLSENSE Sapphire. I'm wondering what exactly went wrong there.
Well, honestly, the whole plan for FULLSENSE was, hey, since Inari and Alexia are really absolutely destroying everybody on these initial swings, let's have Muffin take the brunt of it, let that operator do work, and avoid the fight. Basically just avoid the fight. But how long can you really avoid the duel, right? When essentially going into the post plant, naturally the lineup on SMG is gonna be fairly weak when it comes to utility. Realistically, you're only gonna have Shirazi and Camille and maybe Kohaibi too, or to deny as much as you can in comparison to the delaying power that FSS have. But like I said, when all of that utility run out, what they have to do, you have to take the fight, and that's where SMG really shine.
Yeah, it felt like for so many rounds in a row, a lot of the utility as well as holds were just really dominated by FSS. Just putting Margot, as you said before, in the front line and having those utility to really help her out. Maybe it's a deep smoke, maybe it's to give her a little bit of space to play. I think it's really fun when you see them, I mean, when you see FSS really gain that confidence. But the thing about SMG is that even though FSS managed to chain 3 rounds in a row, SMG understands that when they are up there, when they are able to get their rifles back, they know how exactly to trade it. When it came to I would say, the last round where you saw them play very, very slowly, understanding that if they were to take another loss, they will have to go to overtime, I think SMG wouldn't be able to handle it. You saw just now, I was a bit surprised at the lack of timeouts called in the first half and even the second half, because you didn't start to see that timeout until like maybe 11th round.
That is true. And again, sometimes you really need that reset, especially when the rounds really start piling on. I think one of the timeouts was super early. I'm not even sure if that was a tech or a tactical.
Was FSS. Yeah, both of them were all by FSS. Yep. And I think toward the end as well, I think SMG still had one more timeout round, and I was very, very concerned at that point. But it's just all about that, I would say. It's just so interesting how each round has been really close between these two teams. It all came down to the wires, number one. Number two, I'm just surprised at how well Team SMG brings back these games in their 50s.
Oh yeah, like we talk about SMG, right? The biggest thing that really pops off is how they can mechanically dominate any other team. That was not the case today against FSS. Naturally, they had their moments, but we really saw how many layers they truly have, whether it be the mastery of being a little sneaky with all those thrifty wins or setting up clever post plans, especially without, I believe this was round 20 or around 20 something, where they instead opted to go for a back plant so they can maximize their crossfire. And again, that's just really telling on how many things that you have to check off the list to truly go over SMG, despite how close FSS was.
I think in the initial hits that So in a lot of the situations as well, we still have I think moments where mid control wasn't really prioritized by FSS until toward the last few rounds, where we see it finally wrestled away by SMG once more. But before that, let's have a look at our journey so far throughout this entire VCT Game Changers APAC Series 2023 Open 2, where we saw more than 70 teams which had registered for this tournament. One of the most we have seen so far, and I already assume it's going to be more toward Open 3. Now, coming into this tournament, we were down to, I think, maybe 6-8 teams left coming forward, and then
Yes.
after that coming into I think the double eliminations, and I think it's one of the most interesting ones because in the beginning it was SMG dominating everyone until toward the last moment, and I'm really surprised at the amount of growth FSS has shown us. I mean, toward this last moments.
Yeah, that's true. And again, I'm just very excited to hear the thoughts from Team SMG themselves. I'm sure they've had a really wild ride, and I'm pretty sure they're thankful too that they found competition that really pushes them to their limits.
Yeah, it's really exciting when you have that competition because I think that in having more competition brings a stronger community coming forward because it feels like right now, if you talk about I would say the regions, EU, EMEA still has, I believe, the strongest, in my opinion, in terms of Valorant, at least for game changers. But we are still waiting for some interviews to come through. But for that, let's kind of have a little bit more of a breakdown of that map just now. We talked a lot about that mid control coming through from the team. And I think it's really fun to talk about it because I think particularly in round number 16 where mid control struggle was definitely something that's very, very strong. We saw a good first picks coming out here by FSS. But then we saw a good mid-round, I would say, recovery coming through by Team SMG, and I'm really surprised at how they're able to equalize this despite not still or letting go of mid. But we are still pretty much done with the day. So thank you guys so much for spending time with us here on the desk of the VCT Game Changers APAC Series 2023. It's been a wild. Oh, right. Sorry about that. And Raph just disappeared. Never mind. Raph
I'm
got
here.
his dog here because SMG is coming. And let's talk a little bit with the team. And Neri, and if possible, Lexi. Let's see what they have to say about their match or their journey so far.
Absolutely. Again, look at
There
that.
we
Look at
are.
those
Oh,
champions.
everyone's
Hello.
there. Doing this.
Oh,
They're doing
I
this.
can do it. I hope they
Yeah.
like the Sleepy and Airy cosplay me and Taylor did.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Oh yeah, we love that. Okay, so let's talk about your thing. Anyways, as promised just now, Alexi's jersey is here with me and I'm very happy to have it here. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about your journey. Now, coming into this open, were you expecting, I would say, this tournament to be as dominating as it is for you guys?
Yes, of course. I have the best players in my team, and of course.
Aww, I think she's a little bit more biased to Alexi, but we will find out about that later. Now, to question you guys, were you guys surprised when Team FSS was able to take a map from your 37 win streak?
We were a bit surprised, but at the end of the day, like, losing is part of the game, and it's like quite good to lose early on rather than to lose at the important match. Joking. But
Wow.
it's a lesson learned for
Wow.
everyone, and I think facing a loss as a team like really helps us get to the next level. So, surprise, yes, but it's a learning experience, so it's fine.
Right, speaking of learning experiences, I think that when we talk about maps that you guys have played, I mean, previously you guys played Bind as well as Split against Team FULLSENSE Sapphire, and you guys won by a lot. And coming into today, those were the two maps that Team FULLSENSE Sapphire was able to take away from you guys. So what do you think happened there, and were you guys surprised at the outcome?
Well, I'm not sure what happened. It just kinda happened, but we were a bit surprised by the outcome. But I don't know. I guess it just happens sometimes, but it's okay.
Right, understandable. Now, coming into today, were you expecting this match to be this close with FULLSENSE Sapphire?
Honestly, we didn't expect it to be this close, but well, you know, things happen in games. It's uncontrollables.
Exactly.
It's uncontrollables.
It's okay.
So yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about your mental. After you had lost 2 maps in a row, what was the mentality like for your team? Because I know that you guys have an esports psychologist in there. Did what he did in terms of your pre-game meditation, did that help with you guys in maintaining your, I would say, your mental coming into the last map?
Yeah, it helped a lot. We went outside to do our resets and stuff, and then we went back in and we did 10 squats together as a team, and that really helped us.
Wow.
Because it really got our blood circulation going. So shout out to the squats.
Shout out to the squats, because clearly the squats help your aim, right? That's exactly
Yes.
what it is, and it's always very fun to see. Now, my final question for you guys is, now that you've won Open 2, what are you guys going to do to celebrate?
Honestly, we don't know, but I think we're gonna have some good dinner. So I hope it's like hot pot. but you know, it's a code. Please hot pot,
pot.
please hot pot, please hot pot. But yeah,
Okay,
I'm not
you
sure what
guys
we're gonna
hear
do
that?
after this. Yeah.
All right, and hopefully it is hot pot there. Shout out to Team SMG. Your girls have asked for it, and you guys should definitely bring this there. Raf, before we wrap up, is there anything at all that you want to ask the girls?
Actually, I think, is there anything Alexi wants to say to Taylor? Because Taylor's listening right now. She's actually here, but you guys can't hear her.
Alexi, what do you wanna say to Taylor?
Boss, I love you.
She's also just
yeah.
laughing.
Yeah, it's always just love between those two, and I really love to see. Congratulations, girls! Really love to see aggression,
you.
and I really hope to see you guys grow coming up from here. So for that, we're just gonna end up this let's end this interview. I'll see you guys soon. Bye, miss you guys already.
See you. Bye bye. Thank you. Miss you. Step on me again, please. Thank you. Bye bye. Joke lang.
Caught me off guard there, but that is okay. If you guys don't know, do check out Team SMG's Twitter account to understand what happened in that situation. But for now, Raf, it's been such a pleasure to be on desk with you as usual. But before that, let's have a little bit of the recap of what had happened today. Now, this has been the journey. Raf, why don't you break it down for us?
I mean, you know, SMG, despite a little bit of growing pains at the end of the tournament, still taking everything. And other than that, I really want to highlight everybody who really stepped up to the plate here, specifically Big Scythe and all the newcomers who've really looked so different in comparison to their Open 1 performances. And I can't help but feel that Open 3 is going to be that much more exciting. Again, the bar is constantly being raised every single time we go into Game Changers, Tash.
Yeah, it's really very exciting coming forward, and I really love that we had the best, I would say it's the best of these matches, despite the reshuffles, despite the changes in rosters so last minute. These girls came here to play, and they really gave us a good show. Now coming toward the end here, obviously SMG still dominating as at the top of the charts. It's very different than last year where we had, you know, AECL at the top. Regardless, now for this year, it might just be SMG's year until there might be another team coming up forward. I'm really hoping to see more out of that. I mean, more out of the girls coming toward the end of the year. But for now, Tashbunny here alongside Raf. It's been a pleasure for you guys to hang out with us, and we'll see you guys in the next Open. Good night, everyone.
Spike down, B. Spike down, C. Spike down. Spike down, A. One enemy remaining.
Found you.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
I was built for this.
My double's dead.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Enemy down. One enemy remaining.
One suppressed.
One enemy.
Get out of my way.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Your duty is not over.
Spike.
Jet's grounded.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Finished.
One enemy remaining.